सबके सब आ जाओ।
Be brimming. HC. Team Liquid.
सबके साथ एक सेकंड।
TJB Esports. Rejects. Vampire Esports. Boom
Let's go.
Esports.
Let's go.
Twisted Minds.
The most important day of the tournament, day 2.
Istanbul Wildcats.
आज
Let's through ya.
आज अगर बुलेट्स डॉज करेंगे ना टीम्स, तो especially the teams those who are at the top, तो वो लोग ऑलमोस्ट सेफ है। कल बस ट्रॉफी उठाने के लिए भाई आई एम रियली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू 4MV टुडे। क्या होमवर्क करके आया है, क्या गलत हुआ उनके साथ डे 1 पे जो वो नहीं करेंगे डे 2 पे। तो डे 2 इज द मोस्ट एंटरटेनिंग डे फॉर मी टू बी ऑनेस्ट। तो मजा आएगा, इट्स गोना बी फन। आई होप यू गाइस आर रेडी फॉर टुडे। स्पाइक बाय ज़ेरेक्स गेमिंग को जानते हो? ज़ायरेक्स है क्या? देखा मैंने उसके वीडियोस। स्पाइक इंडिया की टीम भेज भाई। ठीक है भाई, भेज दूंगा मैं। सब कुछ मेरे हाथ में ना, भेज दूंगा मैं। 5 स्पेशल इनवाइट्स इन PMGC। यस यस यस। अरे एक सेकंड में दिखा दूंगा। कहाँ था वो? इधर। दिस वाज द फॉर्मेट जो अनाउंस किया गया था थोड़ी देर पहले। 2024 PMGC लीग स्लॉट्स एलोकेशन। लीग स्टेज में साउथ ईस्ट एशिया से 10 टीम आएंगे, सेंट्रल साउथ एशिया से 8 टीम आएंगे, अमेरिका से 6 टीम आएंगे, EMEA से 9 टीम्स आएंगे और ये लीग स्टेज खेलेंगे। और इनवाइटेड स्लॉट से जापान से 2, PEL से 4, साउथ कोरिया से 2, पबजी मोबाइल राइवल्स कप सीजन 2 से 1। भाई ये सब तो नॉर्मल ही है, बस ये स्पेशल इनवाइट 5 टीम्स जो लिखा गया है, क्या उसमें क्या इंडिया को स्लॉट मिलेगा? क्या इंडिया को स्लॉट मिलेगा कि नहीं? अगर मिलेगा तो कितने? ये हमेशा एक एक्स फैक्टर वाला रूल रहता है, स्पेशल इनवाइट नाम से है, तो कब किसको मिलता है पता नहीं चलता है। बट देखते इस बार क्या होगा। ग्रैंड फाइनल्स होस्ट रीजन स्लॉट ये पता नहीं क्या है। बढ़िया। PMGC डेट्स तो अनाउंस नहीं किया, बट फॉर्मेट तो ये लोग अनाउंस कर दिए। PL से 4 टीम आने वाला है भाई इस बार, 4। होपफुली नोवा एक्सक्यूएफ बोल रहा हूँ, होपफुली नोवा स्पोर्ट्स भी आ जाए। बस मैं उधर ही रहूंगा, मैं उधर ही रहूंगा। मजे करूंगा मैं, सीरियसली यार, मजा आएगा। PMGC probably अक्टूबर 1st 2nd वीक में होगा आई थिंक। भाई बस क्लैश ना हो जाए PMGC और PMPS, समझ रहे हो? यूजुअली होता है ऐसा, 2 बड़े टूर्नामेंट्स क्लैश। मैक्सिमम 1 स्लॉट। नो आई थिंक एटलीस्ट 2 स्लॉट्स तो आएंगे, अगर आएंगे तो। एक तो मजा नहीं आएगा। ये देखो भाई, नाइस वन।
on the battleground today? That's the big question. You can see the difference in the body language from squad to squad as well.
नोवा PMGC क्वालिफाई होने की पोटेंशियल नहीं है। You never know buddy, you never know. As long as order is there, you never know.
Glancing over their notes, their hot drops, their rotates, and making sure that they're on point. Because like you say,
Mark Lane looks dialed in.
Alpha 7 looking happy here.
फाड़ो भाई आज, फाड़ो। मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट दिन है आज। रेवो मार्गलिन
yesterday Alpha 7 was able to pick up
Mafioso and Carillo.
over the course of the day, which is a very nice result on day one of the main
शुक्र करो एक भी दे रहे हैं भाई, एक भी दे दे, बस दे दे, बस देने वाली बात नहीं है, इधर गवर्नमेंट से परमिशन आना चाहिए अपने को। वो स्टेप अगर हो गया ना भाई, आज नहीं तो कल मिलेगा ही मिलेगा। Bro, is Team Liquid is Loops? Yes, bro. Team Liquid is ex Loops team. 4MV में कौन आएगा BGMI वाले में? They're already signed. बस wait for the announcement, bro. मुझे पता है exactly कौन sign हुआ है, but I don't know कि मुझे reveal करना सही है सही नहीं है। I don't know, मुझे पता है reveal करना सही नहीं है।
Whereas everyone else we've already had to say goodbye to, who didn't survive through groups and the survival stage, who unfortunately couldn't make it to the top 16, that have been battling it out already in the past 24 hours.
इतना बोलूंगा कि भाई उस टीम में 2 अंडरडॉग प्लेयर्स हैं, ये तो बोल सकता हूँ मैं। 2 अंडरडॉग प्लेयर्स हैं उस टीम के अंदर, या एक तरीके से बोल सकते हो कि भाई 4MV एक अंडरडॉग, नहीं अंडरडॉग, या एक नया टीम जो बनी है उस टीम को हायर किया है 4MV ने। They're experimenting
over in that stage in between both the group and the main. And honestly,
today Doc on fire. Hopefully, bro. Hopefully. I think match 1 has begun.
Top 16. It's time.
Let's go, guys.
It's time to get the work done. And we commiserate those teams that tried their best but fell a little short.
D-Plus क्या qualify हो गई क्या? नहीं हुआ qualify नहीं हुआ। 4 पॉइंट से रह गए वो। 4 पॉइंट से वो and 3 पॉइंट से Falcons बाहर हो गए।
We didn't expect reject yesterday.
मतलब they are 4 point short. D-Plus क्या है 4 point short and Falcons are 3 point short. चलो यार। First match has begun. Sandhawk, let's go.
That point, but here we are on Sandhawk once again.
तुम लोग को जो टीम का नाम स्पैम करना है करो, मैं नहीं कर रहा भाई लीग को।
Smartphone here of the
That would be very unprofessional.
So many good things to be said about the GT20 Pro. Hopefully, so many good plays to show just how powerful that phone can be when we get into the games today. Thank you for joining us, everyone. Strap in. We've got a huge house tonight in the crowd as well.
मैंने उस टीम में 2 अंडरडॉग प्लेयर से बोला, एक बंदा कमेंट कर रहा है कार्पेडियम, भाई कार्पेडियम में कौन सा अंडरडॉग प्लेयर है ब्रो?
Huge results from them. We saw some good moments. Can they turn it around
Gunfight,
more today?
Judo Alliance versus Twisted Minds.
भाई
दोनों strong teams
Twisted Minds and Alliance, a hot drop. They want to kick this one off with some pizzazz.
Jimmy Knox
13th place with Twisted Minds in 11th. This is an important fight for them right
nice
now.
One.
Alliance going pretty big mode on it.
दोनों टीम का एक बंदा गया.
Take control of this.
Leon DZ,
Bravo. They
the legend Leon.
Already. Twisted Minds in a similar boat right now. Flax very low HP. We'll have to heal that one up, but does he have the loot to do it?
You're thrown into this fight so early, so you've had to make concessions
I would say
in
3v3.
terms of the pickups you've got available with the weaponry. Bit of a peek over the top, elevated angle, firing down with the DPS.
Legend knock हो गया भाई. Instant पेटी.
Hard commits. He's got backup from his
देखो
teammate
day
on
2
the
पे
elevate peak as well.
players are going aggressive because they need those points.
And leave Alliance
They're
in a real
desperate for
rough
points.
spot.
That's why वो लोग gunfight वगैरह ले
With
रहे.
the laser beam, the barrel like a devil from the bottom
Judo
side.
Alliance 2 मैंने अब.
Does hit nastily.
उसमें एक बंदा तो 1 HP है. He does not have heals.
Very well together here is Twisted Minds. Obscure, we talked about how this guy is the opener a lot of times.
Alliance का star player है
for the
Cluck.
team.
Cluck को clutch करना पड़ेगा.
Flax looks like he doesn't have
any kind third party from Boom.
Here comes Boom Esports from the side.
Third party from
Yumi
Boom.
finds the off angle. I'm not sure Twisted Minds know where these shots are coming from, Jackie.
Well, this is Boom.
low कर दिया.
Currently sat in 6th place on the podium, looking to move up.
Rato
If they
मैंने
can
knock कर
steal
दिया.
away points. Rato boy.
अबे उसका इंटरनेट गया.
2K. They were unaware.
Flax का इंटरनेट गया भाई. वो खड़ा हो गया एक जगह पे. देखना एक सेकंड.
Challengers have arrived in Boom from a distance.
ये देखना.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
What was he doing, bro? और TPP तो नहीं ले रहा था. He was not taking TPP. He looks disconnected.
This is all the way over towards the western side of the map here. On that northwest island, power.
Munda Gaming, thank you for the 40. History repeat Alpha 7 #1 and day 1. And then we know. Munda Gaming, bro. मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा अभी. तुम बस देखो भाई, तुम देखो ठीक है.
Boot camp, but we head down towards that southwest. More favoring, I would say, for Miracle.
History will not repeat today.
Even reject It was sort of playing the old gladiator split, and they know they're not in, so they can take a lot of space here down towards that south side on the Confluence compounds. I really like this move from Reject.
भाई खराब लग रहा है यूडू के लिए.
Boom don't like the bait. Maybe Alpha 7 do.
But
This is
Twisted
the
played really well
establishing replay, so you
in
get
this
an idea
gunfight.
of what just went down. If you missed it, it was the compound
Teamwork,
crash, of course,
aggressiveness.
where both teams on the hot drop
Solid
had to
tha.
juke it out amongst one another. Boom took shots from the distance. In the end, we say goodbye to Alliance, but Alpha 7, they've sensed the blood in the water. They might feel pretty confident on this one. Maybe
उस side
steal
Boom,
away
इस
a
side
few
Alpha 7.
elimination
कैसे
points
बचेंगे
off
Twisted
the
Minds?
back of the weakened team. Yummy from Boom jumps back in the vehicle as well, so he isn't going to be an issue here.
Ratto boy getting back up to full HP. 4 limbs still feels good though. Here's Alula HC. Your demo overseering the high ground at the moment.
Stream 2x पे करना. Bro, this is live, right? Oi, hoi, hoi, 1 second.
Towards that south side and towards the east.
और आगे है क्या stream?
Give that information back because right now the rest of the team is in camp alpha, so they don't have the greatest of info on what's going on, but he wants to allow his team as much time as possible to get looted in a pretty big POI like Camp Alpha. So I do like this from Demo, and again, this is a big mistake. A lot of people, people make it at home a lot of times.
Two invites
play that off angle
आए तो
towards
TX
the
and
eastern
Soul
side
का
of
aggression
Northwest Island. You've
देखने
got to be
मिल
really
सकता है.
safe, because
दो
your whole
invite
job
आएंगे
is
तो I
just to
think
give info
TX
back
and
not
Global
done.
Esports contenders
As
रहेंगे
soon
ना
as they
क्योंकि
lose that player,
BGI's
things
official
get
के
very awkward.
वो
Here's
लग
Alpha
गई.
7 though, and this is
दो बंदे knock भाई.
Oh, that's a huge spray as well.
They had no
Beautiful
idea.
work there. With a garden hose, unleashing bullets, spraying them down.
Alpha 7 is pushing.
But it's only obscured.
They want to get this
There's no timeline
over
where
with.
he can make a play to get
They want to
back
leave
up.
no man
so
behind.
Far fragmented and so low
आगे,
on health.
आखिरी
They
बंदा
can't
kill भी
commit
लेने.
onto that. They flushed out the entire squad. Just Obscure
Obscure
remains.
is on the run.
He's good on off angles. He's good in 1v2s
एक knock कर
normally,
दिया.
but can he go absolutely huge here? Claps down onto the
Nice trade, nice trade.
barely save his
मरते
life.
मरते बचा भाई रे
That
वो.
was cheeky.
कैरी लोग को 3 किल मिला इधर.
though, bro.
3 को इसी ने
Dear me.
मारा.
Question is whether Boom
Nice.
heard this, potentially have a look back down towards that south side.
IGL
but I think
and
Alpha 7
Assaulter.
are safe.
तो
Carrillo,
तुम लोग
though,
को
3 elims.
समझ में आ रहा है?
Picked all of them up in that
इस
engagement.
lobby में
Basically didn't need the
IGL
rest of his team
बस
to be
सिर्फ
there, but
rotations
they
नहीं
were
ऐसा
gonna
मारना
move
भी
on
आना
now as
चाहिए
the
तभी
circle
समझ रहे हो.
starts to encroach over towards
सही
them,
से खेल पाओगे.
pushing them further towards
team.
that center, down towards that southwest side. As most teams have made it in. Team Liquid even made their way across from
BM
bootcamp,
PS
across
की
the
basis
river,
पे मिल
and now on
सकता
that
है.
north side,
I
potentially
think
looking to
it
hold
would be
out power
collective.
as Reject decided
It
to
would not be
regroup
based on just one
around
tournament.
Pine Am Bridge with
It
some
would
of
be
the
a collective.
compounds that sit beneath it. I think that's a strong
2024
spot,
BGIS and
Could keep them
2024
safe.
BMPS
Could,
दोनों
they
को
could.
collectively
You hope so.
देखेंगे.
Maybe bolster their defense and set them up for a good
Is what I
swing of
feel like.
things
बाकी
in the
you never
day
know भाई.
here.
Crafton कुछ भी
The
कर
RX
सकता
on
है.
your screens now, of course, as well. Alpha 7 with those early elims, they will be pleading
अगर गलती से
themselves a little bit
BMPS
further ahead. And I suppose the big talking
दो
point
नया
there
teams
is as well,
top
right? There's a
2
timeline
आएंगे
where
तो
Obscure does put them down to a trio.
तब
Then
क्या
maybe it's
करेगा
not as
Crafton?
great of a start to the game. You're
पता
thinking,
नहीं,
all
we
right,
just
yeah,
have to
we've got a
wait,
couple elims,
wait.
but now we're in a bumpier spot for the actual chicken dinner. The fact they
But
make it
फिलहाल के लिए
out, stealing
TX
all the
and,
points,
G
getting away,
is what I think.
and still having the full squad alive is gigantic
Just based
for
on
Alpha
BGIS.
7. On the first game
Only
of the
based
day.
on
Yes,
BGIS,
yesterday was
nothing
brilliant
else.
for them, but remember, Blank, it's a new day, right? Anything
अगर
can happen,
overall so far
but that goes
BG
to show the blood still
BGMI
pumping.
history में
Decision-making is
official
looking
देखे
clean.
देखा जाएंगे तो भाई I think
aggressive map like this is where they really thrive, right? This is
Mogo.
where they find their most
Mogo
enjoyment.
has the
Getting
strongest
themselves chicken
stats.
dinner yesterday on this
so
map
that would
too.
be unfair. So 2024 का ही
Potentially
देखेंगे.
looking for a little bit more.
So they
Their
would look
rotation's
at
a bit more
both
difficult
BGIS
than some
and
other of the
BMPS is what
teams
I
here.
feel
They're
like.
right at the
तुम्हें
back
क्या
of
लगता
the
है?
queue on this
सिर्फ
southeast
BMPS
side.
देखेंगे?
They'll have to go through Boom, the Xavier, who are well renowned for their long-range engagements and some of the nade play. So pushing through them is like pushing through barbed wire. So yeah, DXAV could be a little bit of a problem in front of them, but Alpha 7
No.
might just blow it
And
to
वो तो
pieces.
just
You never
last
know how
year
they're playing.
invitational जो हुआ था India versus
Definitely
Korea
could be a
उसमें
opportunity
सिर्फ
for
BMPS
that.
का देखा ना
A bit of an
सिर्फ
established
BMPS
shot
के
here,
top 8
nice
teams को
cinematic
मिला था ना
pan
if
over
I'm
the
not wrong.
bridge, seeing where Team
Correct me
Liquid
if I'm wrong,
and
chat.
Power are. Of
Spike
course,
bro,
that
you
bridge could be
made
a bit of a
whole
talking
Indian
point later
gaming
on as
community
well with the
proud.
rotates that are coming down
It's
towards
not a
it
cap
currently.
it's not a
Alula
cup of tea
XIHC
to be
are
part of
edge
Nova.
guarding it. You've
Unbelievable,
got
but you
talent.
made it possible.
That's Amber that would be
That is the
late
result
to
of your
follow
hard work.
suit.
Love you, bye. Thank you
We
very
wrap
much,
this
Shinjan.
circle
Thank you,
over
Mr.
towards
Rodriguez.
that western side on
So, मैं
Tambang.
क्या बोल
So
रहा था?
Vampire get themselves a little bit of a
Last
lifeline,
time-
stay in the game a bit longer towards Tambang. And Nakam
Point
down
system
towards
होगा
that southern edge.
BGIS plus
Team Liquid
BMPS.
looking towards ruins
No,
right
मेरा
now.
question
I
वो
think
नहीं था.
they're
मेरा
posting
question ये
themselves
है कि
up
last
around
time
some of the
India
high ground
versus
that sits in that
Korea
area.
Invitational
You
में
might be able to guard out teams
was
like
just
IHC as they come in from
BMPS
that
top
northern
8
side.
teams, right?
Yeah, still a lot of space. This is one of the most heavily
सिर्फ
compounded
एक ही
areas
tournament का
on
देखे
the
थे.
map.
BGIS top
So
8.
for
Okay, wait,
teams,
dude.
a lot
एक
of
official का
safety
tournament
can
का
be garnered if you're on the
एक ही
outside of
tournament
the
का देख के
circle, though.
top
Those
8 को
teams that
invite किया
have
था.
posted themselves up early on, like 4 Miracle Vibes and Painan,
तो भाई कुछ
will
भी
be
हो
looking
सकता है
to
भाई.
stop a lot of these pushes
If
from
it is
coming
just
through.
based on
TJB
BMPS.
with their 9 elims so far on Sanhok.
So I don't think it would be
On the
fair for
average,
Team X-Park
very, very
and
nicely done.
Global Esports.
Good to see TJB were able to
Just my
keep their
opinion.
winning streaks up as well in terms
Last
of
time
where
India
they were playing
versus
back from
Korea
survival
Invitational,
stage here
BGIS
into playoffs yesterday.
BGIS के बाद हुआ
Currently
ना.
only a few points away from
It
potentially
happened
breaking
after
themselves
BGIS and
into
before
the top
BMPS,
3
right?
podium finish if they could maintain it, but you know how things
कब
go
हुआ था
here.
India versus
It's incredibly
Korea वाला?
competitive.
कौन सा month
Anything
में हुआ
could
था?
change. No one is safe yet. You've also got the rotate from DX.
If I'm not wrong, it
Xavier
happened
starting to make
after
their move up.
BGIS
That's
and
close
before
by
BMPS.
IWNRX. Here's a nice shot, actually. Okay, so rejecting the compound, you've got the 2-2 split, so they've got high ground, and you've got cover.
Yeah, it's a smart split as well. I do like that one because where the two
Commentators
players
की
are
voice
playing,
कम
underneath, they're
कर
playing
दो.
looking over towards the compound
कर दिया.
that sits across from them, the two buildings, which is actually much worse to play in because it's playing on lower ground. They've also got the backstops up top. It will require them to be playing a very, very smart game with the reject radio in full play so they can communicate back with one another. But we saw them do that on Miramar. Maybe they're leaning into this 2-2 strategy.
It could work well for them. You know,
Yes,
honestly.
BGIS
yesterday,
after
if that's a
before
trend that can
BMPS.
continue,
So
it
that's
looks
why they
really
took
good.
only
The
BGIS,
decision-making and
guys.
The way they were prioritizing
If it
fights
happened
and
before
stealing
BMPS,
elims.
obviously
They weren't
एक ही
overcommitting.
official tournament
Little
हुआ.
bit of pot shots
इस year
going
में
out
तो
here and there.
उसी
Those
के
few
basis में
squads
top 8
taking
teams
some
को दिया
jabs
गया
at one
था.
another and looking
तो
to
अगर
establish
BMPS के
some
बाद
initial
होगा
chip
इस बार,
damage.
तो I think
Tiamba's
BGIS
POV
and
on our
BMPS
screens.
दोनों
They
का
are going for the
collectively
pick-me-up
देख के
play. They should
invite
be okay off the back of the
देंगे.
angles they're currently rocking. It seems like they have got a read at least on
It's
Misery's
gonna be-
angle. Now he's up top for now, but that zone
It's
is
gonna
going
be
to
interesting.
start moving him forward. At some point, they got to start repositioning here.
Yeah, they got to migrate because they are.
If Team
very
X-Park and
far
Global
out the
Esports,
zone. I mean, if we
they
just
make it
take
to
a quick
finals
stock
again
of
in
where they are,
BMPS,
they're on the northwest
they're
bridge,
almost
outside of Hat
they're almost
10.
there.
They'll start
Not
to
just
rotate
almost,
either through
99% हो
Paradise
गया
Resort
उनका.
or down towards Camp Alpha. So
ये
it's a
invitation
long,
series
long
में.
journey ahead of the guys on Tiamba and Talon.
Same goes for
This
Ico
fight
Soul as
is
well.
Not good for either party.
We all know
And
all
even if
three
either
teams are
team
making to
tries leave,
BMPS
there are
finals.
likely going to be some shots been taken back at one
काफी
another.
तगड़ा form में हो.
Difficult push, basically, Jackie. Very difficult push to make. So I think this is likely going to end in tears at some point.
Yeah, it feels
भाई
like it's
Tianba
gonna go
का
that way, right?
पूरा
It's
gatekeep
an
हो गया इधर.
argument that both of you want to get out of, but no one is going to just accept defeat on it. Bit of a move on the car, see if you can do a little bit of
Scouting
scouting
channel,
and
scouting.
potentially find where they've gotten to. In reality, I mean, you've got to focus at some point, like we say, on just bailing out on this one and going for the complete draw back further down towards the
BGIS
actual zone
and
itself
BGIS
as
and
well. You've got
BMPS
a little
के
bit of a
winner
move in now
can
from
get
Alula
slot. Bro,
IHC, who are starting to
they
cross
deserve,
that
bro.
bridge. Big talking point there.
Can
is
get
potentially
नहीं.
if
अरे
Liquid
शान
can hold
knock.
them back.
TJB का भी दो बंदे
On
गए
their
उधर.
rotate, they spot
भाई
out
boom
TJB,
esports.
and TJB are getting
भाई
kind of
circle
bullied,
देखो.
actually.
Yeah, I mean, they were on the north side of them as well. They were further
Only
towards
50% of the
circle, and
circle is in
Boom
the-
just backstabbed
on
them
the land.
beautifully. And I think that
बाकी
does come off the
50%
fact that
पानी
they
में.
were also pressured by DRX who are over towards that eastern
Tianba का
side.
शान का पेटी बन
But
गया.
this is the first time in a while
TJB का दो बंदे गए.
just consistently move out into the water.
और एक भी
What
गया.
didn't seem like that much of a horrible spot to
GK
begin with. It's a
1
difficult
ST.
game to play in.
आखिरी बंदा है TJB का.
just grinning basically in Tambang right now.
Yeah, just waiting it out. Happy for everyone else to duke it out amongst themselves. Hyunbin saw the opportunity there on TJB. So Tongji Bao down another man as they lose out on Flower.
Alpha 7
Out with
धूम
the
मचा
duel
रहा है
they
भाई,
had left,
धूम
and
मचा
He's
रहा है.
actually been really good in
Spyback
these late game scenarios.
किसके
So it's
लिए
rough that
invite
he's now
किस
thrown
चीज
to the
का बारे
wayside.
में बात
This
कर
is
रहे
the
हो?
elongated fight that's been
Oi.
going on for so damn long between
Trade
Tiamba
लिया.
and Talon. Equal trade towards either side. It's what we were
Yeah.
talking about. No
QZ.
one's coming away the victor on this one.
मैं
Both
हम
teams
बात
can
कर रहे
realise
थे
that this is sort of like a 3
Invite.
or 4 elimination count for both.
इनवाइट के बारे
and then
में.
they're just
दो
gonna go
इनवाइट्स के
down.
बाद
I mean, we're
बातें
heading
चल रहे
into
थे.
stage
एक
4.
PMGC का
It's gonna
अगर
be
होगा तो
impossible. I
किसको
don't
मिलेगा?
see that
दो
many vehicles, and any
दो
vehicles
slot है
that
तो
did
कितने?
exist,
I mean दो
more
slot है
than
तो
likely have
कौन
their
से टीम को
tyres
मिलेगा?
just filled with
Invite.
holes and
And at the same
bullets.
time, we were also talking about
Likely won't be going
India
anywhere
versus
unless they will be
Mongolia
limping
slash
on into the
Nepal
circle.
CS से
So
जो
I
भी
think
है,
this fight
उस
is done,
invitational में
and it's sort of irrelevant to
कितने
the
teams
rest
को
of the
मिलेंगे
game
India
at
से
this
invite
point in
and
time,
कौन से
but maybe
teams
not for the
जाएंगे?
leaderboards, because
तो ये
both these
collectively
teams
बातें चल
will
रहे
be
थे, बस
tumbling
और कुछ
down a
नहीं.
bit. And for Talon, who was in 5th place, it's not really the greatest of starts to your day. In the meantime, though, I like how Alula IHC actually moved through from Camp Alpha. We talked earlier about some of that scouting we saw from Demo. They moved onto the lower ground, which kind of cuts off a lot of those sight lines as you push through, and they avoided ruins entirely, and now have managed to pick themselves up some of this coastal side compounds. Really, really nice moves.
कल का सैनोक मैच अल्फा 7 ने निकाला था ना?
I think that's the main thing to look at here.
क्या आज भी निकाल पाएगा?
It's interesting as well, isn't it?
Getting a good,
Then you've got
getting a bit greedy here, but
not
yeah.
just in general. But I
Greedy
mean,
होना
like, in
जरूरी
terms
है
of the
जीतने के
standings,
लिए.
right? With the way this one's opened up, you've actually created an awful lot of space. We've got like a huge parting here from fourth. Well, of course, you factor into Amber as well. Now,
Talent खत्म.
You open up
Tata.
an opportunity.
Bye bye.
Maybe a Team Liquid, maybe a Boom to
Yeah.
leapfrog up massively, especially with TJB down to that solo from the awkward encounters they had. Yeah, there's a lot of potential points that have now revealed
4MB will
themselves
finish
to
in
some
top
of
5
our
today.
teams that
Mark
were in
my
the
words.
middle of the
Okay,
pack.
bro.
You've got
I
that
hope
opportunity
your
to
words
rise up,
become true.
potentially with a new zone, be given a golden opportunity.
Yeah, I think the Team Liquid, they made a really nice rotate from boot camp, honestly,
Zone.
straight through, avoided a lot of the
पूरा
fights.
पानी
And
के साइड
the
मत
big
जाना.
thing is that they managed to maintain 4 players. for the
Yeah.
first time
हाय
in a while.
हाय हाय.
What is this circle
Bro.
doing? It's just
बहुत
going
कम
up the
circle है
water
land में.
consistently. It's about 50% of the circle in water right now. These players might
बहुत
start
chaos
to
होने वाला है,
jump in
guys.
themselves and just try and swim this game out as more and more
Reverse zone
teams
से
are
गया.
being taken down to the play zone. This southeast side is so clumped up. There needs to be some de-weeding going on from some of these
Apex
teams that
knock.
are in the circle towards a lot of the squads
Apex
that
finish.
are attempting to grow forward into the position that they'd like further towards the north. Difficult maneuvers.
I don't like
required
this
now.
circle, guys. I don't like this
Circle got
circle.
excited seeing the Ocean Odyssey gameplay
जब इतना
yesterday.
इतना
mate.
कम
Water?
Yeah, it
space
was
होता है ना
the
खेलने के
water.
लिए.
No Krakens
Weird,
here, though,
weird
no
things
Poseidon
happen.
to bail you out, so that
Like
trident isn't going to be
third
helping
party,
you. It's
fourth
all about
party,
the
fifth
raw
party, sixth
gameplay.
party,
For
एक
Lyrics
साथ हो
and
जाएगा.
Vibes going down as well to
It
their
becomes-
direct
it
competitors
becomes
in
random.
IWNRX, so they start to move on up. They'll be happy
Skills
with
से
the
ज़्यादा
3
luck का
points off
factor.
the back of that. Now, when DXavier were also making their
जाएगा.
move into the zone, they took heavy damage from Alpha 7. It might not be elims, but they softened them up so much that the play zone is ruined.
And the zone has
Yeah,
begun.
Xavier played
Wow.
a weird game where they were desperate to try and hold out teams as much as possible, and I think they forgot about the fact that the circle was looking
Alpha 7
nastier
का
and
तो zone
nastier by
है.
the second. They actually had a decent opportunity to
But
move in,
Xavier
but they'd rather look
cannot
towards
make it.
some of these rotations as they came through. Alpha 7, on the other hand, even though they're an aggressive team, I think that they had way more stock placed on where the circle was. They knew they just had to belt their way into the circle. That's exactly what they do. They've got some front members towards the Boom team here, the McGrellin, as well as
Who do you
Revo.
think is going to win
Revo
this
being
match?
a very, very good close
बताओ
quarters
comments में.
player. So he's the guy you want up in front. But this is going to be a slightly difficult rotation. Look at that circle. It's actually grim, dude.
Yeah, it's really not comfortable. Considering the amount of players.
IHC को zone मिल गया, Alpha 7 को zone मिल गया, Vampire को zone मिल गया, DRX को zone मिल गया, NRX के DRX के पास ही है NRX भी.
They've had a pretty good setup.
Xavier Esports की L लग गई.
And with the zone ushering everyone else in from high, they're just taking pot shots.
बाकी और
So
कौन
they
बचा है?
understand exactly
Tianba,
where
where is
the
Tianba?
IHC are coming from.
Yeah.
You've got
The
that
chat
covered.
says
And now GK
Vampire,
first,
Alpha
actually,
7,
he's kind of making
4MB.
a bit of a smooth move around the back line just to
Team
keep his head
Liquid.
down. He's just thinking about, like, 20
IHC,
minutes from now,
ठीक
maybe
है,
something
देखते हैं.
like that. Then I'll have an opportunity to pop up.
Power के दो
Everyone
बंदे
else is
knock.
battling amongst themselves. Team Liquid, with all 4 alive, do start to throw themselves into the fight. IWNRX
Zone.
watching the move up from the zone as well. They've got vehicles that are
ओए.
okay for now. Clap back
Zone
from
पूरा
power.
ऊपर गया.
That's actually going to be a bit of damage done to Team Liquid here. So
Alpha
it's getting
7 को लड़ना
interesting
पड़ेगा
that
next circle में enter
Luckily,
करने के
powers
लिए.
get taken out for Team Liquid.
Power Esports बाहर.
From IWNRX.
NRX,
who are
6
slowly
finishes, 4
making
man
their way
strong.
Through this circle, I mean 6 limbs. But you're right, Vampire has literally
A very
the
good start.
banging spot.
Sara
of
ने
the
Mafioso
circle.
को knock किया.
And they didn't really have to do too much. They sort of just wanted to keep themselves out the way. The circle
Nice
said,
knock
no,
by
no.
Nuzi.
You're winning this game, by the
Yeah,
way.
this is for you.
Yeah, this is for you. Stay there. Stay healthy. IWNRX take themselves a knock. And you're right, GK first could get him a really, really good game, purely off the back that so many teams haven't made this.
The zone is
play
about
early.
to start.
TJB instantly was just switching
in 5
into
seconds.
punt mode. How many can we get from placements? And with the amount of teams that are going to fight on this eastern side, it's likely
I am a bit
he's getting
worried
a top 5.
for Alpha
He
7.
could actually make a bit of a smooth move later on. Steal away some points from it. We'll see how that unfolds.
लग गई भाई,
Good
Alpha 7
time,
बाहर.
though. Alpha 7. They were
मैंने
going
बोला
from
था.
strength to strength on this
I was
one,
worried
but
बोल
they've
के.
been hit with the
क्योंकि यार लेफ्ट
detonation
में
as
बूम
Alpha
बैठी है,
7
राइट
are
में
gone.
DRX बैठी है. आगे और एक टीममेट ये कहाँ जाएंगे Alpha 7? They played a gamble and they lost.
And talk about a throwaway game for them. I mean, they had the good chance to try and take
भाई
out
सर्कल
Boom
बहुत
Esports. Surely
बीटी वाला
they
सर्कल
knew
बे.
the positions they were in. They're not a bad team at scouting.
There is nothing
The fact
they could
that
have
they
done.
were actually going for the crash onto Vampire
DRS के दो
spot,
बंदे गए.
there's still so many angles at this stage of the
DRS
game.
का बढ़िया गेम जा रहा है
I
बे.
don't know, man. I think you just take
9
the straight
finishes.
fight with Boom.
And this is really rough to watch for DRX as well. You're thinking, okay, I mean, Alpha 7 just detonate out of nowhere. Maybe we've actually got a chance to kind of build
DRX
ourselves
also.
away into the game now. No, you get hit with a barrage of bullets again
Boom
and
Esports,
again and again.
8 finishes,
The
3 man
entire
strong.
team is torn down. So our number 1 and number 2 squad
Reject
currently
and
on the
Boom
rankings are gone.
climb करेंगे
during
इस match
game
से.
1.
Same goes for
This
NRX
is a
as well.
perfect opportunity for Reject now in third place. 4 players alive in a fairly decent compound on the eastern side to get even more
A choker
points
is
on the
always a
game.
choker.
This was the best opportunity for them, carrying the momentum over from
It's
yesterday
better not to
on that
argue with
last
you, bro.
Miramar.
It's better
this
not.
is awesome for them. Unfortunately, just a tiny corner of their compound now remains in the circle, and Vampire once again gets hit with the lucky stick, and will continue in this game here.
GK First still down by the coastal line, just behind Boom. He really is just trying to avoid any kind of sight. Doesn't want to be detected at any point throughout this.
20 seconds में zone close होगा.
If you look at the way we're setting this up with the map screen,
सारे
Reject,
teams
yes, they're going to have to
4
move
man दिख रहे
forward
हैं
a
मेरे
little
को.
bit, meaning
Except
some of these
for one
players
that
are
is
gonna expose
TJB.
themselves. That's IWNRX's opportunity to rain down from the back, and Boom will
Gonna
spot
be
you.
very interesting,
This
guys.
is where Reject really needs to display a little bit of dominance now, Jackie, because for Reject, they played that Miramar game really well, but this is a big test for them. IWNRX is not a pushover team, but they need to nade them out. They need to take shots. If they clear them from this eastern side,
NRX slams on Reject Tokyo.
Here we go.
एक बंदा knock.
Nice.
दो बंदे knock.
OCO
Grenade cook करके कितना ready था बे, Reject Tokyo.
Shuts down the crash in
Reggie का पेटी बन गया.
Uh-oh, it goes from bad to worse. IWNRX, they thought they were
NRX का
given
एक
a
ही बंदा
golden
बचा है,
goose egg.
वो
We
भी
could
गया.
swoop
NRX
in
is
and
out
attack
at
Reject,
#7.
but they took the lights out, turned the lights off, and removed everything there. Reject withstand their first test, but there is a clash. Boom with the
मेरे को ये बता, अब NRX ने choke किया, ये तो odds were not in their favor. बताओ, I really want to know what chat thinks. इधर NRX hug दिया, yeah, the odds were not in their favor.
At this point, 6 teams remaining, and I think Reggie as well as Reject would love to get themselves into a top 5 here. A dangerous push out into the open to get into the shack. Pombits 8 grenades in the pocket. A disgusting amount of ordnance to send over towards Reject side. The first
Odds were not, जो भी odds were not कर रहे,
They enjoyed that
उनको
one in the
game
crowd.
समझ में
You
आता
could
है.
hear the cheers.
जो hug दिया बोलेगा,
Nades.
उनको game
He's got
समझ में
back
ना
up
आके
as well.
hug
And
दिया लेकिन.
Reject. Their supremacy rejected on this one as Boom bring the
So the exact
Nitro
same thing
down.
happened with
And
Alpha
this is
7
now
also.
really setting up Boom for potential.
odds were not in their
huge game
favor.
off the back of
They
this,
took a
man.
chance.
It feels like they're
That's
in a
how
pretty
this
good
game
spot
works.
Here. Vampire, maybe they're not as hot as we're thinking. They've had good zone, they've had good positioning, but that's going to change a little bit now.
अरे
And
Boom
are
क्या
they
फिर
ready when it
वापस
comes to the
30 pointer
gunfight?
निकालने वाला है क्या Boom?
Certainly is. We know he can slay. He's got
IHC
backup,
बाहर.
and they remove Alula XIHC.
Fortunately for Alula HC, they just had the right approach to the game, but it was just going away from them so much.
Yummy
And
पागल
that
रहता है
low
कभी-कभी.
ground that was supporting
Crazy
them
मार
so
देता
much
है.
in the early game
6 solo
gives
finishes
them
for
that
Yummy
time to get in,
and
actually
12
becomes
finishes
the
for
death
Boom.
sentence.
You talk about low ground. Look who's just down there, still alive.
Yeah.
Still
I'm really
kicking.
surprised
The last man
with
to
this
Tom
survival
Giabao.
of
We said it
TJB.
so long ago.
Top
Like,
3 में
his
आ गया
own
भाई.
mindset was,
Starting
I'm
मर
just
गए थे
gonna
2 बंदे
avoid
इनका.
all of this.
Starting.
He could stay in
Very
the
good survival
circle.
from
Yeah, he's living
TJB.
his movie.
He could literally, this could be a second place for Tong Jiabao in 5th right now, looking to jump up. Those 6 points will be gorgeous.
Vampire,
for him.
Boom.
They go
दोनों
to
में कौन निकालेगा
Tony
अच्छी
K,
container?
who has been consistently the best player on Vampires at the moment, but it's Boom with a 12 elim game so far, looking to shoot up the rankings, up to 4th place.
Good
right
retreat
now.
by, good retreat.
All of Tong Jiabao.
Nice knock by Schwabs.
That this fight between both teams turns into a bit of a messy battle. It's clean on the engagement at least. Vampires, they get stuck in. The teeth are chomping down, and it's
Gimme को एक knock
explosive with the
निकालना
nades
पड़ेगा.
onto Boom. Reply back from the side. That one goes in. You can see the position of GK first.
Nice knock, Tony.
Oh, the timing on it is brutal for him. He's thrown to the wayside by the play zone, and now it turns into the meat and potatoes action then. What can we do here, Vampires?
Nosy
Can we
knock.
win out on this one? Show that championship mentality. As
Gimme ने
Boom
knock
bringing
किया.
the damage to you. The DBS unloads on the first.
Oh, nice one, Stone.
From Yummy, but that one ain't delicious.
निकाल दी क्या?
There is the final move.
Boom ने निकाल दी.
Shut it down in the end.
कितने किल हो गया उनका? 22 points निकाले वो.
The test of vampires.
नहीं.
Explosion onto the leaderboard as well.
They already had 12 finishes. End में vampire के 4 निकाले. That means 16 finishes winner chicken dinner. 16 finishes winner chicken dinner. That means 26 points. मिला है Boom Esports को.
The DBS from the grass, they had no idea, and a gift.
Boom is built different, guys.
Gets rejected.
Boom is built freaking different.
They had the placement. But when it came to the
Excellent comeback from them.
Looked red hot, and I think
शुरुआत ही खतरनाक कर दी है. Boom is back in business.
Smart engagements, but they looked on point.
Well played.
First real test
Well played, guys.
With Alula XIHC was against Boom in the final
एक
fight.
heavy game निकाल लेते हैं ये. एक heavy game निकाल के दिल में back हमेशा.
7 game as well.
Oh yeah.
Right. I think that the Boom 4v4 on Alpha 7
ये भी जीत सकता है टूर्नामेंट बता रहा हूँ मैं.
and it would have been
ये इसी टीम में है.
if they'd won that fight.
अचानक से एक ही मैच में 2-3 मैचेस का पॉइंट निकाल लेते वो.
Fight Boom instead. Potentially Alpha 7 taking that game. They send themselves further towards
Vampire ने अच्छा कोशिश किया but
an interesting game. I really
aggression
feel like a
work
throwaway
नहीं किया
from
उनका.
Alpha 7, and I hope that doesn't affect their mental game because this is the type of game that would get in their head.
Very good start.
7.
Yeah,
of the
that
day.
is a game that you're going to want to forget.
ऊपर वाले टीम्स ऊपर नहीं गए, नीचे वाले टीम्स ऊपर आए. अब कंपटीशन बढ़ेगा, मजा आएगा.
Luckily enough, it is
Vampire Esports choke. They did not choke, brother.
Yeah, there is still a lot more to go through today.
हर fight choke ही नहीं होता.
Who really knows?
Boom played better. ये बोल सकता है.
But that's not
You
the
can
way
say
it
Boom
occurred.
played better
Although, I
instead
will
of
say,
saying
to kick off the day,
Vampire has choked.
Pretty good pace on
There's a
this one.
difference.
Some cool fights, some interesting plays.
Boom played better here.
As well. The difference
Trade game
is
सही
a little
खेले.
bit more stock on that zone, mate.
Yeah, it was
जो
a tough one
Stone
where they just
जो
sat
1v1 था
back and
against
two of the
Yummy,
players
उसने
went
सही निकाला.
down. It was just really horrid.
But overall,
However, the games for the rest of the day,
overall fight में Boom
awesome,
better खेला,
I
इसलिए
imagine,
Boom
for you
जीता.
guys watching
Simple
at
सी
home.
बात.
So make sure to continue tuning in, and we'll be back after a short break.
4,000 of years.
Good start, भाई. Good start. इंडिया को मिलेगा क्या स्पेशल इनवाइट? आई डोंट नो ब्रदर. आई होप मिले. Yesterday I met Vampire Esports players at LAN. Oh, nice. Shayan, who did you meet? Spike भाई, क्या इंडियन प्लेयर प्राइस पूल को फॉरेन में ही रख सकते हैं या उन्हें इंडिया ही लाना पड़ेगा प्राइस मनी? क्योंकि इंडिया में तो 50% टैक्स ही काटता है. If you are an Indian, then ultimately the prize money will be coming into your Indian account only, right? Bro, you have to pay the tax, bro. You have to pay the tax. You can't do anything shady to avoid the tax. Spike by, you are an inspiration. Whenever I feel down, I watch your videos. Thank you so much for everything. I started playing the game after taking your inspiration. Thank you for making me introduced to GTA. Shenmukha bro, you are welcome bro. You are welcome. अच्छे से खेलना. बिना cheats डालना. बिना cheats खेलना, ठीक है? बिना cheats खेलना. He completely lured me into that message. कोई बोल सकता है ये वर्ल्ड कप का सिस्टम कैसा है? मतलब गेम्स तो बहुत सारे हैं, टोटल प्राइस पूल और ट्रॉफी किसको मिलेगा? तो टोटल प्राइस पूल $3 मिलियन है प्राइस पूल, एंड ट्रॉफी उनको मिलेगा जो टॉप पे रहेगा आफ्टर 18 मैचेस. टोटल ग्रैंड फाइनल्स 3 दिन का होगा, ईच डे 6 मैचेस होंगे. तो टोटल 18 मैचेस खत्म होने के बाद जो टॉप पे रहेंगे उनको मिलेगा ट्रॉफी, एंड द प्राइस पूल इज $3 मिलियन. $3 मिलियन कंप्लीट टूर्नामेंट का. जस्ट ये 3 दिन का तो 1.5 मिलियन है. बूम #2. या ब्रो, या insane jump by Boom. It's gonna be very interesting now कि बहुत क्लोज है नंबर्स. Alpha 7, Boom, DRX एंड रिजेक्ट टोक्यो का ठीक मैच गया था, उतना भी बुरा नहीं गया. तो वन बैड मैच एंड दे विल बी डाउन, एंड वन गुड मैच फॉर द बॉटम टीम्स, दे विल बी अप. दिस इज हाउ वर्ल्ड कप शुड बी यार. इतना क्लोज, इतना इंटेंस होना चाहिए, तभी तो मजा आएगा व्यूअर्स को. All the teams should be sweating till the very last match. That's when it would be fun. बूम फाड़ेगा. कल तो कोई नहीं बोल रहा था, मैच स्टार्ट होने से पहले तो कोई नहीं बोल रहा था. जैसे भी चिकन निकालते फिर सब शुरू हो जाते हैं.
I wish he wasn't doing a segment right now, or I'd want him to come over here.
Alpha 7 is most experienced team in the lobby. They have high chance of winning the tourney. They also have good synergy among themselves. Every single team in this lobby has good synergy. Synergy का कोई issue ही नहीं है. Just strategy, timing और gun power. उन्हीं से फर्क पड़ेगा. टाइमिंग, रोटेशंस का, जगह लेने का, कब पुश करना है, कब पुश नहीं करना है, वो डिसीजन मेकिंग से ही उसी का खेले ब्रो, उसी का खेले. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You have to be very strong, mentally strong. समझ रहे हो? Special invitation to Team Soul. YT Sasuke भाई किसने बताया ब्रो आपको? VPE is Mongolian team. No, VPE is Thailand team. फोर MV का कमबैक ब्रो इस मैच में तो देखने को नहीं मिला. They hardly got any point in this match. कितने पॉइंट्स मिला मैम? 4MV को किल मिला क्या? 4MV को 0 पॉइंट्स मिला गाइस. #16. The level of competition. The level of competition in this lobby. दिख रहा है तुम लोग को? Wow. Unbelievable.
A couple of teams here for you guys to discuss. Talon and Tiamba towards the north. There's really no win in that situation.
स्पाइक भाई आपकी BGMI आईडी हैक हो गई थी क्या? आ गई, वापस आ गया. हैक हुआ था, वापस आ गया. NRX also played well. They played really well, bro. They will be finishing in top 5 for sure. मेरा मानना है कि they are a very strong team. बस स्टार्टिंग स्टेज में वो लोग अच्छा से नहीं खेले, बट सर्वाइवल स्टेज से वो लोग फाड़ रहे. दे आर प्लेइंग वेरी कंसिस्टेंट. टॉप 5 टीम NRX.
I don't understand.
I kind of agree. Like we were talking about it, and Kalaris mentioned earlier. I think that for a team like maybe Tiamba, Sanhok is a bit of a non-game. Like they're more focused on your angles and mirror.
Now the question remains. I think Boom है ना बहुत प्रिपेयर होके आया है. I think Boom है ना बूम बाम करेगा आज.
You're just focused on your angles. You're focused on your mirror Mars because you just don't really expect to get any of the points on these Sanhok games.
Sure. Especially with how aggressively the circle ends up shifting as well, right?
एक नंबर को टीम को कितना प्राइस पूल मिलेगा? I think 400K. 400K मिलेगा जो #1 आएगा इस ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में. आप सर्च कर सकते हो, गूगल कर सकते हो. करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग. आई थिंक 400K #1 टीम को.
How dynamic you can be as a team, how reactionary you can be in the moment, and for some of these teams, they kind of floundered on it. It's very difficult.
ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है क्या? यस ब्रो, दिस इज ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. Which Indian team according Spike will be a competition international lobby? Competition bro, I don't think there is any Indian team जो इस competition इस teams को competition दे सकता है. But the best contender that I know of for our country would be IQ Soul bro. बस मेरा ओपिनियन है, ठीक है? मेरे को कोट मत करना इस चीज में. It's just my opinion.
Still at the end of the day, because Alpha 7 didn't score too many points, that goalpost, it's moved by.
ओशन शर्मा स्टोरी डाला है PMGC में 5 स्लॉट. इंडिया को उसने बस ऐसे डाल दिया होगा. स्पाइक भाई सैलरी कितना है? 150 रुपए. 40K रुपीस या डॉलर? विशु व्लॉग्स ब्रो 40K नहीं 400K. 400K dollars.
I understand it. Like,
40 के रुपीस होता है क्या ब्रो इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट में? क्या बात कर रहे हो यार?
Circle center spot. But yeah, it was.
They were in 16th position, right? Like, sorry, this is not going to cut it. If you're going to get to the late game, you're aiming for chicken dinner. Maybe you don't get the win, you get a second.
$400, 3 crores, 34 lakhs, 87,000 in Indian rupees. Yes. वो सिर्फ ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का. इससे पहले वाला 2 राउंड्स का 1.5 मिलियन था कलेक्टिवली.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
1.2 मिलियन था प्राइस पूल. फिर उसके बाद सर्वाइवल स्टेज का 372 के ऐसा कुछ था प्राइस पूल. अब ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का फिर 1.5 कलेक्टिवली कंबाइनली. So far it's a $3 million prize pool event. Huge yaar, it's huge.
For me, it's a little bit scary going into the main tournament. You need to adapt to your competition, especially when the meta from the group stage, as we said, is like a little bit slower, changed significantly heading into the main tournament. It seems a lot faster. Everyone is playing central, sweeping edge playstyle is not working anymore. So you need to adapt. And for me, that kind of scared me when Sir Tani told me that. So I don't think we're going to see that change at all.
150 के मंथली. अरे ब्रो में it was a joke. 150 रुपए वाला जोक पता नहीं है क्या तुम लोग को?
I wish I knew, but unfortunately, I don't think that is something that is going to make you a champion in this. In an invitational, maybe it works. Not in a qualification-based tournament, it is going to be so much tougher to make it happen.
It's tough because I'm conflicted, right? Because if you compare it to previous mid-seasons,
Spike by today is my friend Isaac Cox's birthday. Shout out to him, please. Isaac, a very happy birthday to you, brother. Hope all your dreams come true.
All of them. The fact that there's 3 acronyms in this PMRC that they played does not help my case. Anyway, the problem is that even there, they came second.
आ सकता है special invitation सोल को.
Was able to dominate that PMRC.
ब्रो बता रहा हूँ ना, मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता किसको मिले, बस मिल जाए इंडिया को. बड़ी बात है. Boom #3. Bro 65, 64, 64. ये क्या है? And the highest eliminations. Boom Esports has the highest eliminations. 42.
And TJB as well hold on to 5th place here, considering GK first just staying alive and getting the 3rd place.
The competition
Boom pulled a reject right now in this game.
is about to be very intense between Alpha 7, DRX and Boom Esports.
They had some good elims. They had some good elims. Like it's not the
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन
If
बैठने
one
का
team
तरीका
is
अभी बड़ा
banned,
कैजुअल है.
then one can't get visa for that.
a little bit more scared in these games.
Different lobby.
It
Let's
is a
be
different
honest,
lobby for
yeah.
Munda Gaming, yes bro.
not willing to go for those big sweeping plays.
You have a valid point.
Would suit this lobby at all, but
That is why Indian team is not getting invited.
that previous stage.
Exemplified by the placement points they've got so far.
But देखते.
Like they are not getting to the late games to be able to start asserting control.
कुछ ना कुछ
things like
वे
that.
में
I do
वो
think that
incorporate करने की
NRX
कोशिश करेंगे.
problem is it might be a
वो
little
कैसे
bit
करेंगे
to
वो
do with
देखना
map
पड़ेगा.
order. I think actually they're able to really flex out on Miramar, but it comes at the end of a day when maybe you've not quite got that like boost
Hurts your
for
morale,
yourself.
yeah.
So if it was all reversed, maybe it would be entirely different because there is so much mental game going on in PUBG
Yeah, I mean,
Mobile.
you talked about it, I think, a few days ago, right? It's like when you get eliminated early on in the match, you're just here thinking to
Just
yourself, like,
sat there.
we're having a bad time, what are we going to do to repeat?
Yeah.
And you just get in your own head, and at this stage, that can really impact your performance on the global
For sure.
stage.
I mean, while they're sitting there out, they can maybe look at the skins they're using in game and be like, that PMWC Violet
That makes me
set
feel
looks
better.
pretty good. Maybe I should pick one up because it also has an S12K skin and you guys at home can pick it up. And it also incorporates aspects of that PMWC trophy based off the design by I.
बकरीन इंटरनेशनल. अरे बस वही रह गया.
It also looks really cool. We got to see one of our performers yesterday wear it. Well, speaking of performers, time to head back to our casters to kick off our back-to-back Aaron Gills. Take it away.
Spike bro, आप कॉम्पी में कब कमबैक करोगे? I don't want to say this, but BMPS में शायद मैं दिख सकता हूँ. बस बता रहा हूँ.
And the rest of the power squad, but at the minute, the real power rankings blank for me. They get me excited.
I might not be in playing 4 because थोड़ा मैं busy रहूँगा ना अभी because I'm doing lot of things at the same time. But I'll be registered through a team. जो team जो मेरा team होने वाला है very soon. Announcement next month 1st को होगा. So that team will be in the BMPS. To wait for the announcement.
Which is the phone to be playing on. You can now play the rest over here in the circus with us, Mr. Blank and Jackie.
We're like a comedy mime duo act.
That's right.
When we commentate, we're doing a lot of miming.
Alok and Atis जो आपके टीम में थे वो कहाँ गए? Alok मैं उसने बताया है मुझे नहीं बताने का ऑडियंस को बोल के, but he's not in India. Alok is not in India. वो अपना करियर परस्यू कर रहा है.
And look at the statistics.
Baki Brar is still streaming, I think.
Yummy having a hell
Bro, increase sound. 1 second, increase kar raha hu.
Really, boom, showing they could actually push themselves into a fantastic finish if this
Goblin
is the
or
way they're
Jonathan.
playing.
Both,
from the
bro.
rest
Why
of the
not?
games
Why
we've
not
got
both?
playing, we're in for some explosivity all damn day.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were saying, I was saying it even yesterday, Yummy is a big player here in the PMWC, right? He's very good at the game and also seems to operate extremely well under pressure, making plays that I don't think
Whoever goes
a lot of teams would
international,
expect. I mean,
just want to see an India
waiting
team
in the grass
competing.
in the middle of
At
the
least
open,
they will get experience and
Vampire
it will
Esports
increase
to
the chances of
basically
getting
step on him
more slot
before
further.
he sent in with the DPS.
Absolutely.
That's something that I don't think a lot of teams were watching out for here. It is reject.
BMPS trailer आ गए क्या? देखते हैं इस मैच के बाद देखते हैं. भाई Twisted Minds क्या आज सिर्फ गन फाइट ही करना है क्या इनको? Reject Tokyo से gun fight.
It was a bit of an awkward playing path up from that north side down towards the Povka.
And for Reject, they're not in the worst place. They had a great finish to yesterday, weren't able to capitalize on the potential that we saw in game one. You don't want to suffer too many losses up against Twisted Minds early here. So they are playing cautious at least, trying to share the limited loot that is available between the two.
I think Reject understands that they play their best games towards the end of the map, right? Where they can play as 4, they play off the back of one another, and they're able to get some good shots in. So I think for Reject, taking an early fight like this is not super comfortable and not one that they're often going for.
You know, this is giving me that OR vibes.
Teams ran at them, they got scared.
OR का drop हुआ करता था Water City.
They really did.
Yeah, and then they just fell over. So I think for Reject, this is not where they're at their most comfortable, though I think that a little bit of that confidence coming back through from being right now in 4th place, 55 points. They are currently 9 points behind 2nd place, which is a mediocre game, let's be honest.
And hey,
भाई सेटअप अच्छा करो अब तो आप एनवी में एम्बेसडर हो. No bro, I'm happy with my setup. I don't have any complaints with my
All
setup.
it took was one rough rotate and they were blown out of the runnings there.
Yeah.
You are in a good spot.
I need to upgrade my camera probably. वो मैं करूँगा.
So obviously DRX and Boom nipping at your heels.
But I think I'm happy with my setup. There are no complaints. I need to upgrade my content, bro.
There's a lot of
मेरे
room
को
for these
content
teams to
upgrade
move up.
करना है.
Gets a
Quality
bit
बढ़ानी है
scary.
content में.
The real struggle bus
बाकी
is down towards
setup
the bottom end
change,
of our leaderboard.
I don't believe in
Some of
that
these
much.
teams,
कि भाई setup
like
change करो,
Alliance,
ये
that
करो,
had
वो
a
करो.
monstrous performance.
If it is necessary, I will do.
Tournament.
But
They've
समझ
lost
रहे हो,
that
there are
hook.
so many
They've
other
lost
things
that steam.
where
They
I
wanna
need to be
climb back.
focusing
It
on.
has to start now. You might leave yourself on a sinking ship. Divine though, let's tune in on his POV.
Obscure क्या हो गया? गिर के knock हुआ?
He slips
कहाँ
off
से?
the top rope. Man's lost his footing and lost his legs. This makes it more awkward because he's so far back. He's a bit of an off-angler. So there's no one nearby to support him. Divine starts to creep on in through the door as well. Clearing the angles in 3rd person. Reject might have been given an opportunity here. 4 versus 3 versus Twisted.
देखो Reject भी उतना दूर नहीं है.
As well from Divine,
They are just 10
honestly.
points behind.
I mean, the moving out from
10
that
points is
building, a lot
nothing.
of players would have just completely committed to that position for
एक
way
अच्छा match
too long.
आ
Instead,
जाएगी वो
Divine's
भी.
like, look, I don't need to stay here. My teammates don't have the best angles for me, so I'm just going to slip out as they come up the stairs. And now he's in not a horrible
कल
spot.
ये time तक
2
अपने को
shots
idea आ
to work
जाएगा.
with, but no vest,
कौन-
no helmet.
कौन
He
उठाने
is
वाला है trophy?
incredibly weak
Sorry,
when it
not
comes
ये
to
time तक और
shots coming over towards him. Obscure, no
और
way to
एक
get
दो
it
match
back
के बाद.
up again. I'm not sure if it was an explosion that he caused or what Reject
Watching
caused.
you
So,
since when you used
again,
to
we'll
stream
check
without
the
face cam
elimination
and
feed
doing
when that one does
conqueror
come
push.
through. That should be a
OG
nice
भाई, you are an
save,
OG.
actually.
Nice
Yeah,
knock.
it is. Wow, Twisted Minds priming that one to perfection. Gonna hit the first man, blow him away.
I really
Sara
like
out of
this
position.
Regi's
Duello
position.
has to make a move and gamble on picking him up. In the meantime, OCO he gets an elevated angle. The shotgun peek through the window
भाई
as
ये मार
well.
खाएगा.
All right, Divine, he's playing with confidence, but you've still got to connect on the actual shot. It's a real rough angle. You're peeking down through the
Cover मिल रहा है, cover मिल रहा है दूर से.
windows. He's right boy with the DP spamming out.
Divine knock है ना?
Has he stayed alive for so long? Divine,
Golden
Divine
HP.
intervention as well, still alive with a single sliver of health. No one can take him down.
लग गई.
Oh, the jump shot don't connect.
Felt like that should have
भाई बहुत
registered
गलत
there.
जगह
In
लिया.
goes an
Nice knock
Regi.
Regi.
Once again, Quiz House down.
आ गया Regi आ
Sara's
गया.
also on his last legs.
भाई कौन है ये?
For a lot of the other squads here, right now with Twisted Minds just down to the 2, the res goes through for Reject.
Oh, hang on though.
भाई रेजी रेप देता पहला.
It really depends on the timing. They're on the stopwatch here. Going for the res. They try and force him off. Swings back around. Guizhou still out of the fight. Divine, similar scenario there. OCO doesn't want the shotty anymore. Switches to the AK. Dives off.
हिला दिया भाई, सिस्टम हिला दिया रेजी ने.
They're both going to go for the pick me up play. They want to recover their teammates and have full strength in numbers.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल.
ऐसे स्पाइक बाय पहचाना क्या? पिकाक गेमिंग.
Just better. TJP zooming on past.
Yes, bro.
Haven't heard
Yes.
the fighting just yet. It looks like they might just be making the rotate. I don't know if they're stopping or not.
I think they're debating it somewhat. Pulling off to the other compound over the road. GK first, potentially trying to get to see if they can assess this one.
What time waste हो रहा है?
A little bit later.
ना loot है इनके
Both
पास.
squads have recovered the down
ना
players.
helmet है रेजी के
They're
पास.
up on their feet. It's very uncomfortable though on the split. Limited utility, like you said, you had to make
और ऊपर से इस
concessions. You didn't
पानी
have
के
that
अंदर है
long to
ना,
loot, and they've all been funneled
तुम
into
prone
this one
crouch
POI for
हर
so
जगह नहीं
long.
कर सकते
There
हो.
isn't much left for them, so you have to be on point. Ratto
Power versus
tucks
boom चल
himself
रहा है
off
उधर.
on the outside of the balcony, again trying to play the outskirts, so if they come up and make their move around the outside, he can catch them. Zara's on the roof, everyone else playing the close angles.
Sort of just need to play the trading game. Power though, sees over towards Boom. Razy's already down. Ratto Boy picked up by Regiocio. Will
Ratto
be
Boy
pushed
knock
out.
finish.
Good plays from Reject.
निकालने वाली है.
Twisted Mind's
Reject
down,
निकालने
it's
वाली
just
है.
2 players now.
Reject, they're just focusing on being able to win that fight cleanly. If they keep all 4 players alive, that's the huge talking point. If they lose players, you think about the difference in these 2 teams in terms of the standings. It's far worse for Reject if they get taken down to a 3 or 2-man squad. Meanwhile,
ओए सारा रेजी दोनों knock.
straight back to the
ओए.
Reject POV. It's all popping off. Twisted Minds want to twist the needle. They kick things off with a shotty.
1v3 कर दिए बे. Divine is the last man standing for Reject.
But now they're gone. Taken completely out of the runnings. You've only got 1 man up on his feet. Twisted Minds are sticking the knife in.
They tried to trade it here, Jackie, and I just
1v2 situation for Divine.
To go for. In goes Divine. I think he may be biting off more than he can chew here, Jackie. Desperately runs away. A pistol in the hands of Guizhou.
Oh, they've hardly got anything to use. They're throwing whatever
Wow.
they can find. The kitchen sink has been thrown at Divine. It's
Let's
tapped him
get
on the
it.
back of the head, but he knows he needs to salvage his teammate. Jumps on the pick-me-up immediately. If he can somehow get OCO back up, at least that's something more to work with. There's the peak. It's only a pistol. Like you said, is he going to be strong enough with it? Such low HP. OCO
मार
hasn't
दिया.
had time to heal, and now he's done for.
4 elims found
Twisted
for Twisted
Minds.
Minds. And what a comeback that one was.
Well
for the
played,
team.
Twisted Minds.
Yummy. Still
Look
send
at this
those
circle.
nades in.
Military गया
Very
circle.
bad for
And
them, but
एक भी
power
team
down
military
2
military
players,
base में नहीं
just
है.
Al-Haji.
I mean, military
The
base
heavy
island में
hand
नहीं है.
remains.
अब कमेंट्री करो, मजा आएगा.
lot of
ओके
fans
बॉस
in the
ब्रो, ओके
arena.
ब्रो. आप इतना स्पैम मत करो प्लीज.
Planting power. You
हमारा
can
एक भी
hear
mod
him
नहीं
bringing the
है.
energy level up.
I need to update
For
our
power
moderator
though,
list, bro.
it's a rough start.
Seriously.
Whilst Reject will
BMPS
fight Twisted
announcement
Minds,
हुआ
they
है 10
too
minutes पहले.
were in
इस
an
मैच के बाद
intense
देखेंगे
fight
guys, इस
versus
मैच के बाद.
Boom. And even Easy goes down on that one. So it really is only the showman of power that is left alive.
Doc from 4MV setting up the hard bridge camp here over on Sosnovka as the circle teases the Sosnovka finish. Team Liquid were looking to push across the river as well. Have managed to get to the other side of that channel. As Vampire eke their way onto the bridge, IWNRX get themselves onto the side
4MV
of
bridge
this
camp.
bridge here. Have a little look through the cracks in the stairway. Potentially they
Usually
can make something
Nova वाली
happen.
करती
Doc
है
having 5
4MV,
grenades, though,
इस
it's
बार
gonna hard to be
military
hard
वाला
to
कर
push
रहा है.
through.
Indeed. Alpha 7. They've
Oi,
opened up the nostrils
DRX.
and taken a big old whiff, and they can
ये
smell
पकड़ा जाएगा.
potential elimination points in the water. Is that a big turtle? Is that a blue whale?
Team
No.
Liquid versus Tianva.
DRX, all split up. Meanwhile, Tiamba pushing down onto Team Liquid. Oh, Ayala, that's not too nice at all, is it? A mean way to
3 kill मिल
introduce
गया
yourself
Tianva
with
को.
bullets straight to the face.
Nice.
Shakes
Team
his
Liquid,
hand and
last
pulls
man
out the
standing here.
DBS. I mean, for Tiamba, I
NRX
can
versus
understand
4MV.
how Ayala mucked that one up
Kane
as
knock,
much as he did,
Kane
because
knock.
that's some very weird movement coming out from Tiamba there. I think that you see Isla just go for not the commit onto the play.
हो जाएगा रे, हो
where
जाएगा.
it's the
Dog
case if you're
push नहीं
tracking
करेगा
the
तो.
target, you're just shooting round the tree, trying to guess them out. But yeah, that was very nicely played by Tiamba. Just these little tiny micro plays, which is what makes these squads the best in the world, coming together here. At this
Nice knock by
international.
Apex. मुझे लगा ये खाने वाला है मार.
Nade in the
Instant
hand.
ready, nice.
But the explosion will be taking him out instead.
But DRS का वो बंदा
That's
क्या?
another
He
one.
drowned himself.
The pin from the grenade to pin on the wall before MV in terms of their point scoring.
The Apex Predator, 4 for Miracle Vibes. Will the whole
Boom को
team
3 kill
be
मिल गया.
animals here? They have struggled here in the playoffs. And you need some of that animal instinct.
आधे
to
टीम्स
get you
पानी
back
के
in the
अंदर.
games. Tongjia Bao in a good spot. 5th place currently.
अगर 4MV
You
come
see
back
the
करना
behind
चाहता है, this
reject
is their
is
match,
reject
guys.
out of the
This
runnings
is their
here in
match.
game 2. They went down early to Twisted Minds, so TJB could have a chance, especially with a third-party fight here onto the Battle of the Bridge. IWNRX starting to suffer casualties now. 2 players left for Miracle Vibes. Really
Nice
hit
one.
them heavy.
They barely step out with
Team
taking bullets
गिर के
to the
knock हुआ.
shins and the toes here for Miracle Vibes.
Wolf is the
And
last
a
man
really
standing
good
for
hold on this bridge,
NRX.
and it's one they set up nice and early with the circle, shifting over
नहीं,
towards
इधर
that
तक तो
western
नहीं आएंगे
side as well.
4MV.
This is
They'll reset
really,
themselves
really nice
to their
for 4MV.
original
Big fan of
positions.
this one.
3 kill मिला.
And they're
Good start
honestly
for 4MV.
fanning
Good start. Good
flames
start.
over towards this side of the map as they are heating up.
No casualty, bhai. No
TJB,
casualty.
though, you're
That's
right. Some nice
the main
rotations
point.
early on, Jackie, but they are pinched now on Ferry Pier side. And I think getting across this bridge is going to be
Alpha
really
7 को
difficult.
board मिल गया क्या?
Honestly, Team Liquid made
Usually
the right
इस
decision very early on.
ऐसे zones
to try
पे
and
ना
swing across, but they got ripped to pieces
Nice tracing.
by Tiamba.
बोट लेके आराम से पहुंच जाता
See
है.
how the nightmare
Alpha
scenario
7.
started for power
Boom
early
तो boom
on
bam
in
कर
this
रही है.
matchup as well when Boom brought the hurt straight to them and were able to
Power को मार दिया.
dismantle
उनको
the
मिला
squad.
3 finishes.
The Vampire POV here, a bit of a safer
So they're at
rotate for them
#1.
at least, coming in with no other
67
teams
points
really
है उनके पास.
nearby.
And Alpha
But
7,
that is a stark
66.
contrast for what we've got going on behind the Battle of the Bridge.
Yeah.
Alula XIHC, Twisted Minds, the duo that's left there.
iPad
and
allowed है क्या
Tongjia Bao,
international
all
lobby
now
में?
getting very close
International
to one
lobby
another
में
on what is a
मतलब?
tight choke point
You
for
mean
the rotate.
competitive में? No,
With
iPad
this
not allowed.
circle, the problem with the previous circles was the fact they was kind of undecided whether it was going to Sosnovka and where on Sosnovka it was going. So a lot of teams hadn't already made that push. They thought they had much more time, but time has just flown by here, and teams have not got into position. Alex, last player remaining. TJB looking
Yeah.
to take him down. Zol on the other side. And Godless trying to
फिर
provide
Godless को
backup.
कहाँ
Maybe
पेड़ के आर पार मार रहा है भाई
not quite
Godless.
find it as only remains here.
Alpha 7 versus
And a good player
4MV.
to get back
Doc
on his
knock.
feet because he's been making plays for TJB.
It's so rough as well. You can see Alex is trying to come across everything he can, even from the knocked state, to try and give them an opportunity to do something. Maybe commit with another tag back. Only he's going to be tight on the push here, trying to med up quickly enough as the move comes in. He does give himself some extra HP to play with, but barely. You can see how low he is. There's not much left. Oh, here comes Twisted Minds onto Alula XIHC as well. Remember, these teams are all on top of one another. It's close distance. You can swoop
Huawei
on
just
in,
being
potentially
Huawei.
flush some good Elim points. That's a good connection from Guizhou as well.
There's a timer on this fight, though. The blue is hurting, and 4MV is a team that's waiting on the other side. The more open, ready to accept any team coming their way and chomp on them. Pick up the points for their troubles. Nades keep flowing through. In the meantime, Tiamba taking shots over towards Alliance, who are having a very
How to waste
bad
your
main
grenades
stage here, despite
by
being
IHC
so
Zero.
dominant in that group stage.
It's a
वही
complete
tutorial
change
चल
of
रहा था
pace
guys.
for them. Flower,
Zone
he
एक-
can be a real big dog for Tongjia
तीन
Bao.
grenade
We've
IC
seen him
waste
having
कर दिया.
show-stopping performances, but in this one, he's got to pull
Wait.
the plug, try and heal up. Meanwhile,
Nice one, Zone,
what
nice one,
remain
एक
of
kill मिल
Twisted
गया.
Minds are waved out of action as they go down. They at least got some Elim points
बंदा
from
push
this
कर रहा है
one.
क्या?
That's one saving grace to it with 5 points, but now the focus is on Tongjia Bao to take down Alula XIHC.
Yeah.
Keep
मार दिया
themselves
भाई,
alive. If
ऊपर
they
से मार
clean
दिया
this up now
Flaverage.
and can get out, they'll be happy.
They were prepared to sacrifice these
Pero
two
ने
players
Mafioso
as
को
well,
knock किया.
GK first and only, in the sense that
Mafioso
it was
finish. Finish.
going to be Flower as well as his teammate just to make the full send. Luckily, there is some big plays made towards the end there, which keeps TJB up as a 6.
Revo
Now,
knock.
everyone's kind of moved away from that
Finish.
bridge. It's no longer prime real estate, and 4MV looking to clear out more.
भाई लग गई Alpha 7 की लग गई.
Going down once again, and like
There
I
is
said,
no way
that
Margolin can
is a
survive
big
this.
deal for this
There
team.
is absolutely zero chance that Margolin is going to survive this.
And they're feeling the brunt of it. Godless went for
4MV
the quick
fans are
rotate.
super
He
happy.
dies out on the bridge. Gone now. Forget about him. There's a Lula XIHC around
ओए,
for the running.
उतार दिया उसको.
McGrelly up close and personal. Switch
डाल दिया
to the
बे,
shot.
उसका बेटी.
Bombards down onto Baron and removes his rule in the close quarters combat.
Margolin,
The
you
zone is
beast.
moving them forward. For Miracle Vibes still have a clean spit and eyes on him as well. Nade gets cast
Gone.
into the smoke. That's on the money.
And with that, Alpha 7 is out at hashtag 13. That should be music to Boom's ears. कि Boom को अभी है ना एक अच्छा मैच निकालना चाहिए. निकालेंगे तो भाई
67 points tied with
sexy
first place.
gap बन जाएगा.
Those chicken dinner tiebreakers leading Alpha 7 forward, but this game might be going Boom's way down towards that southeast side. Tiamba currently central, trying to get a bit more of that presence we saw.
If you guys are wondering why is Alpha 7 at hashtag 1, क्योंकि Alpha 7 has more chicken dinners,
For
तो
Alliance, it just goes from bad
दोनों का
to
same points है
worse.
Boom and Alpha 7.
They exit stage left.
Judo बाहर.
The Talon not in the worst position with some of the other squads above them going
क्या लगता है
down.
boys?
They
क्या
do
इस
have a
match
huge
में
game
Boom
out of
Boom
this
Bam
one.
कर
Keep
सकता है?
adding to their total tally of eliminations. Who's to say they don't have a bit of a chance to build themselves up? But look at Boom here. This is the team that could be exciting for this one, Blank. You come into it in second place, already 3 elims. Feeling pretty confident with how the game's going. They've taken a chicken dinner already. It could be a
DRX
great
is so
day
good
for
at
them.
survival यार.
Absolutely, Jackie. I mean, let's take a quick look at the circle now where players
हमेशा
are set
करते
up.
survival.
Tiamba playing around in that valley at the moment. They've got a 2-2 split going on. I quite like this. They have the compound to retreat to.
4MV
Very
positioning.
central
Yes,
spot.
perfect.
DXavier over towards that
जब वो
northwest
position
side.
देखा ना मैंने
4MV,
left hill
after
पे एक
all
बंदा,
the
right hill पे एक
punishment
बंदा
they've
and
dealt to a lot
बीच
of
में
the
4M
teams, they come away with
Alpha 7
7 eliminations.
पता चल
Still
गया था.
decent. They have 3
How is Alpha
players
7 is
left
going to
to
survive
work
this
their
बोल
way
के.
through. Surprisingly, Tongjia Bao, they're in. I don't know how they made it in, but they did. They're currently battling with Doc at the moment.
Ooh,
Doc knock.
A battle that seems to be going
मैं
their
कहाँ
way.
फंस गया ये अकेला
Flower
इधर?
Putting the punish on, this is actually pretty huge for them. I mean, you think about where they are.
भाई 4M
currently in the
2 man हो
placement,
गया.
And you look at the contrast before
Manpower is must
Seven
यार. In
elims,
circle
they were
में
stealing
to
away some
convert
good points
manpower
on
is a
this.
must.
Tongjia Bao get back into the zone, now have the longevity to
TNBA
play
का
with.
positioning
And remember,
बहुत
they're in
प्यारा
a really
है.
good spot here. They could
निकाल
leapfrog
सकता
some
है ये
teams
match
if they
TNBA.
keep this up.
Yeah.
And you've got a weak for Miracle Vibes, but it's DXavier.
पूरा उन्हीं का
Starting to
circle है.
coach further in. Only goes for the rotation.
Complete TNBA circle ही है.
A knock onto DXavier though. GK first receives one of his own, but the fact
Reef
that
was the last man
TJB
standing for
had
4MV.
the resilience to make it into the zone as 4. This is a dangerous move. Going for the drive by Flower, gets knocked
एक
out.
knock किया
but
and
luckily
trade में गया, and
they
with
get
that,
the end
4MV
on
is
them.
out
But he has
of
to
this
move. 2
lobby.
knocks come through. I think they're just
At
in the
hashtag
zone
10.
here, Jackie. There's a potential to pick
उनको मिला है
back up
8
again,
point.
but very doubtful as both
इनके
players
भी फालतू
will just
casualties
bleed
भाई,
out.
फालतू
That felt
casualties.
like an overzealous play coming through from TJB on a game that they could have scored big on.
Yeah, they needed to. They really needed to. They were giving themselves a fighting chance, but the full commit does not pay
पता है
off.
वो
The
ड्राइव बाय
drive-by
करके
doesn't
एक
give them what
एक
they
बंदों को
wanted.
मारने के लिए
This
दो
is
बंदे
another
ड्राइव बाय
team
करने गए
that could
और
start
दोनों
to
मर
find
गए.
their way up. Looking like now it's down to again just another one of those.
I don't
scenarios
understand
we've
that
seen today
strategy,
from
bro.
Tongjia Bao, where it's just one player forced
And it
to
is by
coast it out
TJB.
until the end game. Boom. On our screens again now, up against DRX. Your number 2 and number 3 squads in close succession going into game 2 here. There's the flick up on the hillside.
Nice one. Yummy.
He was up in the highest damage dealers for a
DRX का आखिरी
reason,
बंदा
but
है.
he gets silenced in the 1v1.
Tiamba looking to maybe jump on the back
Yummy
of
knock
this,
from
and with how
Parajin.
tight our scorings are right now, Tiamba could actually leap up quite a bit in this game. They've got so much presence to work with. So many other teams have been suffering on the outside, and they've got all the utilities to play with.
Looks
Pop
like
it
TNBA
just
wants
has
to
get away from
eliminate
this
Boom.
one. Get
Boom
in
का
the
एक ही बंदा
motorbike
बचा
and
है.
just send this away. Zip round the side as fast as possible. 3
Pawn bit.
elims, 1 player left alive here looking for potentially a top 6, but Tiamba is on the hunt, prowling for the remnants of the scurry back coming through from Pombit.
So much damage to the highest teams in the standings.
I think TNBA निकालने वाला है ये
Is
match.
giving
What do you
an
guys think,
opportunity
guys?
Now, like you say,
कौन
maybe
निकालेगा ये?
Tiamba
We have
have a
TNBA,
huge
we
game
have
on this one.
Vampire,
4
we have
elims,
Xavier
good
Esports
zone
and
control,
Talon
smart
Esports.
positioning,
ये 4
and
teams ही निकाल
isolating
सकता है.
these fights.
बाकी
They
सब
know some of the
solo,
players have scurried
duo.
further back. Ooh, this is a bit awkward,
समझ
isn't
रहे
it?
हो?
Cardozo,
Hello.
right with Talon there. down towards the hut. On the jump out from the vehicle, it looked like he might have actually just spotted his head, so he knows to engage with the molly. That's 6 seconds of burning. You're just going to have to sit there and tank, and he waves goodbye with the flames.
He survives it. I was wondering if he was going to get burnt in that situation, but no, he's just fine. Cardozin out in 8th place. Team Liquid, they're not doing horribly at 40 points right now, 20 points behind the lead. And with the guys in the top side of the lobby, the top 3 down on a 2 and a 1.
Every single one says Vampire
even more
Esports. Wow.
punishment. Not sure how long he is for this world, and not long at all.
I think Tianba.
As they will exit stage
We'll see.
left. 68 points, they claim first place.
The Wolves
Yeah,
of
DRX का
Boom
एक ही बंदा बचा है अब.
left out in the cold as the pack goes down heavy. DRX take another knock. It's just a solo left.
Tianba जैसे ही gunshot सुना,
TJB
and they came to its
Tianba
Boom Esports.
looking better and better the longer this one
वो लोग
goes
छोड़े
on.
नहीं
Feeling
Boom को.
confidence with the
And
fights
उसके बाद
they've
पता
been
चला
given.
DRX भी है,
Talent
DRX
being
को
their
भी छोड़े
direct
नहीं क्योंकि
competitors
they are
though. Up on
they are
40
all
points going
competition
into
bro
the
for the
game. 5
champions.
elims, mirror
तो
matchup
उनको बाहर कर दिया, अब ये
Tianba.
claim करेंगे.
Vampire. They looked pretty good in game 1, but it was ripped away
चलो
from
Tianba
them.
versus
They haven't
Vampire.
had that much
हो
impact
जाए.
in terms of the eliminations. Again, you're trying to see what you can do late game. Limited HP on 2 players. DRX now fully committed on 2 as the last man goes down.
Tianba just move around the circle as much as
अकेला
possible.
बंदा
Trying to pick up
होल्ड
points
कर
where
रहा है
he
भाई
can.
सेंटर Tianba का.
16 teams remaining, and that is plenty to go. I love this spot right now from Shan as well.
Is the point system
Holding
same
that
as
high
BGMS?
ground
No,
compound,
no,
which is
no,
gonna be
no, no,
so
no.
important. TJB long
It's not.
still inside
It's
the
10 point
circle,
system.
though,
Chicken
so
पे 10 point
might be able to
मिलेगा.
ladder up a bit.
And,
Top 5 very, very
and the
decent.
same old
Vampire once
kill
again
का एक
into
point.
another high placing position. 29 points at the moment. They do have pretty
चलो,
far
Tianba
to go
center
right
में.
now, but we have said it, and I'll keep saying it, that this leaderboard is very, very close. There's lots of opportunities for jump ups at the moment. In our second match of the day, Tianba will retreat back to
अगर
this
ये मैच
high ground position
Tianba
inside
निकाल दी
the
ना,
compound. Maybe
कितना
not
tight
the
competition हो
highest
जाएगा पता?
prelim game.
Tianba
I
आ
think
जाएगा
they
सीधा
understand those 10 points from the chicken dinner,
4 या
which
3.
should be guaranteed from this
नहीं
spot
3
is
तो
more
possible नहीं
important.
है. Hashtag 4 आ जाएगा.
They know what the smartest play to go for
अगर
is.
3 बार निकाल दिए तो.
Vampires.
तो
Soaring
तब
around the
numbers
outskirts
इतना
of
close
the
रहेंगे
hill,
भाई,
take a
मजा
few
आएगा.
shots.
चलो.
Peppering those bullets over on
Let's
the
see.
Xavier. The trio alive there. Nade thrown out, slightly off target. The Lone Ranger from Tongjia Bao in longs down towards the bottom there in the gulch, tucking himself in. Again, looking to just coast for the longevity on this one. A little bit of scouting from Talon. They've got a lot of map control over here. So much room to breathe, whereas the rest of the squads are fighting in close succession, especially with Tianba now getting a good line of sight back over onto DXavier.
Yeah, just slowly dropping these
Miramar
smokes
strong
down
है,
to the
forum
nice
भी का
end of the
waiting भाई.
sidelines onto their position. They're
उनका Irangal भी
surrounded
strong है भाई.
on this Bermuda triangle of a circle.
ये
with
अच्छा match
DXavier,
हो सकता था
Talon,
उनका.
and Vampire. The northwest, northeast, south,
मतलब
respectively.
फिर भी 8 point मिला
We're
उनको.
long.
Still a good match.
Sitting back,
Could have been
keeping
better.
this game calm. Tongjia Bao done very, very well. Realistically, this team should have gone out probably 15 minutes ago. The fact that they get into this position is just a testament of the skill that they displayed over towards that northwest side of the map in the blue for so long. More shots go through though from Luzi. Finds Nade.
Spot हो गया भाई, spot हो
That was
गया.
actually a bit risky as well. I mean, Stoned has now isolated the peak. from
Tianba
QC.
versus Vampire.
He was able to
कब?
put bullets
हो
towards
जाए
it.
भाई, हो
He
जाए, हो जाए.
scarpers slightly back.
Proper
tucks the
चाहिए,
compound with
proper
the rest of the
4v4 fight.
squad. So Vampire deal a bit of damage onto 2 squads there.
Guys,
You
proper
do get
4v4
one
fight
knock
हुआ.
across onto
Tianba versus
DXavier,
Vampire.
but
कौन
they should
जीतेगा?
have time to pick things
What do you
back
guys
up.
think?
Talon starting to move up a little bit.
Proper
as well.
4v4, समझ रहे हो?
Scouting for some time, but have never fully committed onto these fights.
Stone ने shadows को
flicks
knock
back
किया, but
over.
he will get
That's
wrecked.
the
He will get
re-knock
wrecked.
onto DXavier.
Consistently punishing these peaks coming through from DXavier. Just cannot get an angle for even a second. Stone playing this one out pretty perfectly at the moment. The next circle,
Talon chicken.
as it goes,
अच्छा,
it shifts
देखते हैं,
towards
zone
the
अभी
center,
बना नहीं.
push all of these teams out of these angles, which are the barest amount of cover they're able to play, and it is central, giving Tianba one hell of a position to
Tianba
work
Vampire.
with.
My answer is
Talon will
Tianba,
steal
okay?
away that
If it's a
elimination
proper
from them,
4v4
though, which
fight,
they will not
Tianba
be happy
निकालेगा.
about.
The claws come out once again as Talon swoop in to put themselves
The
in
gunpowder
driving seat.
Tianba has
Both
is
eliminations in the
stronger.
current game so far. Oh, there's the quick getaway though. You jump in the vehicle, just a duo.
Bro, still the zone is completely in favor of
better spot.
Tianba.
Geometry giving you a little bit more cover now from the angles that are in play.
But I would love to see what Talon is going to do about
scouting,
it.
But that's because they had
They're still going to play the edge.
A little bit further forward.
So
Safe.
weird the way this circle works, where
You should ask with a poll in chat. Okay, poll laga dete hain.
this end game,
Let's
where
put a
everyone's
poll.
just gonna have to appear out in the open at some point.
Poll
And
to bhai
Tianba all the
shayad
while trying to
Vampire
pick up as
jeetega.
many points as possible off the back of this one, while securing themselves that chicken dinner.
My vote goes to Tianba.
But I think Tianba played well enough to get into this position. Great shots over towards the Xavier, which will take them out
Talon
of the game.
Esports 8 finishes,
TJB ranks
4-man
up again
strong.
into a top 4.
Bro, proper 4v4 fight है भाई. Again we
So
have
pleased
TJB
about this
surviving.
one. Tianba though,
भाई TJB का survival का क्या
start
राज
thinking
है?
about these teams who are getting a
हर
little
बार
bit
कर
too
लेता है
close for
survive.
comfort. Since the start of the main stage, Tianba has dealt with that slander.
TJB का long सोया पड़ा है कहीं
the
तो.
team that we saw from group
मतलब ये
stage
किस
went
एंगल में सोते हैं भाई, दिखते नहीं
back
किसी
here
को.
to play now.
कैमरामैन एक बार दिखाओ TJB लॉन्ग्स को. मतलब वो कौन सा एंगल में सोता है कि भाई किसी को दिखता ही नहीं वो बंदा.
Watching on the last man screen, hoping that he can coast on through, go undetected, and that the fights will erupt between the other fully topped up squads. Talon.
दिख गया.
They want to get themselves in the vehicles. You talk about vehicles.
Tony
here you
knows
go.
what's up.
This was the solo. Behind the car, the burned out vehicles. No chance to
Bro,
detonate.
Talon
A little
wins.
bit of cover from the rock, but Vampire
Let's see,
seems to
brothers,
have
let's
sniffed
see.
him out. They've got some nades still.
It's the question of
Talon
whether
का
it's
भी
worth it to make the push out,
बन
to send
सकता
a
है.
grenade across. I mean, these players are so good.
It's about to
Lobbing
get
a high
intense.
grenade
Boom.
like this is child's play to them. Takes the hit. That's really problematic. Now they know he's there. And more is going to flow through. But they'll need these nades later on. That one's
Perfect nade यार. अरे कैसे बचाओ?
Timing on it so rough though.
Meanwhile,
look
देखो.
at the reply.
Tianba ने
Tianba.
शॉट नॉक
They
किया.
cast one in. This goes both ways. You've given the information about his location, but now they know they can bombard on you.
Nice.
How did Long survive that nade, bro?
Vampire's nades are good for the response
मुंह पे
back.
फटा वो.
QZ takes a heavy hit. Smoke wall goes up.
I'm telling you
There's
guys,
finally the tag.
ये PUBG
That's
Mobile में
Vampire
splash
securing
damage
the bag
grenade का
on that
कम
one.
हो गया.
And off the back of that engagement, I mean, maybe they can move up onto this.
ये काफी बार
Nice
देखा
swing
मैंने.
heavy
QZ
on the
knock finish हो
compound.
गया.
Hard confirm on the knock
What?
player as well.
That was a great response from Tianba into an even better reply coming through from Vampires. They're blowing the doors off now.
That's gonna change. That's gonna change the odds now.
Looking to hit him.
Just
quick
because
and
they're three
fast
man.
here. Hard commit onto this position. In come the smoke.
भाई
Talon
किस्मत किस लेवल का किस्मत
Waiting
चाहिए
in
वो
the
ग्रेनेड से
wings.
बचने के लिए. बट मर गया वो, किसी ने मार
in
दिया.
opposition.
Now it's a
Not
3v
to
4v4.
underestimate.
इसके बाद
Sharp
नेक्स्ट
as the
सर्कल डेथ सर्कल
claws
होगा.
They are wielding in this game.
Tianba is still maintaining their composure.
Crushing power. Can be so
They're not
lethal.
interested in taking fight, looks like.
Biding their
Because
time.
उनको पता है हम fight
Knowing
initiate
that
करेंगे
these
तो third
fights
party
are
हो
erupting,
जाएंगे.
but thinking about the big finish. Tony K.
Why skins are not there?
Both of them.
Because these are all admin accounts,
Really
bro.
impactful with
Admin
some of the
accounts में
plays that have
skins
been made.
वगैरह नहीं डाले. Admins.
Over the course of the tournament. For now, it's a little bit slower. The flow of action was ramping up with the utility usage, but you know you're down to your last few bits. You don't want to overcommit with them.
Like
Use
QZ
them
का
when
पेड़
it
नहीं बनना
matters
था वो.
most. Get those clean
कोई बात नहीं. We have
engagements off, but you set yourself
Shan
up
and
for a
also
cleaner
Bond.
firefight.
दोनों
Talon's still lurking
खतरनाक
towards
players
the
हैं. Clutch
backside.
machines है दोनों.
But your timing on that is going to be limited. Everyone will be forced to brawl as
Death
the
circle
zone comes
starts
in.
now. हो गया start.
Stage 9 now. This game has gone all the way.
अब
The
Talon.
high ground.
Talon की
Literally
तरफ close in
playing king
करना
of the
पड़ेगा.
hill at the moment.
Same goes for
As two
Vampire as
teams
well.
Start to aggress over towards that position. Vampire is going to open. with
Talon
the
versus
ball.
Vampire होगा क्या?
Look to hit
Yes,
the
looks
Vampa
like it.
rip roaring pyre
ये लोग
over
दोनों
towards
लड़ेंगे
the
तो
compound itself.
Tianba का ही फायदा है.
Burn Tianba out of position. So many smokes deny the sightlines as everyone gets closer. The mist enshrouding our
टोनी के का नेट से ही जा
battleground.
सकता है.
Last nade.
हो गया.
Oh, is it going to be strong
गया.
enough? No.
But
Not for
Vampire will
Tianba
not push.
anyway. As it's
Vampire will
Vampire
not
that
push.
strike.
Euro
the
knock
nade going
from
downhill
Shan.
towards the Talon camp will connect and rip one of them out of commission. Vampire realizing
It's
both
about to
teams
get
are
real
bleeding.
chaotic,
Both
guys.
teams are mortal. They commit with the dunks, the nades over the top, adding insult to injury.
Nice
the
one,
bullets
Vampire.
through the smoke still land as misery goes down.
Talon का
Softening
एक ही
up
बंदा
Talon
बचा है.
so much. Tianba swooping
Tianba गया.
inside. but they flipped the script. The
Vampire का
Molotov
match लग रहा है.
denies. The problems now arising. Vampire
Yes.
looking like they want to do
Well
some
played,
damage, but
Vampire.
Tiamba with the turn. Oh,
Tony के
man.
पूरा pumped
It
लग रहा है
gets
भाई,
intense
पूरा
at the
pumped.
end, but Vampire are able to secure
क्या
it
खेला
in the
बे Vampire.
carnage as they thrive in
बहुत
the
सही.
chaos and take themselves the chicken
दोनों teams को मारा.
dinner.
I think majority of the बंदों को
around with the Alucard
मारा
slammed
Vampire
down
ने.
on the table.
Wow, Vampire is back in
the
business.
king of the hill. The
कितनी
Will
kill था
C
उनका?
from Vampire who managed to make it
Let's
over
go,
towards the
Tony.
top side.
Let's
Tony
go,
K
Tony.
on your screen with some incredible plays on display.
The chat was
That
right.
nuts
The chat
towards
was
the
right.
end game. Vampire played a very slow but methodical game there.
अब vote करो Vampire. अब voting बढ़ रहा है देखो Vampire का.
I mean,
अब
that's
बढ़
2
रहा है.
games in a row now
चलो end
where
करते हैं इस
they've
poll को.
hit very high heights. A second
Talent ही
place
जीतेगा.
into a chicken dinner.
Bro जीत का पता नहीं but ये match तो भाई
It's
Vampire
real,
ने
man.
लिया है.
It really is.
बहुत
It
प्यार
is
से
really
लिया
hard.
है.
Maybe there is so much more stock
Well played,
to it
Vampire.
now. You think about the difference as well. Small changes, a very low.
I think with this
percentage
match,
of that
Vampire
first
should
map
be
of
in
how
top
things could have
5.
gone slightly differently. Whew, you could have
अच्छा
been in
खासा
a
point मिल
position
गया
where we're
उनको.
talking about back-to-back
भाई धीरे धीरे
chicken dinners, but we'll look
नीचे
at the
वाले
facts
teams
of what
comeback
have
करके
been
ऊपर
given.
Yeah.
That's still
ऊपर
a
आके
huge
बैठ रहा है
win
bro.
in its own right, especially with the way the comms looked, the way the nades looked. It felt
Yeah.
like a lot more of the Vampire we want to see.
I think the
Wow.
mistake came in from Tiamba quite early in that game, which is where they went.
कोई
from
तो
this
कल
roaming
कल
play
chat में
style,
बता रहा
where
था
they felt like
Vampire
they were on top of the
esports
world.
should
Suddenly,
change
I think
this
the
guy,
call must have
that
been there. It was
guy.
like,
वो
we
form
need
में
this
नहीं
chicken
है.
dinner. We
Yeah.
need the 10 points. That's so
This
important.
chicken is
So they
dedicated
just
to them.
roll back on all those eliminations, which might have been more beneficial
मेरे को
to
भी
them
वैसे
if they
comments
just
पढ़ के
took
मेरे को भी
more
अंदर
of
से
a
थोड़ा feel हो रहा था
proactive
भाई.
approach. Because in
शायद
the end
या
game, you just got to the
शायद
point
या.
where they were
But नहीं यार,
completely
it's not-
surrounded,
it's not
Jackie,
that.
which is not good for them. That is a situation they didn't want to put themselves in. If they'd been more
Good job, yeah,
proactive,
Vampire, good
moved
job.
out early, isolated a 4v4 with a team on one of the side, potentially Vampires don't take an approach on that. They don't risk the third party. So again, for Tiamba, it was just a weird
Linux
change
ने
of
भाई,
pace towards
Linux
the
ने
middle
दिया
of that
पूरा.
game.
It really was the all-out carnage then in the final few moments there
Right.
when everyone
Tony
finally
को
had the
देखो.
confidence to swoop in on one another.
This is the first time I've
And
seen
the
him
nades
this
made a
aggressive.
lot of difference
It
for
did.
them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think some
And
of
I
the
like
nades
it.
that
I
Vampire
like
were
it.
throwing were just unbelievable, Jackie.
Guys,
It was
सबके सब
really
hit
nice
that
to
like
see.
button जितने भी
And I
लोग
think
stream
that
देख रहे हैं.
even the nade that came through from Tiamba after
Jonathan
they saw
1v4
Longs, that one
Vampire
came out
Esports.
so
Faizan bhai,
quickly. But you know what's going to be quick as well?
Wake
Is
up.
this break. We'll check
Wake
out
up,
the next
brother.
as well.
Wake
Back
up.
real
ये
soon
कब
with
हुआ?
the next game.
You are in a sleep. Only soul can dominate in global lobby. इसका नाम क्या है? Guns plays bro. Only वक्त ही बताएगा bro उसका आंसर. It's not something we can guess. मुझे पता था पनौती लग गया भाई. गोजा भाई ठीक है भाई. अगर मैं सही हुआ तो कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा. अगर मैं गलत हो गया तो भाई पनौती वाले स्पैम हो जाएंगे. 99% no heal battle in end zone because heal battle possible नहीं है guys. In these lobby settings you cannot do heal battle. तो क्यों try करेंगे heal battle करने का when you know it's not gonna work.
كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات
انتبه نوب ترى نوب
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
None of the Indian teams can compete at this level.
الله عليك على الصوت
I don't know bro, I don't know.
وعاش فينا عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة
जब होगा तब पता चलेगा.
بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد
स्पाई भाई कल जा रहा हूँ लैंड देखने. स्टोरीज में टैग करूंगा. देखना एंड लाइक भी करना. एब्सोल्युटली ब्रो. एनकोर गेमिंग @_Saud जरूर टैग करना ब्रो. आई वुड लव टू सी. एंड इफ पॉसिबल मिलना टोनी के से और बोलना बहुत हार्ड. उसको बोलना मैं मिलूंगा उसको उससे PMGC में. BMPS ट्रेलर. यस इट्स टाइम फॉर BMPS ट्रेलर. रुको. BMPS ट्रेलर. $51 minutes ago. Okay. Just 26 seconds? Hey? Okay.
हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में ये सबसे बड़ा लैंड इवेंट है जिसके
How much has changed been since the last BMPS? How many of you remember last BMPS में एक महान इंसान था, चश्मा लगा के आया था? How many of you remember that moment?
They are the best in India right now.
A lot has changed since the last BMPS, especially ये फोटो देख के मेरे को लगा एक सेकंड.
हिंदुस्तान के इतिहास में
This photo में S power is no longer not just S power, ये सारे ब्लाइंड में थे उस टाइम पे. अब ये सारे सोल ज्वाइन किए, S power अब CG में चले गया. एंड उसके बाद उस टाइम पे ड्रीम्स था, अब ड्रीम्स नहीं है इस टीम के अंदर. वी हैव निंजा जॉर्ड.
लैंड इवेंट है जिसके इस समय हिस्सा है.
गुड क्लिपिंग्स, गुड क्लिपिंग्स. Last BMPS में सोल से we have Gohan lineup, right? The Goblin, Akshat, Hector, Omega, one lineup. Godbot, yes guys. Last BMPS का highlight वही था. Good trailer. This is not a trailer, this is a teaser. Good teaser.
Able to walk away with this one, but it is instead Boom Esports that shut it down with their aggression, and Vampire loses on the chicken dinner, but Boom gets double-digit.
Bro, I know you won't tell them, but you thought at time when they are telling about Indian players can do this and that.
Once again, all the way to stage 9 of the match.
समझा नहीं रही ब्रो आपका मैसेज मुझे.
Very last bitter
अगर
end,
स्लॉट
and it's
मिलता तो
Vampire that
BGIS
comes out on
विनर
top against
या
Yamba as they
BMPS
thrive in the chaos.
किसको
Get
मिलेगा?
themselves the chicken
आई
there.
थिंक
It is
कलेक्टिव
only
रहेगा
getting more
दोनों
and more
टूर्नामेंट्स का
exciting as we're heading
स्टैट्स
into the final
लेके
few matches
तब
of
टॉप
the
8 जो
main stage.
बनेगा
Make sure you guys stick around
वो
because this is
उनको मिलेगा
incredible.
स्लॉट. दैट इज व्हाट आई फील लाइक.
Thank you, Genie. And
That is what I
yes,
feel
that
like.
is true
बाकी we'll see.
indeed. Vampire
वक्त ही
takes the
बताएगा
victory,
इसका
and Max man has been
जवाब.
waiting for this moment. Max, give us your bat impression.
I don't know what.
Spike want to see you coaching any team.
Sound. I don't know.
Bro मेरे पास अगर टाइम होता ना ब्रो, if I'm not a YouTuber, if I'm not,
I mixed it up. You're right. Yeah.
if I don't have to invest time into these channels, then definitely probably
To be fair.
That's why we made him do it.
Yeah, I'll research and develop
We have
it
an
later
impossible
on.
task.
probably
right?
I would be coaching some team.
Well, Vampire, they
But
seem
still
to have
I'll be
woken up here. It
I'll be
looks like
mentoring a
it's,
team which I
shining
am
outside
hiring
and bright, but inside the
through
arena
Hyderabad
it is
Hydras.
nice and dark for
एक
the
team हम
Vampires
hire
to
कर
get
रहे हैं, very
themselves a
underdog
chicken
lineup.
dinner and get themselves even further in the
तो
leaderboard. They were in dead
definitely
last place.
उसमें मेरा
But the results from
involvement
first
पूरा
match,
रहेगा.
of course, results from here, they're starting to
पूरा दबा के
mix
पुश
it
करूंगा
up.
players
Back
को.
on the road again. I
I'm
like
pretty
to
sure
see it.
you guys
Yeah,
don't
but
even
not
know their
at that
names.
point.
Yeah.
But I promise you guys,
the fact that they had
in the
one
next
of
6
better
months तुम लोग को
positions out of the 3 teams in this late game
तुम लोग को वो लोग
scenario,
दिखेंगे.
and there was an
तुम
apprehension
लोग को वो
from
लोग
some of the teams about
दिखेंगे
trying to be a bit more aggressive
खेलते हुए.
on towards the Tiamba position, but Vampire,
एक good level, एक good level पे.
the boost, they've got themselves a barbed baseball bat to be able to whack over the heads of the other teams here in this scenario, and hey, loving it. That is a huge step up from
Any team
yesterday.
for PMGC from India question mark. अभी तक कुछ नहीं पता bro, अभी तक कुछ नहीं पता.
And getting so much extra space they can control. So yeah,
The Molotovs, man,
maybe
on
waking
a
up.
wooden floor.
Yeah, I mean,
Wooden floor.
on the wooden floor, he spreads. That was great. That's exactly what I wanted to see. I mean, we talked about it on the last segment, right?
Why my name is in green color? Because you're a member bro.
Gameplay style, I feel like
I think किसी ने I remember like
you have to change something, and it's like, wait, it worked
मेरा
out.
live
You can
stream पे
see how,
किसी ने
like,
memberships gift
relieved
किया था.
they were after
उस
that
time पे
match.
आपको
Yeah.
मिल गया
Finally
होगा.
got that big win.
That's
We're
why
back
your
in the
name is
race,
on green
baby.
color.
Let's go.
But it also goes into what you were saying, Kalaris. It seems like they're just playing a more
Vampire को मिला है
Yes,
इस
I
मैच में
think that they
15
have
points.
kind of
Talon को मिला है
refreshed their
17
approach
points.
to some of these games. Obviously, your
Nice.
last game on Sandhog was a bit of okay. We've
तो
got
Talon
the
भी
hot map, we can play this
अच्छा
out,
खासा
okay?
points
But
gain किया इस मैच
get
में.
4 to the late game. Just try and do that. Avoid a lot of conflict wherever you can. They only had one limb really going into some of those late game scenarios. Did Vampire, but they were able to backfill Tiamba, who came across that eastern bridge pretty rapidly and found themselves one of the best spots in the circle, let's be totally honest. But I don't think Tiamba was very ready to be able to take 2 conflicts on both sides.
अब आएगा मजा,
Really
Vampire
lost one
फाटेगी.
person. I would say pretty early
We'll
in
see,
that
bro.
3-way
Yeah.
conflict really hindered Tiamba's ability to cordon off and hold down the defense.
I find it very hard for Tiamba to truly try and defend.
अभी
that
तक
position because you're getting
मतलब
pushed by 2 teams on 2 completely
consistency-
different cardinal positions, right? You got Nordic
Consistently
coming in,
हर
Southern
मैच में
coming in.
perform
Yeah,
करने
you
वाला
need
team
that
मेरे को
to
दिखा
fight
नहीं.
them. the other team is
समझ
going
रहे
to take a spot, right? So you're going to just
एक मैच में चिकन निकाले अगली मैच में वो लोग चोक कर रहे हैं समझ रहे हो वैसा वाला ही ट्रेंड चल रहा है I would love to see some team
and they were kind of pushed off
performing
the roof a little
consistently.
Bit. You can barely hold a roof position when there are two teams looking at both sides of the roof. If you've kind of cleared one side of the circle and playing that side of the roof,
by most aggressive team कौन सी है इस lobby में most aggressive team
huge advantage. But the fact that there was just too many players and you can see it here from Vampire,
usually my answer would be
about that one.
The answer is very easy. It's Alpha 7. But पता नहीं.
The difference of style as well. Talon with their 11
अब इतने सारे aggressive teams है, I'm not sure, bro.
more damage than Vampire.
I don't think अभी easy है उस question को answer करना. बहुत सारे aggressive teams है इस lobby में. तुम लोग answer करो यार. Who is the most aggressive team in this lobby?
Saw the zone close, and eventually those teams would have gotten closer and closer and closer, and thus.
अभी तो सारे खेल रहे aggressive.
And with the buildings, as you were saying, Max,
सारे फाड़
one
रहे.
big room, you throw any
20 kill निकाल रहे.
You're gonna catch probably at least one person. I would assume if you're Tianba, you should have made a play earlier, even if you did get backfilled or another fight.
World Cup is not about aggressiveness; it's about calculative gameplay, bro.
If you leave your position to try and fight one of those teams, because you can't take a fight from that position, you have to actually leave.
NRX has shown their aggressiveness multiple times.
Guess what?
Boom Esports has shown their aggressiveness multiple times.
I think it's a very tough scenario.
Tianba has shown their aggressiveness multiple times. IHC has shown their aggressiveness multiple times.
Unfortunately, as you said, when you get nade rate,
समझ रहे हो? Like you can't. अभी competition बहुत high level पे है. The answer is not just one team. There are multiple teams. जो बहुत aggressive है. Tianba is the most aggressive team. Like everyone has their own opinion. मेरा opinion ये है. Okay, I don't think it's a one-word answer.
And so some chaos in these overall, and yeah, Vampire ends up winning because they had the better position overall.
I do like the smokes coming out from Talon because they were offensive over onto Tianba's position to block out their vision.
देख कैसा climb कर दिया Talon ने.
They do jump up quite high. Talon here in top 5.
TJB #4.
Vampire in 8th place. They've been
TJB is like
16 to 8 now.
Slow and steady.
Definitely in reach of getting into that first place position, which Boom currently holds at the moment, which is kind of a surprise.
Yeah, I like that.
Who has most elimination points? I think Boom Esports has the most elimination points.
They're definitely in reach of getting into that Vampire in 8th place.
Yeah, Boom has the most elimination points, 45. वो लोग एक दो मैच में निकाल लेते हैं bro, majority of the kills. वो लोग कंसिस्टेंटली नहीं निकालते इतने फ्रैग्स. तो या आई थिंक मोस्ट एग्रेसिव टीम का क्वेश्चन एलिमिनेशन देख के हम बता सकते हैं जो जिस टीम के पास सबसे ज्यादा एलिमिनेशन है. बट जस्ट लुक एट टियनबा यार, उनके पास 47 पॉइंट्स है, उसमें 36 एलिमिनेशंस आर एलिमिनेशन पॉइंट्स. टियनबा इज लाइक वी डोंट केयर अबाउट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स, वी जस्ट वांट फ्रैग्स.
Place. They've been able to shoot up from 16 to 8 now.
Push them up in top 3. They've been very silent, despite having, I think, really good positions.
Consistency team Boom.
All the teams shifting at the same time. It was
yeah, like आज वो चिकन के बाद वो लोग अच्छा खासा क्लाइम कर दिए, but कल they were not that consistent.
Were they in Atlantis?
Yes, in Atlantis.
Ups and downs थे बहुत ज़्यादा.
What do you call it, Jason?
Watertown.
देख बता रहा हूँ तुम लोग को, अगर कोई टीम बहुत कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन कर लिया ना तो अच्छा खासा गैप बना लेगी बाकी टीम से, बता रहा हूँ मैं. अप्स एंड डाउन्स रहेंगे ना तब बाकी टीम से एक साथ बैठेगी वो भी. तो देखते हैं.
Let's be real though, 2 games, you get an unbelievably West Circle on Sanhok, and then in this game, nobody was on Military Island, and then you have to
like भाई BGMI में TDM बैटल कराओ अब BGMI में TDM बैटल
with those results. If you've already taken, especially
कराएंगे प्लान तो है मेरा.
Position, that's the bane of your existence when it suddenly shifts.
Tianba no chicken in top 8. Tianba does not need chicken. Tianba does not need placement points. वो सिर्फ elimination points से climb कर लेंगे top 8 में.
At least Boom did not
NRX is also
it's like 1 point.
having very less placement points.
Back in that first
Eliminations 33.
Sure, not the best of start, but they're still in the race for that first place.
Wow.
I think For Miracle can also be in the race still, as we saw in about 11th place, but it is time to head into our second airing of the day, our third match overall. Let's go back to our casters of Jackie and Blake.
3 teams yellow क्यों है? क्या yellow? Point table में yellow दिखा रहा है क्या?
It's going to be
into the
basically top 3 को yellow पैसे दे दिए.
latest parts of today into tomorrow as well.
Top 3
we are going to
is
have so many teams who
DRX, Alpha 7 and देखो यार 66, 67, 68 8 point का difference है बस.
I was kind of expecting that. Sure, they got that big win to wrap up yesterday. Pushed them up in top 3. They've been
will dawn on us after this game. as we're going to have
भाई
some
अगर
tasty
आपको
results coming in.
अपनी
It's going to be a
टीम
good day
बनाना
for
हो
PUBG Mobile
इंडियन
fans
प्लेयर्स को
here at the
लेकर
PUBG Mobile World
PMGC
Cup,
के
the
लिए
esports World
तो
Cup.
वो कैसे
Vampire's ice
भाई ये
in the
क्वेश्चन थोड़ा समझ रहे
veins
हो
at the moment.
it's
The
not
comeback again is real. The classic Vampire's action.
it does not make
Even
sense
over
to
at
me
PMGC,
कि मैं अपने हिसाब से कोई भी टीम से एक प्लेयर उठा के एक टीम बना लूं
down in 16
समझ रहे
place.
हो
Yeah, we're going to end up in the top 8. And they did.
You can ask me a question like अगर मेरे पास मौका है
this
स्लॉट
is
देने
just
के लिए मैं
Vampire's
कौन सा टीम को
fault,
दूंगा
though, is that
ऐसा क्वेश्चन
you
पूछो
never know
तब
what's
आंसर
gonna come
करूंगा
out from this team.
ये मैं
It's
टीम नहीं
difficult
बनाने
to
वाला
predict
हूँ
what's going
अलग अलग
on.
टीम्स में से
Again,
प्लेयर्स को
great
उठा के
plays from the last
It's
two
not my job.
matches, and I think they're getting back in
It's a fun question,
the
but
swing of things.
ऑलरेडी मैंने
On
मल्टीपल टाइम्स आंसर
burning
किया
the wings here in our final moments of the PMWC. Great to see.
कंपटीशन बहुत टफ है
It
यस
really
ब्रदर
is.
इट्स
Hard
वर्ल्ड
to
कप
predict. Exciting games. The one thing we do know
Of
that
course,
is a consistent
competition
though, of
रहेगा.
course, is the GT20 Pro. He's always reliable. A great piece of kit. Grab
Top
yourself one
players,
if you haven't already. That response
टॉप में है
time.
रेजी
The
उसके बाद
hertz on
फ्लावर
that
एज
monitor as well. 144 hertz blank. You are gaming
ग्रेनेड्स
in
में
the
एपेक्स
future on
शान
the go.
क्लक
And we're going
क्लक
to be
हमेशा
going
रहता है बे
to
ग्रेनेड्स
our
में
next game of the day. Last cast for us today here. Let's hope for a banger because they have been all
काफी
the
टाइम
way
हो
up
गया
to this
जॉर्जो
point.
सर्कल देख के
And some
ठीक
potential
है
for some big leapfrogging. Cool, we get the standings at this point, Blank. It's been shaping up in a really interesting way today.
It has, man. It's 68, 67, 66 from first to third place.
Over obsessed with
Literally
China.
2 points.
Devin Bhai,
set
it's fine.
First and third place
It is fine.
apart right now. And again, the rankings are just so close at the minute that it's very hard to predict. And this is one of the rare
Indian teams should get slot. We are
circumstances
continuously
in a grand final setting like
investing
this,
our
where
time but
you
no
have
international slot
a case where
Doc
you go into
पकड़ा गया bro
tomorrow,
Doc अकेला है
still all up for grabs. Usually this
Looks
is the
like he only
day
has a
where
pistol.
teams set themselves apart. Team Liquid will have to set themselves apart from 4MB
कट्टा है बे उसके पास
and not pull themselves apart in this engagement.
Oh, yeah. Team Liquid looking to put them in the blender and asking the question, will it blend for Miracle Vibes?
लग गई
Don't breathe that dust in. That's for Miracle Vibes dust. That's not going to be good for the lungs as the Uzi clears its
Doc
way
is
through
very
them in
furious
seconds.
right now.
The
I can
revolver
feel
not
it.
being too handy there.
A Mythic will pick up his first elimination of the match here. Team Liquid, 40 points right now, 41 with the extra added Elim. They're looking to ladder up a team that has a lot of potential on side, but we just haven't seen too much of it. Felt a little bit sloppy, a little bit messy throughout this tournament so far. Still a very strong team though. That
इंडिया में
cannot be
e-sports से
denied.
ज़्यादा
3 teams
ड्रामा
currently
चलता
over
है
on Sosnovka.
I don't think
A little bit
players
crowded
create कर रहे
towards the
ड्रामा
island. They all should get across.
I don't think
The
so players
circle
तो नहीं
looking
नहीं
like
create
it's
कर रहे
centering
ड्रामा
up over towards the northwest side
कहाँ
of
से
the map.
कहाँ से हो रहा है बे
Play
इंडियन
difficult to
e-sports में
work
ड्रामा
around
कहाँ से हो
with.
रहा है It's a good topic.
Alpha
Let's talk
7
about it.
Sandwich between Alula, IHC,
इंडियन e-sports में ड्रामा कहाँ से हो रहा
as
है
well as Power over towards Zaki.
I know there's a lot of drama but like
Again,
कहाँ
for
से
Alpha 7, Kale was talking about it. They've had some rough games so far, but I still think that some of the plays have felt a little bit weird. Not up to snuff with what we've seen from Alpha 7 so far. Again, this is definitely
Jojo OP says
a team
news
that
channel
could be first place when they're in that right headspace.
and
And that's the rough part about it, isn't it? To put it under the microscope.
bro
and
what's
look
your
at
reaction
fact
at the
that
time when
you've
people are
had some
telling
golden
about Indian
opportunities
players
in
can't
these
do
very
this?
games. But one
Can't
or
do
two
what?
small mistakes has led
Fans
them to their
drama,
demise. Caught them unawares
casters,
on
2-2
rotates.
players,
When they've
Cordel
exposed
fans.
themselves, they've been blown to bits. Cars are looking
Acha.
very lethal around them.
news
all been a bit
vlogging
scary.
vlogging is
Chance
always
to redeem
healthy yaar.
yourself here, though, of
Vlogging is
course,
very
only
healthy
1
for
point.
esports
1 point that stands between them and Boom in the top spot.
uneducated
But
fans
it's
से
similar
bro
for the squads beneath them. Always room to
वो
climb your
हर
way
जगह
up.
रहते तुम्हें लगता
Everyone
है
gunning for a
कि
chicken dinner,
ब्राजील
gunning for big
जापान
elimination
कोरिया
games.
इधर टॉक्सिसिटी
Gotta
नहीं
play
है
smart
टॉक्सिक
PUBG
फैंस नहीं
Mobile
है
at
वो
this
लोग हर
point.
जगह रहते बे
As the
उनसे कुछ नहीं
competition has been
होने
ramping
वाला
up over the course of the playoffs, and it is all to play for.
Sid भाई
I mean,
Sid
you're
is
looking
very
down
good
to
for the
6th
industry बता
place
रहा हूँ
right now. We all have a reasonable chance of laddering up to
जो भी
first
Sid
off the
को
back of
misunderstand कर रहा
one
है is
game,
very good for the
Jackie.
industry
I said it before, I said
if
it
one
again,
team
like
had
in
to
this setting,
represent India
that
right
is
now
sort of
who
unheard
should
of.
it be according to you it would be
Yeah, we
Aiko
just
Solvo
have very,
I have
very
said
good
this multiple
competition
times
here at the PUBG Mobile World Cup here at the Esports World Cup,
uneducated
which
fans
is awesome. It's exactly what you want to see.
मेरा
It's what you
मेरे
want
को
to see
लगता
on
है
the main
कि
stage every single time.
मेरे को लगता है कि
I'm liking it.
जो
I'm loving it.
जो मेरे को दिखता है वो बता रहा हूँ मैं. थोड़े लोग रहते हैं जानबूझ के
No, it is. It's cool
टारगेट
how
करते
things shaped up.
Like they have these
Off the back of the
groups.
groups and survival stage.
जो WhatsApp ग्रुप्स
Some
होते हैं,
names
ट्विटर
making it
ग्रुप्स होते हैं,
through,
पता
others
नहीं
falling to the wayside, but a very
उनकी वजह से होता
competitive
है ये.
playoffs here. And each and
पता
every
नहीं
team gunning to
वो एक
prove that
मेरे
they
को
can stay alive.
लगता
That's
है.
what Team Liquid are
बाकी
doing on the
news channels,
getaway.
some people do really good
alive.
job.
The BG's maneuver.
Some
They
people
are able to
out
get
of
out of there,
context
avoiding
clip
the damage
निकाल
from
के
Miracle
कर
Vibes.
देते
Remember,
हैं,
they
उससे भी
swooped
होता
in
है.
on each other
Yes.
in the opening moments of
ये
the
दो
drop
मेरे को
on
लगता
this
है.
game.
बाकी
They took down one member
और
from
कुछ
Miracle
ways से
Vibes
तो बताओ.
and now complete their exit mission.
I mean, Baron
Controversies.
sort of looking at them
Controversies तो भाई.
menacingly from behind the wall.
बता रहा
So
हूँ ना.
furious. They would even
Healthy
dare take
mindset
one
है
player
तो भाई
off
कभी
them.
controversy होगा
Currently
ही नहीं.
11th place are for Miracle Vibes. Struggling.
When was the
in
last
this
time
main
two
stage.
healthy
Apex
mindsets
gets blown away by the dinner plate there
had a
from
controversy?
Team Liquid.
I
They
would
go
love to
back
see the
in
chat right now.
for a second.
Healthy mindset in
round.
the sense
Yeah,
दो
they're ringing
समझदार
the
लोगों
dinner
के बीच में
bell.
कब controversy
You
हुआ?
thought they were bailing. Instead, they're coming in and
I would
hitting
love
them
to
with a
see your
hailstorm of bullets straight onto
comments on
Apex. It
this.
was a nice knock from the distance. Meanwhile, a bit of a different scene.
Literally on your bike.
The quickest getaway possible. They jump on the bike and start pedaling.
I mean, at this point in time, it's all you've really got going for you. A bike and some ammo. That'll do the trick.
Sid and Hades.
Put it
ये
in
कब
the
हुआ था?
saddlebag,
क्या हुआ
boys,
था
and
Sid and Hades के
head
बीच
on
में?
into the
ये नहीं पता
circle.
मुझे.
Right now, having 4 Miracle Vibes, currently in a position
Wow.
where this
So it does
tournament,
happen.
if they continue
I don't know
playing the
guys.
way they
मैं
have,
usually पता कभी भी ये
need
versus
a
वाले
big
कुछ भी आते हैं
comeback like
recommendation में
Vampires
देखता नहीं
have had
होता.
over the
I did not
past
know.
couple of games.
Sid and Hades के बीच में
to
कुछ हुआ.
43 points after what was,
दोनों
I think
समझदार
we
हैं.
can quite confidently say, a pretty
अरे
abysmal
बाप रे,
start.
तो यही सब भी हुआ क्या?
Yeah, first day was
क्या हुआ?
not kind to them
क्या हुआ? कैसे हुआ?
whatsoever.
Yeah. For a team that's won 2 mid-seasons in a row.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? You've got that championship mentality. You know you've got the firepower for it. A lot of power on that team.
We're so
Hey,
back
man.
now, though.
Exactly. If
healthy
you're waking
mindset
up
ही तो
now,
नहीं
who knows?
है, bro.
It's always hard to put a sleeping giant
मतलब
back to sleep.
पता नहीं. It's
Teams are going to have to cook up
कैसे होता
some
पता?
kind of
काफी लोग
sleeping
स्क्रीन के
potion
सामने फ्रेंडली बन के रहते हैं.
for
हेल्दी
the
अपने हेल्दी
vampires.
माइंडसेट
They can
दिखाते हैं
retire
बट
back
जैसे
into their
कैमरा ऑफ होता है वो लोग
confidence,
टॉक्सिक
stop
होते हैं इन
causing
रियलिटी.
so many problems inside
That
the lobby.
majority of you guys
At
don't
least
know.
at the beginning
I have
of
witnessed
day
it.
2, the main stage.
I have personally witnessed it
If you're joining us
in this
just
community
now, hello,
several
welcome.
times. वो कैमरा के
We've had
सामने
some
बहुत
pretty
फ्रेंडली
crazy
रहते हैं
games so
but off
far.
camera they
Check
are
out
not
the
that
board. You absolutely
friendly.
should once the day
They're
ends,
toxic
but
as fuck.
Now, stick around with us. We'll keep you updated as best as
I'm not
possible.
targeting anyone.
And thank you
जो
very
मेरा
much for
experience है वो
tuning
बता रहा हूँ
in
मैं.
to the PUBG Mobile World Cup.
I'm not gonna say any
World Cup
names, okay?
itself.
Don't expect me to.
Stage 2.
I have witnessed it. बस बता रहा हूँ मैं. मेरा experience
See
बता
where
रहा
the
हूँ.
zone's going to go. How things are going to
तो
shape
तुम
up.
लोग को जब
Already teams are
कैमरा के
beginning to
सामने
make their
अच्छा बन के जो
move.
रहते हैं,
Tiamba getting over
don't
the
trust
choke
anyone
point of the
until
bridge with
until
Team
unless you
Liquid.
follow someone for a very long
Behind
time.
For Miracle Vibes after the dents
Out of character कभी ना कभी वो चले जाता है.
Wow,
You
bit of a
can't act
shift on
forever,
that
right?
one.
You can't act forever.
Yeah, very uncomfortable actually, Jackie, because this one does sit the river right in the center of the circle here. So you got to make this weird decision of do we play north side or do we play south? South
Sid
side
है वो.
has a lot
घंटा
more
मैं Sid के बारे में
compounds,
बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ.
but the fact that north side does not have a lot of locations to
But
play,
मैं
a lot of
बताऊंगा नहीं
teams
कौन
will
है वो.
try and take a position on this north side if they have the possibility to do it, because they know
अरे
that
क्यों तुम
later
लोग
on
इतना Sid क्यों
they
करते हो
can
यार?
probably make their way into
I
the
have
south
utmost
side
respect
of
for
the
Sid.
island of this river. And
तुम
find
लोग
themselves in a
फालतू में
position
क्लिप
that's
उठा के मत
relatively
फिर
easy
मत
to
करना
play
यार
with,
बता रहा हूँ
but
मैं.
getting into a position on the north side later on, that's much
इंडिया
more
में top
difficult.
tier
Reject
पे
though,
सब
finding
एक
twisted
दूसरे
minds
की
and getting some
गलती
much
निकालते
needed
हैं.
revenge from our last
It's
Aaron
fine.
goal.
गलती निकालना is
Oh,
fine,
yeah.
bro.
Revenge
गलती
is
निकालना
a
is
dish
fine.
best served cold.
It's
and
not
it
a
will
big
be a
deal.
bold play. They instigate the fight, but Xavier might want to finish it. Now, you've got a bit of a spread on these three squads in a line
Pulling
effectively amongst one
each
another.
other's legs.
Obviously
It's totally
cluing you
fine.
in. If you missed it in the
there's nothing
previous
wrong
game,
in
it was a hellish encounter to open up that game too between Twisted Minds and Reject. Went on
बाप
for far
रे
too long.
बाप.
There were no
मेरा
winners
chat
there,
ऐसे
but
क्यों हो गया
Reject
भाई?
lost out in
थोड़ा
the overall
थोड़ा विगल
encounter.
करके मैं
Off the
थोड़ा
back of what
एक
was quite a
टॉपिक
nice
पे
cleanup, you know, they
डिस्कस
were
करने
down
लग
to,
गया
I
तो
believe, just
ऐसा
two
क्यों हो गया
men
chat?
and turned the tide
Let's
to a full squad
let's
of
get back to
Reject.
into the
It was
game,
really
हाँ?
nice. I think Reject probably
अपन
could have
dramas
just
के
dipped
बारे में
out
बात
at
नहीं
that point,
करेंगे.
to be honest with you,
Let's
and
not talk
just
about
focused
dramas.
on what they were trying to do, which is just maintain players realistically. I think that would have been the smarter move.
But काफी समझदार ऑडियंस है मेरे, काफी लोग काफी सही comments कर रहे हैं.
A little bit further, see what we can get away with, what can we not get away with. They're in a position right now where going into tomorrow, there's still a good chance for them
India
at
is
the end of
cooked.
things
They don't have
right now on
championship
today.
mindset. Bro, I think you are wrong about this boy का गेम. काफी टीम्स है इंडिया में जिनका चैंपियन माइंडसेट है. शायद आपने देखा नहीं होगा.
Shots over towards DRX.
I'm just saying they have a champion mindset. I'm not saying they have enough skills to be a champion. बस champion mindset तो बहुत टीम्स के पास.
No, it wasn't just the knock, it was the full elimination that went through as well, by the way. So that's Reject being able to grab themselves 1 point off the back and leave Twisted Mind.
So let's get back into the game. बहुत हो गया ड्रामास के बारे में. Yes, you guys are right. बहुत fair points आप लोगों ने बताया. Let's move forward. गाड़ी में बिठा. अरे भाई finish कर दिया.
Trying to move out. Power from the sideline, hard confirm onto the knocked player, and will grab that one. So they take away the point all the way from over the back.
भाई Paraboy नहीं है क्या? नहीं है bro. Paraboy is not here. अगर Paraboy होता तो क्या मजा आता भाई?
Player on the back of the buggy who was knocked.
क्या ही मजा आता. Hopefully PMGC में hopefully JDE और NV आ जाए यार, मजा आ जाएगा. By the way, next time PMGC जब watch party करूँगा, watch party तो कर नहीं सकता शायद. I would be at the event.
And that's exactly
what
we're doing.
कुछ तो plan करूँगा.
Island Reject currently have that nice
कुछ तो जरूर plan करूँगा मैं.
over towards the southeast side of the bridge that runs through that tiny little island that sits between the river there. And TJB is in. I think TJB has made some smart rotations like throughout the main stage.
भाई circle थोड़ा scary दिख रहा है मुझे,
Not
पता
always
नहीं.
having the greatest of success on them, but I think they are rather smart in the way they did it. I mean, they impressed me yesterday. 2v4 coming out as well. Yeah, I think China is definitely here to play, with Tianba actually regaining a bit of points here themselves, up to 7th. They're putting on a very, very nice little performance for us here.
Yeah, it's a good show for the fans back home, especially if they can keep that momentum up. Not the worst place in the world whatsoever.
ये 10 सेकंड के बाद जब क्लोज होगा जोन, अब एटलीस्ट 2 से 4 टीम जाने वाला है लॉबी.
Fragmenting the map, like you said earlier, just straight down
because
the
the circle is a bit
dividing some of those peaks, making it a little bit more uncomfortable.
NV all lineup होता तो और मजा आता.
Moving in a little bit.
I know, right?
Reject still got that nice split on the go. Boom as well. They've been looking good today.
मतलब बहुत सारे ऑडियंस का सेंटिमेंट है उस टीम के साथ.
Yeah, Ignition switched here, Jackie.
Like Jimmy, King, Order and Paraboy.
Ignition switched on. And you got Boom Esports exploding out the gate, honestly.
King is doing really well.
Awesome
TD में.
And I think for Boom
बस
Esports,
फिलहाल अभी
they
Order
have just
and
gone really
Paraboy
well
का
from
down
that.
चल रहा है.
This is something that a lot of people are expecting. For Indonesia as well, this is a really big result.
DRX,
Again,
which country?
Back in the day, a lot of
DRX
Indo
team,
pride.
which country,
I mean,
bro? Korea.
They used to be the greatest at this game.
Duxon Esports पता है ना आप लोग को?
It's nice to see that we're
Duxon
having
Esports.
these send-ins from
DRX has acquired
Oswego,
Duxon
and
Esports.
now Boom as well. It's awesome. I'm very, very happy to see a bit of a resurgence here for this team.
Oh yeah.
And region.
Oh, exactly, man. It's cool to see. You can only imagine, you know, what the Indonesian talent are thinking right now. It must be popping off over there with some of the calls that are being made. You know they get hyped.
भाई Stalwart का पुराना लाइनअप नहीं है क्या? Stalwarts का पुराना लाइनअप is Falcons and
in the top
they couldn't qualify
right
for the
now.
grand finals.
It's really good. It's really good.
3 points है रह गया bro उनका. 3 points है.
I think back in the day.
Team Liquid versus 4MB.
Bigatron Red Aliens.
Oh yeah.
You know the heyday where things were still very undecided and they were just annihilating all the competition for a while. There was a slight dip. But again, it's nice to bring.
But no one wants to start a fight यार, because they know जैसे ही fight start होगा कि teams ready बैठी है भाई होने वाला है.
That region. Next circle about to pop though. Again,
nice knock.
Going to be a River Island finish, man.
Man, if it
but
does,
will Tianba take this fight?
Even more spicy. I mean, we still got a lot of squads alive here. No one's gone.
Nice zone, nice zone, nice zone.
We're losing a few players, and there's that move.
Up fights होंगे.
And there it is.
Power versus
really
IC.
Rough circle, dude. A lot of teams down towards that southeast side will have to worry about moving in. But let's take a look at what's happening on our screens. Power, Al-Haji, Alula IC trying to make their way in, suffering on that northwest side where the circle hard shifted over towards, and it's Vampires once again. On that northern edge, a lot of space to play around with here, Jackie. Could it be the 3P?
Let's see if they can make it happen. Keep the momentum in the camp of Vampire. Spread those wings and fly up the rankings. Team Liquid have had such a bumpy move into the zone. They got swung
I really thought ये उतारने वाला है
a lot of casualties, and it's only going from bad to worse.
Tianba मार रहा है भाई उधर.
Oh, mate, a sliver of health is all that Team Liquid have
Liquid
left.
का एक ही बंदा बचा है.
Liquid Lunatics not looking like they'll have a good chance on
Ragey
this
knock.
one. Revenge again. It flip-flops. This time it's Twisted Minds taking a shot onto OCO. It's one that can be a big deal for Reject, taking a heavy hit.
Most knocks on the team is Ragey at the moment, so him going out would be very, very bad news for them. Luckily, they get him straight back up on his feet. I know they need him. Even the pep talk, drop him a first aid kit.
So many in zone.
But
yeah, bro.
Reject does have a big
16 teams survive कर रहा है.
There's going to be a lot of teams coming in from that southeast
सब कुछ जगह मिल गया.
The
That's
timing
why
for that rotate up towards the northern edge of the map is dwindling. But
they're happy
Brute
with
seems to
their
be pretty confident over
place.
towards Rozok.
अभी और zone close होने दो. इसका next zone बने दो, तब होंगे fights.
A little bit stronger. They have this northwest side. They've got the blue behind them, so they've got that full 180-degree control.
Bro, इधर तीन strong teams है. Tianba, Vampire and Alpha 7.
Tianba sails on through.
Tony knock.
Ooh, Tony. We're down and out. Tony K suffering a similar fate. Vampire. Don't know if you've cursed them here, Blank.
territory में आके मार रहे बे.
But this one is really rough for them, as it's all Tiamba beating the war drum and being able to have a whole.
ये बढ़िया strategy है. right से एक बार peek करो, उसके बाद left में jump करके मारो.
Up versus Vampire, down to just stoned, and he's trapped.
मार दिया भाई.
On the close quarters engagement, let it spray with the SMG.
Tianba.
Bring him down. Ooh, Ponbin takes a hit as well, actually, from Reject. And these fights are breaking out all over the shop.
Lots of damage being
Cluck
is the last man
from
standing.
that one opening engagement onto Vampire. Now they move up and clash back versus Tiamba. Nice nade over the top, close, but not directly on target.
Alpha 7 also
एक सही nade करेगा ना Cluck.
Smart move from Alpha 7. You see a fight
भाई Alpha 7 आ गया. Tianba की लग गई.
You want to get involved if you're close by. They know they can gain some more control here. That's
Boom Esports बाहर.
In second
at hashtag 14.
As Reject turns the tide over towards that southeast side.
Jimmy बच गया क्या?
Oh yeah, they blew him to bits. The C4 thrown on the door, and boom, are not in the game no more. Blown away by Reject.
Tianba full reset.
And it keeps going on.
Tianba full reset, bro. 9 finishes.
Back against the Lions and shutting down the mighty
What
Warriors.
a teamwork, bro, Tianba. What a teamwork.
We had 16 teams alive for so long, but now everyone's falling.
This is the best teamwork I have seen.
Circle about to shift here once
in
again.
PMWC
These northern teams hoping it pulls further towards that
एक
northern
भी बंदा मारा नहीं. And दो teams को बाहर किया उन लोग ने.
Elusive River Island, and it looks
well
like
played, Tianba. Well played.
I curse Vampire and I curse these teams to one hell of a finish.
देखा जाएगा तो भाई.
Reject in a really nice position, honestly. The fact that their compound
Chaos
stays in over towards that southeast side, or at least this position to play that they have.
Anna mod watch kada please, big
so
fan.
much
Arvind Verma bro, no
They'll
mods
have to go across at some point, but by the time they do,
chat is
I
looking
think they
fine.
could have had enough presence in the
We don't need
circle
mods right
that
now.
a lot of teams really wouldn't be able to challenge them all that much. They know exactly where Twisted Minds are. They know they play towards Sunken and DRX. Trying to maintain position in the top 3. Good spray from QXZ over towards Alpha 7.
Right, this has been a wild game from Tiamba. Already 9 eliminations to
Alpha 7 versus
and they
Tianba.
can keep on building with that. We were saying they have a chance to really climb the rankings. 9 elims and a high placement finish could be exactly the key they need.
हल्के में लिया Tianba.
There's the response back. You got the opening
हल्के में
fights
कहा.
against Alpha 7, but it's a
Bond is the last
road
man
to
standing
fight
for
your way
Tianba.
through. Bond though, we know this man could be bold. Up close, he strikes with the slug.
लग गई.
The DBS hits the first.
भाई गलत टीम से पंगा ले लिया Tianba और Alpha 7 ने सबक सिखाया.
Streak from Tiamba.
Alpha 7, what a nice
Wow,
move from
Margolin
them.
1v3
They had the
Tianba.
opportunity to third party. They had the
Talon
opportunity to
आया.
influence a lot of the engagements
free kills
on
है
that
क्या?
northern
कुछ free
side.
kills
That's
है क्या?
exactly what they do. In the meantime,
मैं निकल
Talon's
रहा
got a
हूँ.
similar idea. Misery goes up, gets the scout off. They know
Margolin got
exactly
revved as
where
well.
Alpha 7's coming on
Well played,
from
Alpha
now,
7, well
and
played.
Axel already has this base
उतार
position
दिया
of
करे लोगों.
operations. What is that?
Rev also got knocked.
What's happening? It's like
Nice
robot
trade.
wars. Everyone's just smashing their vehicles into one another. They've whipped out the flipper. And they're trying to flip the script
और
again
नीचे
as
से
well,
मार
but the
दिया
Bruin
भाई.
can't turn
Alpha
the
7
tide
भी
this
बाहर.
time. He goes down.
Ah.
Again, it's another brutal finish for Alpha 7.
Sad.
They tried so hard to
Really
claim
sad.
presence on that northern side.
But Talon बढ़िया खेल रहे
Only
bro.
to slip
Excellent
away out
opportunity
this game
utilization.
like a ghost,
But
not
Talon
remembered.
Esports.
Alpha 7 still in first.
उनको पता चल
place,
गया भाई
but
ये तो Alpha
the
7 है
amount
चलो
of
इनको
points that
मारते.
they're gaining on top of the competition right now.
And they have
is not a lot.
successfully
Tiamba now 56
wiped Alpha 7 as well.
strong all the way down to 7th
अब
place.
DRX,
Now
TJB,
has that chance
DRX
of
का
a
एक ही
game
बंदा
like
बचा है,
this
okay.
with the 9 elims secured.
भाई bottom team super climb करेंगे
That
और
next game
competition बढ़
could
जाएगा.
really
Wow.
be a big one. I am so hype
Wow.
about today. It has been an unreal set of games so far. And this is going to be a banger of a finish, Jackie.
Oh, yeah. We are watching PUBG Mobile history in the making with some of the maneuvers these teams have been whipping out. And yeah, we need some replays, some highlight moments that have been occurring. This was the bout versus Boom that Reject had. They took that in their stride. They're in a good position in terms of eliminations, but you could mirror that with Talon. They're down one man. That's only a trio. DRX, although they're above the rest of the remaining squads, they're in a really uncomfortable position.
ये teams में से जो भी निकालेगा chicken, वो जाएगा सीधा #1
as well, and it's feeling uncomfortable.
Reject, Talent, TJB, इन तीनों में कोई भी chicken निकालेगा.
Situated themselves.
तो सीधा #1.
I like this lineup from TJB, and a lot of teams kind of underestimate this position. They do love the bunkers. You know, getting that information that you can check down towards the south and side and be able to peek up and quickly look through is really useful. But goodness me, which team do you want to be with on a deserted island in the middle of the river is the real question for DX Xavier, as they are still 4 men strong here, holding onto the bridge, demanding the toll be paid from the teams on that side. They'll be paid for in
Talent,
blood.
TJB and Reject.
Desert Island discs in real life at this point. The soundtrack
Bro,
to
if
their
you want
movie.
to make a team, which
It's not a very
players
nice
you're gonna
one.
pick from?
I know if
to
the
make a
reviews
perfect
are going to be
team
favourable
for
for
this
them
year.
with the position you have been left in. Reject have been calming it down, but they might have a forced fight.
ठीक है, मैं कर
Twisted
लेता हूँ इस
Minds
question
are
को answer.
nearby.
After this match मैं answer
OCO
करूँगा.
moves slightly ahead of the rest of the pack.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
आ रहा है तो पुश तो करना पड़ेगा ना अल्फा 7 पे
DX Xavier
जोन
and
के
Power,
बाहर
hometown
बैठे
heroes.
रहेंगे
They've
तो
had a
फिर
bumpy day, and again
कुछ भी
we
बोल
see
रहा है
damage
गलत
inflicted on
टीम
the
से
Hawaji.
पंगा ले लिया
Oh, geez, have to back
फैलाना
off just
दिल
a
का
little bit. That's a nasty
तन्मय भाई
name from
सॉरी ब्रो
DX
आपको
Xavier.
ऑफेंड कर दिया क्या मैंने कुछ बोल के
Sends Al Haji packing. Think for the circle right now. TJB knows they've got to
Bro,
make
मेरे को
a
लग रहा है
move.
ये
Gotta
match
get across the
शायद
bridge.
TJB
Right now,
निकाल
DX
सकता है.
Xavier holding on, gets ejected from the
अगर आपको
vehicle
पसंद नहीं है तो
midair
bro
and
stream
easy.
you can
Drops into the water.
you can
Not,
prefer not to
but
see
not
वो.
out just yet.
मैं ऐसे ही करता हूँ मैं
It was Hyunbin that was able to
मेरे
find
stream
the
पे ऐसी
flick
ही
up
बातें होते
to
रहता
get
है.
that tag across as well and knock him out of the vehicle. Lamborghini looks to end things. They dive out of the car, finally looking for the quick swim across, see if they can reposition. All 3 of them have their eyes locked on. A bit of a split up as well. You can divide yourself into 2
Good
duos
split
here
for-
for Tongji Bao.
good split by TJB
They need to go across towards Zara. Have to send some back of their own. Squeeze out. Putting punishment in. Zara needs to hit a decent nade to provide them a little bit of space to push on forward. But Tongji
Talent का
Bao
एक ही
on the
बंदा
other
बचा है.
side might have an idea about this one. Medkit being administered. His shadows spots out Tongji Bao as they're trying to make the cross. A really nice position he's got here, but if he's spotted, could be bad
RIP
news.
TJB.
So he drops the smoke. This is smart. Deny the
Pikachu.
sight line.
कौन वो
Wasn't able to get the amount
पता नहीं भाई
of
वो क्या छुए
pressure or value out of this position initially.
Ratto boy strikes onto Sara. He was the one man in the close angle, and a nice nade is able to deal damage onto him. Divine is nearby, but the paranoia is, of course, a well-placed nade with you having to group to go for the pickup. That could take you both out. The other 2 players that were in the water have made their pathway across onto the other side, back on dry land. Talon took a hefty hit as well. It was Misery that went down from the contact. They were floating in what could have been a watery grave. They picked themselves back up, 3 players alive, but trapped in such an uncomfortable position with these 3 angles surrounding them. Tongji Bao in the back. You've got the 2 sides for DX Xavier with their wide split as well.
Misery spotted immediately. If he comes back up, takes a big
Zone
gulp
हटने
of
वाला है
air,
TJB
and
से.
a big hit from the lead on Flower. Lamborghini just trying to push them back. He wants some of the meat that's from Talon here. Pick up some points for themselves. Reject, lose Regiocio as GK first spots out. There's no response either.
Alpha 7 got new IGL or he old one
Centers
old
up.
one bro
That's a nice one. with them finding that opening pick from GK first, they were able to swing in, hard commit onto Reject. That gave the opportunity for Twisted Minds to also dogpile in. So Reject going from looking like they're actually making this one work out, controlling some of the fights, to losing a lot of the edge they had. Flower still fully focused on the tower in the wall.
Last international कौन खेला था Alpha 7 से? I know Mafioso was there.
Axel still just
Marglin was not the IGL. Carrillo is IGL. Yeah, he's a old one.
Has to connect onto them. Lamborghini's been watching the peak through the side of the smoke. If they overcommit on the swing towards Talon, he's there to mop them up.
TJB just climbing right now. DRX managed to stay in the game, but only one elimination. They pop out, but there is a step up, but no response just yet. The shotgun is there. It's not doing the damage, though. Only one bullet left remaining in the chamber, and DXavier needs some backup. In comes Lamborghini.
Oh,
struggling to get a
HP पे डाल दिया
इसको. Distance, pulls out big pop-up pump, blows him to bits down by the water, leaves him dropped. Yeah, the nade comes in short, but it's a little bit late. Hyunbin's still alive, miles away from the rest of the action. This hurts the Xavier far more. It gives the move up for TJB. Tongjia Bao go in. Flower heralding the charge, calling for the Bannermen to move up and seize the initiative. They hard commit onto the one knock player from DRX, but you better be ready for the backline.
Paragin, nade in hand. He was absolutely instrumental with these beforehand. The nade goes through, doesn't get too much damage done. 1 cent further with the air burst, but it's not close enough. TJB themselves burst onto the scene. It's been a tough rotate for them to get across the side.
Paragin throwing out the nades, seeing if he can give himself a shroud to play with and block off the angles again. Oh, the paranoia. So many squads on top of one another. A finish to be remembered on this one. Blank Reject were able to recover somewhat. They went down one man, but they're still in the kicking. And there's the strike from Ocio. On to GK first. Revenge for him now.
Good start for Reject. This is something I was considering, is whether after all these fights are starting to pull out, maybe Reject just gives up the goose on Twisted Minds, moves over towards the other side and gets some big damage through. That's exactly what they're going for in this situation. Longs.
I am pretty sure मेरा TJB बोला बोले काफी लोग root कर रहे हैं ना अभी TJB मारना है बोल के. I know.
Reject versus Tongjia Bao becoming a big focal point of this matchup with how they're playing, trying to mirror each other on the eliminations. Lamborghini finally upsets DRX. They were nipping at their heels for so long and funneling them into fights versus Tongjia Bao. Rat-O Boy up to his old tricks, finding himself a tasty little perch to set up on and think about the long con and a distance firefight again.
There was a controversy of IGL
good connection on
of Alpha 7. That's why I asked.
Reggie literally raging in this game as only goes down.
Controversy
Shot's been sent back over towards Twisted
when he was
Minds.
in
Rat-O
इससे
Boy
पहले
hits the deck. That's DXavier.
controversy कौन सा टीम में था जब हुआ? I think Cloud9 में था जब.
Just a flower remaining.
What?
He will knock onto Divine, but that will be their run finished. And Reject now climbing once again.
Reject fighting with an iron will in this matchup.
I think I missed.
Player though. They've got to build back into this.
What
You
just
look
happened.
at the placement now in the final fight with how these squads are going. 3 of them remain. Isn't it fitting? Poetry as well. We've got Twisted Minds and Reject that are still alive in this final circle. With the 2 players from DXavier
because जो टीम मारा है वो टीम मेरे top 4 picks में है.
Took each other out on that last game, but
I'm sad because जो टीम मैंने pick किया है ये match जीतेगा वो टीम बाहर हो.
Right now, looking to climb up towards that top side of the lobby. Lamborghini moves forward, the parry pan in hand.
So low on supplies. Could be a problem for them. A hellish feat to have to fight from.
No comment.
Cover to work with for Reject. They're confident in the wider split. OCO's been looking so good with a gun skill on the way they set themselves up.
Reject wins this game.
Loops, Carrillo loops में था क्या?
First
I'm not talking about loops. जो controversy हुआ था ना?
They have had a
कोई किसी का sister को लेके कुछ controversy हुआ था.
We're back down to the wire. Walking the tightrope here with Reject, Twisted Minds and DXavier. Stage 9 begins.
Nades over the top.
No comment, bro.
Molotovs going in.
Reject played better.
To deny space, deny peaks, assess the situation, get the lay of the land. Twisted Minds onto DXavier, dent the Lamborghini, off to the chop shop as Rat-O Boy pulls out the blade. And here's the move up from Reject. Sense the opportunity, nade for the engage. In the middle of the pack, Rat-O Boy, pelt
nice one,
say goodbye as he's down to Ocio, continues to play like an absolute mean machine. On target with a nade again.
मार दिया उसको भी.
Dueling,
अब कौन बचा है? किया डीपीएस क्या बोल रहा हूं मैं सेवियर ई-स्पोर्ट्स का ही बंदा बचा है मार दिए कितने किल हो गया भाई इनका कितने फ्रैग्स हो गए Reggie looks happy the complete team looks happy सारा
This was unbelievable from this
कितने
guy.
किल्स
It was
कितने
Sari
किल्स
yesterday. It's Reggie today.
In this final circle with
Raging in this game. On the inning, he out climbing. Chup.
You've got a knock
10
player though.
और कितने लोग बचे और 5 लोग बचे
They've got to build back in.
पांचों की निकाला तो 15 हो गया 25 points
fight with how these squad. Yeah, the nade
25 points 56 plus 25 कितना हो गया अरे बाप रे बाप #2 एक पॉइंट डिफरेंस है एक या 2 पॉइंट डिफरेंस है अल्फा 7 और इनके बीच
Insane
में
plays. We were saying the gap was so close. There was so much room
Wow.
for teams to ebb and flow their way to the top.
Reject. बाहर होते होते क्वालिफाई हुआ उधर से देखो भाई
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
है मेरा बीजीएमआई अकाउंट हैक हो गया है 4 lakhs प्लस इन्वेस्टमेंट था कैन यू हेल्प मी Bro, the thing about account is एक बार जाने के बाद वो वापस बीजीएमआई वाले नहीं देते हैं बता रहा हूँ मैं आपकी गलती से आपका अकाउंट गया हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते बोल के वो लोग बोलते हैं मेरा अकाउंट वापस मेरे को इसलिए मिला क्योंकि आई वाज अ बीजीएमआई पार्टनर इसलिए मेरे को मिला नॉर्मल इंसान को किसी को भी नहीं मिलता ब्रो मैं सिर्फ फैक्ट ही बताया मैंने आपको बाकी आप कोशिश करो रिट्रीव करने के लिए थ्रू कैसे आपका कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुआ ट्विटर जो भी रीसेट करके करने के लिए
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
कर गया ब्रो क्रेजी कमबैक ब्रो क्रेजी कमबैक 70 पॉइंट्स मिल गया उनको व्हिच इज रियली गुड वापस चैंपियंस बनने वाला है क्या आरसी This is gonna be fun. क्योंकि पता कितना क्लोज कंपटीशन चल रहा है अभी हर मैच के बाद कोई ना कोई कमबैक कर रहा है मिडिल लिस्ट में जो टीम है वो ऊपर आ रहा है फिर ऊपर वाले टीम नीचे आ रहा है फिर वो ऊपर आ रहा है फिर ऊपर वाला नीचे आ रहा है ये कांस्टेंट है अरे वेट अ सेकंड 80 पॉइंट्स हो गया भाई आई थिंक #1 हो जाएगा टीम मैं गलत पढ़ा मैंने 25 पॉइंट्स 55 प्लस 25 कितना हो गया 80 बे रिजेक्ट टोक्यो इज #1 रिजेक्ट इज #1 गाइस रिजेक्ट इज #1 81 मैं गलत पढ़ रहा था मैं शी एकदम से हिट किया वो माय बैड #1 ब्रो #1 Now, finally someone took over Alpha 7. So now what will Alpha 7 do? उनका मेंटर उनको क्या बोलेगा देखते हैं. Do esports players play on 60 FPS और 90? 90 bro. Highest FPS जो रहेगा वही FPS पे खेलेंगे. They got 14 kills थे क्या? 14 हो सकता है 14 हो सकता है उनका 80 है ब्रो दे आर #1 अल्फा 7 का 71 या 2 पॉइंट्स थे डजंट मैटर उनका 14 थे या 13 थे या 12 थे दे विल बी #1 योर न्यू कंपटीशन तो एमबीए चाय वाला आई हैव नो आइडिया हु एमबीए चाय वाला इज सो आई विल टेक दैट एज क्या बोलते हैं इग्नोरेंस इज ब्लिस बोलते हैं ना या आई थिंक माई इग्नोरेंस मुझे नहीं पता है ना कुछ नॉलेज नहीं है वो कौन है तो आई विल टेक इट एज अ ब्लिस FPS है अरे इस डिवाइस में 120 बता रहा है बट आई डोंट थिंक उतना FPS आएगा इस डिवाइस में अगर आएगा तो बढ़िया बात है TJB और टियानबा का फाइट ही नहीं होती एक बार हुआ है अभी तक एक बार हुआ है कल भी मैंने बोला है ये फाइट हुआ था यसनाय में हुआ था एक बार हुआ आई थिंक, उसके बाद नहीं हुआ. MBA Chaiwala was the biggest panoti before today. Okay, I'm assuming आज कोई और हुआ. मेरे को मत जुड़ना इससे, मेरे को मत जुड़ना. आता है with no lag, तो बढ़िया है ब्रो. तो 120 खेल रहे हैं सारे. Yummy.
Yummy, I do have to ask you, incredible performance from you guys so far, but there do seem to be some inconsistencies in your performance when it comes to the tournament, but you guys are still doing pretty well.
Spy by whoever has been signed by 4MV, they have a huge responsibility to carry.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
4MV legacy मैंने legacy isn't it spike by बोइका गेमिंग ब्रो. जो टीम को साइन किया है ना 4MV इंडिया में, वो लोग उतना सोच के नहीं किया साइन. एंड लेट मी गो ऑन द रिकॉर्ड एंड से दिस कि जो लेवल पे तुम लोग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हो उस लेवल पे नहीं है वो टीम. बट उस टीम का IGL बहुत अच्छा है. So I'm expecting big things from this new team of 4MV. तो देखते हैं. Today's zone settings are tougher than yesterday. The settings are the same, bro. Settings are the same. It's just the zone is not favoring a few teams. मतलब थोड़ा अजीब बन रहा है जोन आज. ये बनते रहता है यार, कॉमन है.
Kalau kemarin tuh karena kita kurang awareness-nya gitu, jadi kita udah dapet zona, jadi apa ya, kebuang sia-sia gamenya. Sekarang kita ningkatin awareness kita biar bisa maksimalin gamenya.
RC 80 points. I know guys, I know.
Sometimes they have the zone, but they're lacking awareness, so they just like throw it away. Now they're trying to
देखो
be more aware.
3, 4, 5, 6 कोई भी टीम, मैंने बोला था पहले बोला था, जो भी टीम चिकन निकालेगा वो सीधा हैशटैग बना देगा बोल के. हेलो भाई, टीम फॉरएवर के नाम पे स्कैम कर दिया ट्रायोड फॉर सेकंड लाइनअप. सिक्योरिटी फी के नाम पे 200 रुपीस लेकर ब्लॉक कर दिया. 200 रुपीस. ये कौन सा चीप स्कैम है बे? 200 रुपए वाला स्कैम. 200 रुपए वाला स्कैम. कोई बात नहीं ब्रो.
Semuanya ngasih ide, terus kalau misalkan yang ngukuhin keputusannya pasti Reiji. Semuanya ngasih ide.
अच्छा हुआ वो जस्ट 200 रुपए ब्रो. मूव ऑन. मत सेंड करना भाई किसी को पैसे ऐसा. ट्रायोड्स के लिए कौन लेता है पैसा? 5 स्पेशल इनवाइट्स इन PMGC. देखो मैंने देखा है ब्रो, मैंने ऑलरेडी मैंने इंस्टाग्राम ब्रॉडकास्ट पे भी डाला मैंने.
Well, boom, trying to continue their dominance throughout the day, and there's a lot of
sponsored device है क्या? Yes, sponsored है. मतलब they are the sponsor of PMWC Infinity GT20 Pro, तो इसलिए उसी डिवाइस पे खेल रहे सारे.
We always talk about teams getting a free win. That was maybe one of the freest wins that I seen Reject being able to.
इश भाई रिचार्ज के लिए स्कैम कर दिया कोई.
By the way, TJP now being.
भाई वही 200 रुपए कौन स्कैम करता है यार?
First half of the day. I want to see how they finish.
200 में क्या मिलता है? 200 में क्या मिलता है भाई 200 रुपए में?
3 top 4 finishes today for TJB.
नेक्स्ट मैच आई थिंक अभी तक कितने मैचेस हुए?
Second place, first place, and then 6th place at the beginning of the day, and then after.
I think 3 मैचेस हुए थे ना? So far 3 या 4.
Exactly what they did yesterday.
याद नहीं आ रहा.
Second half, I gotta wait and see what's gonna happen there.
Hey, for Reject though in this game is saying like with the
Sano किसने निकाला? Sano घूमने निकाला. उसके बाद सेकंड मैच किसने निकाला?
That's the one. It's a great staging point for an island circle like this, right? We get
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल
आ रहे हैं ना, क्योंकि इंडिया का स्लॉट मिलेगा शायद PMGC से और उनकी ब्रांड वैल्यू बढ़ेगी यार. थॉट्स अबाउट इट. आई डोंट नो. नोवा तो भाई नोवा का प्लान तो अलग है मेरे साथ. इट इज नॉट अबाउट इंडिया और इंडिया स्लॉट. 4MV का तो शायद वही प्लान है, मार्केटिंग, ब्रांड वैल्यू, वैसा कुछ है. 4MV is probably coming not for PMGC but for this India versus नेपाल या जो भी है CSA का जो होगा
about their
Invitational
position
tournament.
on an island situation like this.
उसके लिए
Some of the best spots
because
in
उसमें
a
कैसे
circle
भी एक
like
winning
this
team
are
है
actually
उनका
underneath
4MV
the
का
bridge, trying to use
तो
that
probably they
leverage back
want
to your
one more
advantage
Indian team
against
as
the
well.
other teams that are trying to move
वैसा
across.
कुछ है scene
And
पता
that's
नहीं
what
मुझे
Xavier was doing. I
I
liked
think
it.
4MV
I
will
don't-
reveal
I don't
themselves.
often
4MV
see
players will
praise to this team.
reveal
However,
all this
this was
information.
one of the times that I was like,
We just have to
yes,
wait.
keep going with that. It's just a little bit of a shame that, again, the circle shifts slightly south of them.
And luckily for the Xavier, DRX didn't have their full players. They only had 2 players. I think we were kind of talking about this too when we were watching those teams. If DRX would have had those 4 players, I felt like they would have made the push too. And you were kind of agreeing with this in regards to, I think they would have peaked over. They didn't really have anybody being able to get an angle on them.
Yeah,
They would
yeah.
Is it any chances for India in
in
PMWC?
regards to DRX,
Chance तो रहेगा bro,
oh,
but
this is a big difference. What they were able
पता
to do
नहीं.
yesterday,
It's like me staying next to you. Me day 1, you day 2.
that's exactly right. In every single number. Jeez. But the thing is, something that you're going to notice with the RX, the average
जितने भी लोग stream देख रहे हैं सबके सब hit that like button
so far,
guys.
they have had 8th place.
We are very
1
close to
elimination.
5k
6th place,
likes.
0 elimination. So it's good to see
4MV
them going back to
downfall
what
started
worked for
when
them
they
yesterday. Did have a
said
2-2
Alpha
split.
7 is
Luckily
overrated.
Unluckily for them, the awful shift.
They are in
that
World Cup
happened in
Grand
the
Finals,
favor,
bro. What are you
but
talking about
they're
downfall,
still
bro?
putting themselves in contention.
I don't know if I'm a fan necessarily.
They are in World
because
Cup's
I feel
Grand.
like if you
They are
wanna
in
win
World Cup Grand
PMWC,
Finals.
You have to be able to fight.
What do you
teams.
mean by
have to
downfall?
really get aggressive. You can't necessarily depend on a passive play style. And we're seeing a completely DRX today.
Well, in this game, losing 1 or 2 early is going to hinder you on an island like that. I'd say even if they had 3, they'd have been confident to peek over and kind of join in on that fight that was going on north of them. However, their transition across the water was difficult. I think that if they not only if they
Spike,
go
will
all
you
3
come
at
back
the same time
to the
like they
game?
did, you're probably going to lose someone to the line.
समझा नहीं need.
But if
मैं
you have
वापस
an
खेलूंगा
active
क्या ये
player,
पूछ रहा
actually,
क्या?
Jason brought up. Well done, Jason. Then
I get one in there eventually.
Yeah,
Your dream
would
team.
have
हाँ
a
ये
little bit
क्वेश्चन
of
मैं
cover
बोला था
once
मैंने
you
आंसर
make the
करूंगा
transition, right?
after
So
the
be a
match.
bit, again,
I'll answer it
proactive
now.
about getting to the island
देखा
and
IGL तो पक्का मान्य रहेगा.
position down
If
would
it's
have
if it's
benefited them here.
in India,
Speaking about being
IGL
proactive, you
मान्या
guys
no
both
doubt.
be proactive in
नकुल
voting for
रहेगा.
PUBG Mobile's
Ronnie
Mobile
Ronnie
Game
रहेगा.
of the Year. You can see the
Fourth
QR code
player.
down there below. And of course, while you're there,
Fourth
voting,
player.
you could check out this man over here. Come with me, camera.
Who would
This
I
man here. Come here, son.
choose?
Come here. Look at that camera right there. Look at that camera right there. Why should people vote for you?
I'm going to go with Ninja Jord. So it's going to be my dream lineup in India. It's going to be Manya, Knuckle, Ronnie and Ninja Jord. Because Manya, Knuckle, Ronnie के बीच में already strong synergy है. Ninja Jord's addition is going to make the team whole. So that's going to be the lineup. My dream team for India. चलो भाई 3 मैचेस खत्म हो गए. This is match 4, the final Erangel match of the day. Woo, let's go. 4th player Godbot or Sagi. अरे भाई please.
Over the top. And of course,
No.
for over-the-top gameplay, you need some over-the-top gear. That's right.
So yeah,
The dual gaming chip
there you have it.
144 Hz AMOLED screen. The GT20 Pro will
अब मत
equip
पूछना
teams with up
वापस.
to 120 FPS, which is also
Manya,
the first
Johnny,
batch of
Knuckle,
supported
Ninja
devices,
Jord.
offering esports level performance and
Bro,
visually
Johnny को जमेगा नहीं ना इनसे.
in the 2024 PMWC.
जिनसे जमेगा वो सब सोच के बता रहा हूँ
We
मैं.
always do. Let's check in with that plane path from all the way on that northwest side down to Milta Power. Primorsk,
मैं सही से बस बोलने के लिए नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं. मैं बहुत सोच समझ के बोल रहा हूँ.
out drop spots for a lot of teams now.
And I stand with it.
Just like it should right now. Beautiful playing path for these squads. You see Alpha 7 out nice and early, heading to their north George position, and I don't see anything too out of the ordinary just yet.
No, I was looking at IWNRX as well, generally dropping out around that ferry pier area. Not ferry pier, although that does sound fun.
Yes,
ferry pier area. God, I'm never going to be able to say that now, am I? Over that direction, but they have dropped out.
And one more. If it is not Ninja Jord or Ninja Boy, इन दोनों में कोई भी perfect fit रहेगा. 4th player. Ninja Jord or Ninja Boy, दोनों.
It's not going to be quite as brutal, hopefully, as last time. That central island circle is always my least favorite.
Global esports का Ninja Boy. When I'm saying Ninja Boy,
really tough one.
there could be other Ninja Boys also, but I'm talking about global esports Ninja Boy.
Team Reject were able to pull that one out, and I think this is why this team is so scary, right? It's because when they do decide to pop off, they go crazy. I mean, an insane amount of eliminations. Now you see them right now chilling on the top of the leaderboards. And the second I saw them get this win, I just immediately said, this is looking a little bit too familiar. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is.
Volume increase 1 second.
There are echoes
चलो.
from earlier at the start of this year from Brazil, where they were able to claim a global title.
4MV is not looking promising.
They will be pleased
Believe,
with that
brother,
performance,
believe.
certainly, but doing it again
जब वो लोग
here,
dominate
the fact that
करते
it's on the
तब
cards now
support
is
करना बहुत
kind
easy
of
है.
wild, and Alpha 7, this is where their
जब
mental
उनका
starts to
अच्छा नहीं
break.
चल रहा है उस टाइम पे believe रखना
Let's see if Alpha
जरूरी
7
है.
can hold on and be able to pull off that big win that we want to see them
I believe in
do.
4MV.
I know
Let's
Brazil
go.
has been waiting for this moment for so long, and they're looking pretty poised to do it. I can hear those Power Esports fans in the crowd
certainly
starting to
need a
make
lot of
some
power.
noise because, you know,
माँ
this is a
कसम
good
जोनी है
opportunity
सामने.
for them here. It's about that time they really kind of make something happen. They need a chicken
Son
dinner
Goku,
right here,
bro,
right
come
now.
on,
They have
yaar,
29
come
points
on.
on the board. Remember, this is that
Don't
halfway
make
point.
jokes
So
on Johnny, yaar,
a good
please.
chicken dinner could
मेरे को
get
अच्छा
them
नहीं लगता.
finally in that running. Because, you know, all these teams want to be
भाई
able to
हमारे
hold
कंट्री
up
में
that
बता
trophy
बंदा कितना भी
and
प्रूव
be the
करे
PUBG Mobile World Cup
बंदा
champions.
कितना भी प्रूव करे रिस्पेक्ट तो भाई
Of course you do.
रिस्पेक्ट
Not
तो
only
नहीं देते
that,
भाई.
getting that direct qualification spot. Do you remember
Respect
earlier
करना
today when James
सीखो
Yang
यार.
had his speech, they were talking about that top spot from this
मतलब
tournament.
तुमने लाइफ ने
Getting
बहुत
that
कुछ अचीव कर लिया,
qualification
ठीक
spot
है.
for PMGC. So not only would you get the lion's share of the prize pool, you also
छोड़ो यार
get
मैं
the
एग्जांपल भी
honor
नहीं
of
दूंगा
playing
फिर एग्जांपल
back
पे
in
मेरे
my
को पकड़
hometown,
लेंगे फिर
London.
लोग.
Oh, that's going to be so fun. That's going to be so fun. That announcement. Every time I see James Yang on the stage, I get excited because I know I'm going to hear something good.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
Spike by. I am not going to
JB,
say
they're up
anything
in Severny,
for the next
pretty early
three
out of the
matches
plane, which
because
means they can start to get on the
बहुत
road,
गलत हो रहा है.
get towards their first
जो
point
भी टीम को मैं
rotations,
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ उनके
get
साथ
further
गलत हो रहा
forwards.
है.
It looks like they're just
And I
out
think
split gathering those vehicles now, trying to
I think I will be
grab
silent
what
for
they
a while.
want.
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैठने का तरीका अभी बड़ा
Why don't you
कैजुअल है.
sponsor your
on
dream
from the
team?
northern side
Would be nice
of
to
the
see
circle.
Indian
They're
team
going to have to probably
rep
cross
India.
around the river. A couple
Why
of
don't I
options for them
sponsor?
to do that, so we'll see.
I don't
where
think I
they
have that
decide to
much
go.
bank balance,
North
brother.
George currently got it out a little
To
bit
sponsor a team.
by Alola IHC on the south side of
I don't have.
this
I am.
settlement.
I don't
But
come
Alpha
from a
7, again,
rich
plenty
background.
of options to try and move across that river position,
मेरे
get
पास उतना
to a central area.
बड़ा बैंक बैलेंस नहीं है.
Right now, we could just
If I
see
have that
everybody
kind of
just fighting
balance,
for those
then
central positions.
yeah,
We do have
I
some
would.
squads
Why
that are
not?
just out looting very, very safely. Alpha 7 are going to take their sweet time like they normally do.
मेरा dream
TJB
team
are
जो
up
है
to
वो
earn
already
right now. And
they are
you see
happy
Alpha
where they
7
are.
right there. 3
Even if I
average
have the funds, I don't
eliminations
think they will be
a
coming to me.
game. That's almost an entire squad wipe.
They are super
every
happy
single
where they
time.
are.
But I think the big difference between Alpha 7 and Reject is Reject have shown that when they do get like a decent zone opportunity, they fully
8 points difference
utilize it,
RC
right?
and
They take
Alpha
an
7 के बीच में.
insane
Yes, yes,
amount
देखा
of
मैंने.
elimination. So
8
it just
points
shows
difference
that their ceiling I
ज़्यादा ही
think, is
होता
just a
है.
little bit higher.
कम नहीं
Alpha
है.
7 can really show that consistency, but we need to see that crazy 20 elimination game from them.
Yeah, they do need to put something up today. I mean, they have had some decent games
That's
today,
for sure.
but it hasn't been special, I think, is what we're trying to say here. And that is what you need to be a champion.
जब Jonathan का
be
comeback
in
आएगा
that
सारे
number
fan
one
हो
spot,
जाएंगे.
Right.
to beat Reject.
कि
back from
comeback
their
आए ना आए उस बंदा ने
Speaking of
बहुत
ascension,
कुछ
Google
achieve किया.
Esports, man, they had one heck of an ascension as well.
Esports
I mean,
में
they
life
were
में
right there on that
respect
cusp. We
करना
saw
सीखो.
them, you know, get all the way up top for a couple of moments and then right down to 5th place just like that. This leaderboard is just going to get so volatile here as time goes on.
Yeah, there's only 12 points between that 5th place and 1st place right now. Nobody is over that 10-point average per match level at this stage with 9 matches played. We're in our 10th match now. 80 is the maximum, obviously, at that top spot, which puts you a little bit below. I'm not entirely sure on the exact numbers, but it's around 9.1, somewhere
Even
like
the best of the
that,
best teams
average,
इधर choke करते हुए मैंने देखा है
across these
multiple
maps.
times.
And it is going to be real tough to be able to push away from this pack, because everybody is going to be biting at your heels. The fact that Reject have opened an 8-point gap is a little bit novel, right? For the top of these tables, it's been within a couple of points.
Which players
for
you
a
pick in your
while
team?
now.
मैंने
So
थोड़ी
this
देर
is their
पहले back करो
conversion
stream को मैंने
game.
already
This
बताया.
is where, for Reject, they can make their mark on this tournament and really throw the gauntlet down for Alpha 7. And on the flip side, it's a chance for the other teams to shut that down.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good one for them here. I mean, they do land in Rosshawk, so they're pretty central to the circle. They haven't had to have any kind of crazy rotations at all. They know this area
ये सब छोड़ो
very,
मेरे
very
को
well. I
मेरे को
mean,
ये
someone
बताओ
could
BGMS
still
कौन
even
जीतने
head in
वाला
that
है?
direction.
Because
So let's
I've
see
been
how that ends up. Right now,
I've been completely
honestly,
disconnected from BGMS.
Surprise of this
BGMS का
tournament
matches
so
ही नहीं
far
देख रहा
for
हूँ.
me, it's got to be 4
तो तुम लोग बताओ मेरे को कौन जीतने वाला है BGMS? Because the format is crazy.
It's pretty wild.
format is
you see them over there
crazy,
right now,
भाई.
they're currently chilling and down south.
एक-एक मैच में 12 पॉइंट 20 पॉइंट निकालने का फॉर्मेट है वो.
Up the road here
तो
soon.
कौन सबसे ज़्यादा
I think
exploit
that
कर
they
रहा है
really
इस
just
point system को.
surprised all of our expectations here.
And
What do you
कौन
think,
जीत
John?
सकता है according to you
think
guys?
that a lot of people would have put 4MV pretty high in their estimations, but you know what? Not us. Not I don't know if you
Godlike
caught me,
DX
Blank and Jackie having a
versus
chat.
That's
right.
Jackie led the charge,
4MV.
put 4MV down way low
Where
on
did
those
4MV
tables.
come from?
Turns out he was right. Not only that, he predicted Reject to win.
Wow.
Jackie's enormous,
OG or
huge
Vasista, okay.
brain has
I
delivered.
think Godlike is
He's
also doing
crushing
good,
it so
right?
far. I mean, Team Reject had those couple pop-off games, and that just
Team
rocket
forever,
launched them
okay.
up the
मैंने
leaderboards
points
here.
table
So let's
देखा
see if
नहीं.
they
कौन
can just
चल रहा
kind
है
of
top
continue
पे?
to hold on. We're now at that halfway point. Anything could still happen. We could still even see maybe even a team like Alliance start, you know, making their headway
I see a
up
lot of
here
people saying
soon, but
Vasista.
they got to start doing it right now.
सबसे ज़्यादा points
The
वही निकाले
final
ना,
day is just
43.
going to be pure chaos. So I think these next 3 matches are just more critical than ever.
Definitely. Every single match counts with an 18-match set.
Carpe diem, bro, looking
It
dangerous.
is really dangerous to let it start to slip now. From first to last,
Okay.
that gap is pretty gaping right now. 80 points to 24.
We take
sits
highest
at
finishes, yes.
56 points
किसी ने
difference, Jukes. That is
फिर
quite a
वापस
big chunk
दो
to be
bounty
able to
मारा
catch
क्या
up
एक ही
over
मैच
these
में?
next matches. Oh
कोई
my
टीम मारा
goodness.
क्या एक ही मैच में
That
दो
is
bounty?
the hardest shift down to the southwest side, keeps a lot of the river crossing, that main sort of gap between the main island and Sosnovka military base in, which puts playable terrain, because likely not going to go to that military base unless we get another one of these circles. The playable terrain sits at about 65-75%, somewhere in that sort of gap for this coming circle. So into stage 2, we may accelerate the pressure on these teams to about a stage 3 or 4.
We're going to definitely see some teams get knocked out here just on rotation because there are so
देख
many
रहे हो guys,
squads
एक
on
भी
the
बंदा
side
मरा
of the
नहीं
circle that
इस
are going to
मैच
have to
में.
make it on in here. You can see the
So
Xavier
far.
trying to hold off some teams and make some pop shots over by Team Liquid. Team Liquid driving right next to Tianba. And they're going to get away from this one for now. But they better watch up because you got Alliance set up. I mean, everybody's
चलो
set up on this
बोलते ही
side.
knock हुआ
And you can
bond,
just see
instant बेटी.
Alliance starting
Tianba.
to put a little bit of punishment
Bond.
onto Tianba. They're actually going to take one elimination right then and there.
We are going to be able to pick up the point early, right off the bat. That gap now sits at 55 points between the top spot and Alliance down on the bottom, but you've got to start somewhere.
Honestly, anyone can
Where
win.
they will
Even
try
team on
and have
last
it on.
standing can
Alpha
do
7
good
taking
in
shots
finals
towards
because
Team
format
Liquid.
is
So is
crazy.
everybody else apparently in this lobby. They are absolutely punishing
agree,
this
bro, I
rotation
agree.
from the team on Brazil.
Yeah, team, you can see Mythic just down and out
Vampire
right here.
versus
That nade's
4MV.
going to finish him
ये क्या हो रहा
off.
है?
So Twisted Minds is going to be out of this one. Well, actually, no. Twisted Minds on
Pix
that one
अकेला है बे
did
घर
get
के
a nice
अंदर?
couple knocks there onto Team Liquid. That's what I meant. So Team Liquid down to 2 players. You can see 4MV.
दे दिया
bumping some
टोनी के
shots
पेटी.
now. And Tony K
अरे
getting
बच-
knocked. Oh,
कैसे
but
बच
nice
गया
shot from
टोनी
the
के?
back line to even things out.
भाई reload कर दिया Apex गलत
Everybody
टाइम पे
trying
पता?
to push into these priority positions.
could have finished
now.
Tony,
Apex
पता?
trying to crawl away.
Wow.
4MV, they tried to get off of that military island. And they have been shunting on the east side. Vampire, their major task, stoned down. Doc on this high ground here has great oversight, but it's also incredibly dangerous to keep this
Wow,
one
I
held.
feel
If you
bad
get
for
spotted,
Apex.
there's plenty of teams around that will be only too happy
Baron
to
knock.
send a bullet right between your eyes.
Yeah, Doc's not trying to move a muscle at all.
Reefus
He's trying to
knock.
play
Doc
it
is the last
very,
man
very
standing for
safe
4MV.
right now. And you can just see Schweppes gets a nice little vehicle blow up. So Vampire looking to get a little bit of revenge for Tony K. We like to see that there. But when is Doc going to make that move? The last player up for 4MV again. They lose pretty much everybody so early on. And it's just going to show that this military drop location is just not working out for them.
Doc still up.
Doc भी गया.
Still trying to make something happen.
And he's gone.
And he's down. Vampire, bring him back down
पता
to
नहीं bro.
earth.
क्या
Come on
बोलूं
now,
मैं?
let's not be silly. He
Doc
will
को पता है वो
not
आखिरी
play
बंदा है.
any further, and again, 4MVs.
Doc को पता है कि सामने वाला
circle
अगर knock भी हुआ
this
तो
time
finish
it's
नहीं
not
हो
quite
सकता
as
है.
dramatic. It's
So
had the
why?
attention it needs from that first shift. We are going dead center onto the main pack of teams. So I'm looking out to the west.
GG.
Talon, out all XIHC. You can see at the moment Talon starting to bleed from a player going down on the outskirts. I'm also looking at Boom on the northeast side, across the other end of the map. But we're
Yeah, yeah,
looking
guys.
right now at
क्या
Talon
किया?
trying to regain some sort of strength. As Zeal does go down, and it looks like he's
एंट्री अच्छी है लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है.
See Axel holding the angle right now. This is in the blue zone. This is a tough fight for both of these teams, actually. But IHC, I think they realized that they got a little lucky with this particular zone shift. So They're just happy to kind of stay back, take some of these points, and then try to move up from there. And I'm not sure if that was the right strategy. I think they could have took a little bit more advantage of that hard shift and tried to find a more central position. Instead, they're just taking their sweet time in this fight and hoping to try and get lucky with a couple of eliminations. But they've already lost Seoul. Is he going to get the run over? Oh, that was actually pretty close.
He is trying. I think he's going to go around for another attempt there, but the smoke's just about keeping cover for Talon. And that was, nope, okay, it wasn't the last attempt. They want to do a little bit more. Yoru, though, his smokes are starting to fade. Only the one to play around in now. Are they going to go back in? No.
No, that's surprising.
So. Hang on a minute. Is there a turnaround further out? They still got Demo out there on the off angle. Could potentially be a little bit different, but maybe they think they've cleared it. Maybe they think they've gotten rid of Talon.
Oh, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I think they just wasted a lot of time there, and these are critical moments, especially for them. Let's take a look at a quick little replay. See Schweppes get that nice thirst. And, man, yeah, they punish 4MV on their rotation so bad. Schweppes, I think, almost took out the whole squad by himself. That's pretty crazy. Leon going to be moving on up. He does watch his teammate Cluck go down. This nade does look good.
Oh, no way!
Perfect bounce.
How on earth did he manage to get that bounce? Leon, a miracle with a grenade there. Able to, I think he bounced it off the windowsill of the other window.
I mean, we're talking like threading the needle there.
To be able to get it through the first window.
That's right.
Crazy, right? I mean, teams at this level should be able to do it. But to be able to bounce it off that windowsill and get it through, it's to the level where I don't think he meant to do that.
Well, I don't think so either, and it's kind of crazy because I guarantee you if I would have thrown that nade in that window and that player stayed in there and it went outside, I would be fuming.
Oh, man. That is crazy.
That's wild.
That is wild.
Bhai,
That's probably
disappointed
the most fun I've
4MV
had watching a nade go.
इसे तो face wash
What
करके
a
आया
crazy
इसी में.
bounce. Next zone, is this zone going to bounce, though? That's the question.
True.
Where is it going to go? We're
What
going
a
to get
nade.
crazy hard
कौन सा
shift.
nade miss
Will
किया
it
मैंने?
center up.
देखते बाद में
Centers
देखते.
right on up. Alpha 7 had a good feeling it was going to go right here. And it ends up paying off for them.
भाई मेरे को
It's still up.
मेरे को पता नहीं.
Alpha 7. You got to find a way to try to take him out.
Very
early.
good circle for Alpha 7.
I'm looking at who's going to be able to take control of the hill to the north of Alpha 7, because that is a priority
Very
position.
good
but there's a
circle for
lot of
Alpha
teams
7.
that are going to stop you from getting
That's
in
all I'm
there
going to
right
say.
now.
I'm not going to say
Reject,
कौन chicken
they're nowhere
निकालने
near
वाला
it.
है.
They're going to be playing
कौन
all the way
क्या
out
करने
on the
वाला है.
southwest
Too big.
side. They are leading this train towards the center with Reiji at the front, at the helm of this ship, pushing their way through. They are
Sunny Roy, bro.
covering their flanks. They are moving like
क्या
water.
क्वेश्चन पूछता है यार?
Nobody's able to stop the
क्या
crash.
क्वेश्चन पूछता
Tiamba
है?
trying to hold off a crash of their own as Alliance try and make their way in, but Shan doesn't take a lick of damage at all on the eastern side. Now has a little bit more to deal with, however. In the meantime, more of Alliance are going to try their luck, but they're too far away to get anything done. Shan does have to go for a little bit of healing, but Olio can't quite find the shots.
Those are some really nice vehicle shenanigans. Popping on off, popping in the vehicle, switching seats, and then popping out. Almost caught him slipping there.
4MV comeback का तो पता ही नहीं.
But he did not. So Talon Esports are down to 2. They're currently sitting in 6th place.
अब तो
Maybe
बस
holding that Pachinki hillside for now. Not a bad
बस उम्मीद
position
है
to
कि
be
बस
in
top
for this
8 में
zone.
finish करे 4MV तो.
As we're going to also watch, oh, look at that. Guizao taking down Ayala with the DP from downtown.
Ooh, reject. Losing a player on that south is not ideal. They're going to have a difficult approach to that compound that Alpha 7 currently sit in. Going to have to push up and play the ridge, play the terrain. Tiamba, in the meantime, losing players to DX Xavier, holding out on this eastern side. And again, nobody has gone super central right now. Alpha 7 still sit in the shadow of that high ground. And nobody's made the bid for it yet. Power, DRX, boom. All of these teams are primed and ready to go for it, but each of them in turn stopping the others from making that move.
Alliance fall down. The team in last place can't get it going here in the PMWC. Hopefully they can turn things around in the next couple of matches because they desperately need to, that's for sure. Team Reject get another elimination on the board. That's 3 total. So far in this lobby, Tiamba have the most with 4, but they are down to 1 person. Vampire, Tony K got knocked a little earlier, but was able to get revived. But Guizao getting stiff-armed and instantly thirsted there by Duelo.
Another knock in the distance. You can see that's another point
Do you
that's just
think
waiting to go
इस
to the
बार
reject
अगर
coffers.
slot मिलेगा
As
BMPS
Duello
में
has the cover on it.
PMGC
Not
का तो
really too
Indian
sure that they're going to
team
go for this res
अच्छा कर
either.
पाएगी because
It
2
would
months
be
रहेगा grind के लिए
pretty dangerous. Pretty foolish as well. There's that flush going through. Duello
अच्छा
does
कर
manage
पाएंगे
to make
नहीं
it
कर
work.
पाएंगे
Popping
फर्क
over
ही
the
नहीं पड़ता
vampires
ब्रो
in the
बस
meantime
slot
on
मिल
the
जाए
east side. They're
मजा आएगा
scrapping on the north with DX Xavier and on the south with IWNRX. This is a difficult pinch that they're in, but they're surviving it with 3. Tony K is down.
I saw someone
They
said
should be able to
4MV
get
chicken
this res.
incoming. Bro,
DX Xavier
he's
allowed
a
to do the
4MV
same in the
supporter.
meantime, and
And
everybody's
he
going to have
believed
to push
in
further
them.
west. The next circle,
Don't
not
laugh,
too long
don't
now
laugh,
for
bro.
popping.
Don't laugh at
Let's see where it
someone for
decides to go,
believing
folks. Will Alpha 7 stay in the center of it? But
in
they're going to
their
watch
favorite
out
team.
because Team Reject are just seem to be in that flow state right now. 5 eliminations so far, 3 players up. If the zone goes north, they're going to be in trouble, though. Let's see where it decides to go, and it does head a little bit further north for them, so they're going to have to start the push. Meanwhile, Vampire
Boom
getting
Esports
into it with
3 frags
Xavier
निकाला.
and
ओए
end
दो
up
बंदे
taking
knock.
them out.
Yummy
Boom
knock finish
Esports
हो गया.
trying to run away. Pondbit, though, that tire getting blown out. Forces him out. Ooh, but the shimmy.
भाई Pondbit भी
survives
knock
for a
लग
little
गई.
longer.
And through all of this, I think the smartest decision that's been made is DRX. They've made their decision not to go for a third party on the back. They are moving into that high ground that I was talking about, north of the Alpha 7 compound, and they are just being a wall. Boom now trying to flow away
Vampire
as
Esports is
Razy
just
is the
chilling,
last
bro.
to stand with their scrap.
Compounds,
They're pushed off a Vampire by IWNRX further south, and throughout all of this, like I say, DRX are making that mid for the high ground. Can they hold it off against Power, who is the major threat to their position?
Let's see what they decide to
What
do.
will
They do
Boom,
hold that for
Razy
now.
do?
Razy, though, seem to have a similar idea from Boom. Let's see if they end up getting into engagement. Meanwhile, oh, GK first is stuck wide out in the open. Couple shots and he is toast. Are they going to try to pick him up? You can just see they were thinking about risking it, but no, yeah, that's going to be it.
This player is very
Difficult
underrated.
to get this cover,
Talent,
to get that
Euro.
res, like you say, way out in
बढ़िया
the
खेलता
open
है.
for GK first. And going down there is the death sentence in a circle like this. Razy still right on top of this mountain, but does not have the teammates to back
And
him
this
up.
guy also,
So it's only a
NRX
matter of
Wolf.
time before that push goes through. Vampire trying to make their move on the eastern side. As we get a little replay onto Boom rolling down the northern edge of DX Xavier. This is what dictated a lot of the pace of the fight out on this eastern side, and it's where Boom were able to get those 3 elimination points. DRX, they take a knock.
DRX takes a
भाई
knock
नेट
and
देख कौन सा
Team
नेट
Reject are on
मैच
the
के बाद
move,
देखते हैं
looking
अभी
to
मेरे
hunt
को
down
बैक नहीं
even
करना
more eliminations. Divine
Reject
with
by
3
6
on his
finishes
own.
3 man strong
6 in total. They end up finding this hill, and they're going to be in a good position as he gets the run over.
कितना आराम से
Everything is
कितना
going
आराम
right
से
for
finish
Team
किया
Reject
उसको
here.
That's the
With that, Boom
slowest
Esports is
rollover
out
I think
and
I've ever
hashtag
seen in
9.
that buggy. By the way, it's gonna work.
You gave him a fair warning.
That's true. He was like, look,
Reject, bro.
I
They
want
are
this
killing
picture
it.
in
87
It's nothing
points.
personal, but you're going splat. That
right.
is exactly what Reject were able to do. DRX taking the knock slowed them down, meaning they couldn't push in. I'm surprised that IWNRX
look
weren't
at
there
these
early
nades.
enough. TJB, they've been shimmying up this roadside for a while, and they've just found
वो नेट
power.
bounce
That is
होके
not what
bounce
you
होके
want
bounce
to
होके
uncover.
उसके
Vidal goes down to the
मुंह
back,
पे फटा
but TJB is slowed, and Long's now waiting for that res. Flower wants to heal himself up first, and only S as well, backing off just a little bit.
Power throwing exactly 57 grenades in that one moment right there. Unfortunately, not able to open it up the way they wanted to. This position is pretty solid here. The only weak side is TJB. Let's see if Alhaji is able to go ahead and get a good jumping nade, because most of those were just barely short. Oh, he should have range now. Let's see. Alhaji for 3.
Looks for good.
Oh, that hurts.
Looks for the good shot, but it's not going to dunk down this time around. Flower able to weather the storm, and that's another nade over onto Reject, bringing them down to just Duello. Alpha 7 starting to flex
I think
out
Alpha 7
now,
ladega
on the
inse.
south with Magrelin and Carrillo.
Their only
are going
competition.
to try and push up towards the top of the mountain, but Duello's not going to give it up without a fight. A south shift as well.
DLO is the last man
Last
standing
player
for
Team
Reject.
But they've already got 8 eliminations. These guys are putting such consistent points on the board. If Alpha 7 want to be our first PUBG Mobile World Cup champions here at the Esports World Cup, they need to start fragging out now. 3 eliminations isn't going to be enough. They have a solid position, but they're going to need that chicken dinner and double-digit limbs to go with it.
Vampire down with 6 limbs on the east side. IWNRX, it felt like they were slow and a little bit sluggish on that east edge to try and push their way in. They could have had a better ascent, but They're still playing on with 2. TJB still
Good shot.
locking horns with power, and Kante able to sliver away.
Nice knock. Longs.
But it doesn't go his way for long, as 2 players now stand for power.
Let's see what Power could do. The hometown heroes. You can hear the crowd cheering them on. It's definitely making some noise here. Frozen goes down. Power desperately need a win here to help bounce them back as DRX are knocked out.
A nade tree goes south for DRX. They are not up on that one. Another nade though towards Power, and that's another flush, another knock, and TJB continues to shut out the whole heroes.
And
this
longs.
is crazy. Kante
Yeah,
trying to get this res,
and
they're going to have to push in from the north side. Alpha 7 still as 4, only 3 are limbs, but not too many teams now could stand in their way. There is really not that much power left in the lobby.
Bach gaya.
TJB were holding that position for so long. Flower decides to go across the road and hold this very, very small dip, and he is outside of the circle. So he's gonna have to make some magic happen with that buggy there the next few moments. Duello still alive for Team Reject, and he is now in the points placement. 6 teams
I'm gonna go
remaining.
Go ahead and say this. The Alpha 7 ये match chicken निकालने वाला.
Alpha 7 gonna get, oh,
रोक सको तो रोक लो.
Looking to get their revenge on the TJB. They get 1.
You can't let that happen. The roll-up was in the sidelines of 2 TJB players, and they don't let it happen fully, but they lose a player again. Down to 1 now. 4 players alive for Alpha 7. A low elimination count. Dinner is certainly looking to be in their future.
Alpha 7 is the only team.
My crystal ball, that is what I see. But that is not going to be enough, I don't think, to chase down Reject if they're able to get 5 more eliminations.
Unless Alpha 7 कुछ भारी mistake कर दिया,
sweep the entirety of the rest of these eliminations.
If not, should be an easy chicken dinner for Alpha 7.
Then they can catch Reject. But as it stands, that's going to be a difficult task. With Talon and TJB on the north side, with IWNRX, with sightlines onto longs, it is going to be hard to pull all of those eliminations out the hat.
Yeah, you can already start seeing a difference between Team Reject and Alpha 7's playstyle, right? Alpha 7 have seemed to err on the side of safety here, right? Just holding their position. It's a dominant one, right? But they're not going out and hunting down eliminations. And honestly, I think that's where their strong suit is, especially with a zone like this. They should know that they have the numbers, right? Go out and clean up these elims. But instead, they're like, no, let's just play safe, get a guaranteed chicken dinner, and go from there.
With that, TJB is out at
Every single
#4.
time we see a player go down,
now
that
it's a
between them and Reject
2v4
will
situation.
Still stay larger
and zone
as
भी
time
Alpha
goes
7 के
on.
पास.
Absolutely. The hillside to their north still sits as
4
an
kill मिल
ominous
गया तो
presence
it's
on
gonna
this
be
Alpha 7 hold, though. And with 4 players
7
still alive
finishes,
against them,
dinner,
it's
that's
possible
17
that
points.
things could go a little bit topsy-turvy, as has been the theme of
Should
this
be
tournament
enough.
all the way through. And for Alpha 7, they're on the south side of the road. They're going to have to cross it. Look at where the circle sits. They can stay here for just a little bit longer. But IWNRX have that high ground. Talon as well cover that western flank if they want to try and roll around.
Guys?
It's a difficult exit for Alpha 7, unless they can find some picks.
Slam करके boom bam वाला
Alpha 7 I think win this
भरोसा नहीं
game
रखते.
100% of the time here. I mean, they have such a dominant
मतलब
position.
let's say अभी Alpha 7 इस compound को hold कर रहा
Talon
है.
and IWNRX kind of have
एक knock करके सीधा slam करना बहुत कम करते हैं, bro. ऐसा बहुत कम करते हैं.
Hey guys, we got to take out Alpha 7 first, and then we'll fight each other afterwards for the 1-2 finish. But if that doesn't end up happening, then Alpha 7 are going to win this game. But again, it's
I wonder
be
what's the strategy behind
very
it.
low eliminations, and
क्या गन पावर नहीं इनके पास, दबा के गन पावर है, but फिर भी
that elimination count is Team Reject. When they get an opportunity like this, I guarantee you, if this was Team Reject right here, they would have already been out of these buildings hunting down everybody.
Google कौन सा है?
Yeah, Yoru would not be allowed to sit where he sat right now.
Alpha 7 is playing it safe, but in my opinion, they have best gun power in this lobby. They are playing it safe because right now they are not at #1, and Reject has just
so far today. Let's see if this is
took over and इस मैच में भी अच्छा खेले वो लोग, तो एक अच्छा खासा गैप बन गया. तो वो लोग चिकन निकालेंगे तो वो गैप बहुत छोटा रहेगा, बहुत छोटा रहेगा. They have to be consistent.
This circle, whilst they are going to like to cross the road, they don't have to leave it yet, and this rooftop affords them so much of an overlook.
Yeah, I think what's happening is the only thing that I could possibly even imagine
अभी zone हटेगा
is
इनसे.
if maybe Alpha 7
इसके बाद ही
didn't really
जाएंगे
have a
आगे.
good idea of the elimination count, and they're thinking that they're in a pure 4v4 here. You know, if they're thinking
चश्मा
they're in a
कौन सा है
pure
ये?
4v4, they're just like,
These
all
are
right, let's
from,
just wait it out, see where the zone goes,
I bought it
and then
from
play it from there.
क्या बोलते हैं?
Little do they realize it's a 4v2
I bought it from Banjara Hills यार, एक showroom है उधर. Company Prada
IWNRX
company
is
का है.
starting to get mighty close to Talon Axel's got that nade, locked
dear.
and loaded. That's a good
Like
bounce.
Oh, dear.
Right in between both of them. Oh, that hurt.
Not quite
Bro,
gonna get
grenade
either
splash
of them,
damage
but
is low, brother.
Another one to follow it up. That's a little bit short as well. Kynes goes wide. Axel there, stepping up with a pin pulled, and Kyne breaks out wide with the jump shot.
Keen Bhai has no
But the
fear.
challenge is no good.
Fearless
now,
gameplay.
IWNRX gonna lose one, and Axel left his team now in a 2 versus 1 Alpha 7 immediately. Immediately
gaya.
send out of this compound, straight over the hillside. They know it's not a full force
Alpha
squad
7
down.
को frags
Rio
निकालना पड़ेगा.
will have the
तीनों
ground
frags
at his
निकालना
back.
पड़ेगा.
The spray downs can come through. They full force
Frozen
move
एक
up
को
to
मारा.
this northern side. Over the hillsides they roll. Frozen's not going down just yet. But the
मार दोनों को मार दिया. दोनों को मार दिया.
over 2, and Alpha
अगर दोनों को
7
मार दिया तो it would be
rolling on
5
the way.
finishes
Like
winner
it
winner
ain't
chicken
no
dinner
thing.
for
In the rear
Alpha
view
7.
mirror, they see the chicken dinner.
That should be 15 points.
What a run over there.
Still
And
reject
like
Tokyo should be
I
at
think that's
hashtag
what
1.
they were thinking, because the second they noticed that, oh, this is
Margin हर बार chicken मारने के बाद ये करता है,
let's take this
फिर
chicken
ये
dinner.
करता
I
है.
think that's why
हर
you
बार.
didn't see insane reaction for them. I think they were kind of like, oh, because they're
Good
a
job, yaar. Good
squad
job, Alpha.
that even if though they win,
But still,
if they
reject
don't win in
is on
the
top.
way that they know they could have done, they're going to be frustrated. So I think that's why you see them.
दोनों को मारा तो
happy
they
that they got
had
the chicken dinner, but at the same
देखो
time,
कर दिया
just thinking,
उसने.
oh, we could have got a few more eliminations as well.
And I think that
दोनों
doesn't
they
quite
had
put
3
them over the
finishes
mark of where
before.
rejects sit as
ये दोनों
well.
को मारा तो
Not
that would
being
be
able
5.
to get enough
15
eliminations
points.
to
Still.
jump up and join reject on the top spot.
Salmon
either.
भाई bro,
But
तो
another
वो
chicken
desperate
dinner
attempt
to
था
their
कि भाई
tally. That is really quite
कि kill चाहिए
impactful
हमें.
when you consider how close the top spot is and when you consider what that primary tiebreaker is
देखते
as well.
कितने kill
With
मिला
that
उनको.
chicken dinner, that is
Nate
going to
देखो.
push them up to 3
किसने किया, किस
chicken
पे किया
dinners
था वो
and
Nate?
actually
बताओ.
beat out reject. They were sat to a piece and now it's 3-2 in favor of Alpha 7. So if it goes to a tiebreaker eventually,
कौन सा टीम
they
किस
will
पे
be
गया था
winning
वो
it out.
नेट? कहाँ है वो नेट?
JB, they've been shimmying up this roadside
ये
for a
वाला तो मैंने
while.
देखा है.
This, I think, the smartest decision that's been made is anything done. Shan does have to go for a little bit of healing, but Olio
कहाँ था वो
quite find
नेट?
the
नेट वाला
shots.
मोमेंट कहाँ है?
Those are some really nice vehicle shenanigans. Popping on off, popping in the
Mongolians
vehicles, switching
down
seats
phase
and then
चल
popping
रहा
out. Almost caught him
थोड़ा
slipping there.
as 3 Mongolian teams
But
used
he
to be
did
in
not.
top
So
5
Talon Esports are down to 2.
in
They're currently
every
sitting in 6th
global
place.
tournament.
Going to be holding that Pachinki hillside for now. Not a bad position to be in for the
IHC
zone.
bottom में चल रहा है. या बोल सकते हो.
Also watch. Oh, look
ये
at
बोल
that.
सकते हो down phase
Wow,
नहीं.
Take it down
इस tournament में
Ayala
अच्छा
with
नहीं
the
खेला बोल के
DP
बोल सकते
from
हो.
downtown.
Ooh, reject losing a player on that south is not ideal. They're going to have a difficult approach to that compound that
कहाँ है
Alpha
भाई वो
7
नेट?
currently sit in.
और कितना बैक?
Push up and play the ridge. Play the
Leon's
terrain.
ने किया था
Tiamba,
Tiamba
in the
पे.
meantime, losing players to DXA.
Popping on off, still up. And if you're Alpha 7, you got to find a way to try to take them out early if you can.
I'm looking at who's going to
अगर
be.
तुम लोग
That
देख के मेरे
player
को
stayed in there, and it
इधर ये बताओ मैप देखो स्टेज 2 स्टेज 3 स्टेज 4 और टाइमर बताओ. अगर तुम लोग जो भी बता रहे हैं मेरे को देखने के लिए, अगर तुम्हें एग्जैक्टली पता है तो लुक एट द मैप, स्टेज बताओ, ये स्टेज ये टाइमर पे देखो तुम्हें दिख जाएगा. दैट शुड बी इजी. मेरे को पता भी नहीं कब हुआ वो. मैं कहाँ देखो मैं एक नेट का. भाई मेरे को हिंट मत दो. तुम लोग जाओ ना, तुम लोग जाके देखो, स्ट्रीम पे देखो, मेरे स्ट्रीम को ही पीछे करके देखो एग्जैक्टली वो मोमेंट कहाँ हुआ. 222 वाटर के पास. ये क्या हिंट्स दे रहे हो? AKOP यू लुकिंग सेम. गणेश भाई ओके भाई, थैंक यू ब्रो. 222 कौन सा 222? स्टेज 3. ओके स्टेज 3. स्टेज 3 का स्टेज 3 58 seconds.
He bounced it off the wall.
That's pretty crazy.
इधर से
Leon
देखते हैं.
going to be moving on up. He does watch his teammate Cluck go down. This nade does look good.
Oh, ये था क्या?
How on earth did he manage to get that bounce?
ये
Leon,
था क्या?
a miracle with a bounce.
Cluck go down. Moving on
मैं
up.
तो इधर क्या हुआ तुम लोग
He
बताओ.
does watch his teammate
उसका इनिशियल प्लान था
Cluck
शैक
go
के
down.
अंदर
This
करने का.
nade does look good.
वो उधर से
Big bounce.
How on
वो
earth
कहाँ
did
से
he
निकला
manage to
वो?
get
Nade does look good.
वो टप होके टॉस होके आया क्या इधर? शैक के विंडो से आए क्या ये?
Oh, no way! Perfect bounce.
How on
अबे शैक के अंदर से आए.
earth did he manage to get?
Nade does look good.
Oh!
ये शैक के अंदर से आया टॉस होके. Wow.
Oh, no way!
Perfect bounce.
How on earth
Nice
did he manage
nade,
to get that bounce? Leon!
Nice nade, worth it,
A
worth
miracle
it.
with a grenade there. Able
अच्छा
to-
चेस्ट
I
तुम
think he
लोग का.
bounced it off the windowsill of the other window.
I mean, we're talking like threading the needle there. By
Legend Leon ने किया क्या वो nade?
That's right.
Leon
Crazy,
DZ.
right? I mean,
गलत ही नेड हुआ था वो. But the question is, वो planned नेड था या अनप्लैंड था? मतलब वो अंदर करना चाहता है बट गलती से उधर जाके वो नॉक हो गया. मेरे को वही लगता है. It was not planned. If Reject wins this cup, they will be equal to Noah in terms of global legacy. What do you say? Yes, bro. अभी तक सिर्फ एनवी ने 2 ट्रॉफी उठाया. अगर रिजेक्ट जीत गया ये टूर्नामेंट तो यस. अनप्लैंड, यस, अनप्लैंड. Yeah, in Hindi you can call it tukka. 2x करो, extend कर रहा हूँ मैं.
Get that out of here. What are you doing? You realize every time you wear the jersey or bring it to the show, Alpha 7 finish, not first place. No.
Guys, कौन सा और का मच तुम लोग को अच्छा लगा?
I'm gonna be honest, it's a nice jersey.
Give me this.
It's mine.
I'm gonna rip it.
It's mine.
No, I'm not gonna.
कौन सा टीम का मच तुम लोग को अच्छा लगा?
Oh man, there you go. They finally get a chicken dinner. It was obviously a little bit of a slow.
नेड में ESP था अभी भाई.
Oh,
Hey.
Max.
Max did something.
we praise him on such easy
PMGC
things,
greater than PMWC PMGO. Tokyo bro, why bro? Explain why. Explain why PMGC is greater than PMWC and PMGO.
What they should have done in that situation.
I usually
Don't
say
just
about Alpha 7.
put this statement out there. Just explain. I would love to read your statement.
Come on, keep going.
Got another demographic that's watching our shows. But with the way that they've been playing, I mean, for this win, they really didn't have to do
Need में aimbot था कुछ भी.
anything until the end of the game.
कुछ भी.
As you were talking about it too, when we were watching it, James.
Alpha 7 match,
They
okay.
had full control of it. They knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that they didn't have to get involved if they didn't want to. And at the end, they decided, you know
मैं
what?
तुम लोग का
we're just gonna
chat पूरा
run
पढ़ने के बाद मैं मेरा बताऊंगा.
Control game. Like, for a lot of games, you would think to yourself, okay, a central position, holding that down. Keep nodding, boys. As I explained to you what
Bro, no one can match legacy of Noah. No one can match legacy of Noah. I'm talking about the stats. I'm talking about the stats में even हो
The
जाएगा.
only way they could possibly lose this game is if they get pincered by the 2-2 or by the teams that were coming in from the west, from the east. So fall back to the
Mongolian teams are disappointed. Yeah, इस बार disappointed है, but they'll come back stronger, bro.
Teams to basically decimate one another. What we saw as that game
4MV 16 एक kill निकाला डॉक ने. Alpha 7 Vampire. मेरे को Alpha 7 का पसंद आया मेरे को. Merch अच्छा है Alpha 7 merch.
Alpha 7 was having a whale of a time.
You said, you know what? Just go start native people. All of a sudden,
Vampire का भी अच्छा ही है merch.
start running people over. I thought it was Max Drive.
They had a million ways to finish that game off to Alpha 7. And I really
कौन सा और का merch तुम लोग को सबसे बेस्ट लगता है all around the world इस गेम को लेके? किस टीम का merch तुम लोग को सबसे बेस्ट लगा? You can include BGMI also in that.
You don't need every elimination.
If you like
because
BGMI,
10 points alone,
कोई
and
टीम का
Scotland
merch तो.
plays for 6, that counts for the 4 points. That's really big.
It does count, but for them, I mean, especially with the 2 Miramars coming up, I want to see them be a little bit
Alpha 7 बस last में choke मत करना.
They're going to be performing whenever they do get circles that aren't in
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा, मैं कुछ बोलूंगा भी नहीं. ये टूर्नामेंट खत्म होने के बाद बचूंगा मैं, तब तक मैं चुप ही बैठूंगा मैं. Why people compare Jonathan with Paraguay? I don't understand. Stat wise, Jonathan is nowhere near to go Paraguay.
I want to see them challenge a little bit more today. I kind of want to see them prepping a little bit more.
कौन compare कर रहा है Jonathan को Paraguay से? मुझे नहीं पता.
DRX and Reject.
Oh.
Because we saw a very similar zone
Reject
here we
Tokyo.
had, I think it was yesterday. And we saw DRX do the 2-2.
The answer is only one, bro. The answer is Nova. Nova का merch सबसे खतरनाक है.
Reject decided to take that more central.
Nova का merch सबसे खतरनाक है.
A few days earlier than yesterday in terms of the position that they took. But I mean, talking about Reject here for a moment.
TX black jersey. TX का black jersey?
I think hurt them a little
Black
bit
मेरे को
was
पता
their
नहीं.
keenness to
देखा
take
नहीं मैंने
central
Black.
position from all of this. They went there a little bit too early, and if you're going to do that, you can't
Boom
use
Esports
Noah's
merch.
from
उनका तो
DRX
नॉर्मल है.
to make
Black
sure
इधर
that
एक
you
बेर
can't
आएगा.
against some of the angles. So they went all the way up to
आरसी
the
का
top,
मस्त
and
है,
it felt like
स्पेशली
they
सोनी
didn't
का
quite have
जो
as much,
लोगो है.
I don't want to say knowledge about the position.
ये वाला.
It felt like that though.
Mm,
That's a fair, yeah, that's a fair
it's
assessment,
fine.
because It did feel like that to me. They were like,
अच्छा है मुझे भी
maybe
अच्छा है.
it's going to be DRX, and then just got absolutely surprised. And on top of that, once they
Reject.
were able to take the players on from DRX, Alpha 7 just swoop in real quick, get some of the players there from Reject. So it did feel like they didn't have enough knowledge and to make that kind of push.
I know the reason. More teams in PMGC, better representation, group stage over 3 days. So better time to adapt and compete. But grand finals of both PMWC and PMGC are on equal footing. एक second, क्या लिखा तूने? More teams in PMGC.
With some different placements of teams.
Like in PMWC also there are more teams, right?
And they weren't able to round it out this time.
I just actually want to
मेरे को समझ नहीं आया. PMWC में कहाँ कम teams थे? ओके समझ में आया मुझे. उधर थोड़ा ज़्यादा teams को opportunity मिलता है. So the filtering process में ज़्यादा teams होते. समझ में आ गया. ओके वो तुम्हारा प्रेफरेंस है. समझ में आ गया. The more teams, the more competition, bro. The more chances of big teams to not qualify. Reject and Alpha के बीच में 3 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. अबे धीरे धीरे थोड़ा जो गैप है बढ़ रहा है. Reject, fantastic job. Reject Alpha को छोड़ के बाकी टीम में कितना डिफरेंस? टैलेंट 9 points difference. So 11 points difference. सही है. Boom Esports #1 से सीधे #6 चले गया. फिर अचानक से एक बूम बम वाली मैच निकालेगा, फिर #1 आ जाएगा. देखो वो बूम का सिस्टम अलग है भाई. बूम का सिस्टम अलग है.
I still need to see a little bit more through all of this, because
it would be a surprise if Reject won. I would say we're all going to agree if they won PMW.
Oh, for sure.
Like, is there any hope to see you in such tournaments? खेलते हुए क्या बात कर रहे हो? You will be seeing me in this kind of tournaments, but not as a player. Audience में दिखूंगा मैं. कुछ तो content बनाते हुए.
As time goes on, but I still believe
नोआ का बेस्ट
it's Brazil's time.
merch है. 7 साल पहले क्रिटिकल ऑप्स में भी उनका अच्छा था.
Yeah, whoa, it helps
Like same merch नहीं था क्रिटिकल ऑप्स में.
Commemorate all the players participate in this historic esports event. It is a very sick skin. If you guys haven't picked up,
मेरे को नोआ का merch सबसे बेस्ट लगा. Coloring, branding.
Esports over on TikTok and post a video of you doing your favorite victory dance in game or out of game. Max isn't here, so 7, you know what's gonna happen.
Max
and then use the hashtag.
आरसी वाले की हेयर स्टाइल तेरा नाम जैसा है सबके. स्पाइक.
Max gift cards. In the meantime,
रेजी एकदम स्टड लगता है भाई. आरसी में रेजी एकदम स्टड लगता है.
AC arena where I'm joined by Vampire Esports coaches, of course.
The coach of Vampire Esports, full of spirit.
You okay so far?
He does not look disappointed. Yeah.
Quite okay. Well, you were talking to the studio earlier today, weren't you? And you were saying that, you know, this is your trophy to lose. This is your trophy. This is going to belong to you. And I like that kind of powerful statement.
But Thailand से Vampire Esports को छोड़ के कोई बाकी teams
They've come out really strong. So what did you?
एक भी टीम नहीं आया बे.
When they finished.
और कौन से टीम से Thailand के जो अच्छे हैं?
We are so passive yesterday because the first thing is the.
अरे मैं भूल गया उस टीम के बारे में यार. उनका लोगो पिग रहता है. कौन सा है वो टीम? How did I forget about that team?
So yeah,
उनका भी गन पावर अच्छा है.
I talked to them. Yeah, you don't have nothing to lose. You don't care about the trophy match.
How did I forget that team? कोई बताओ यार, फटाफट बताओ.
You play, just play it for fun. You don't forget you're playing game for fun, right? Just don't have a pressure. Just play for fun.
Big logo रहता है उनका.
Play for fun, but you know what? We speak about passive, and then we speak about today. Tony K is the highest damage dealer so far today. So talk about flipping.
BTR के नाम पे पिक कहाँ रहता है? Phase RR क्यों? नहीं, not phase bro, not phase.
You're a very fun guy, but also
not phase.
we know you mean business. When it comes to your players, how do they?
I don't think तुम्हें भी पता है.
So far, you know, Tony
मैं
K,
देख के बता
the
दूंगा
rest of
मैं.
the guys, like, how do they feel?
मैं पिक रहता है बोले तो. Bacon, yes, bacon. Bacon, it was bacon.
because other team they are playing.
Bacon bro. बढ़िया खेलते वो लोग भी.
They are a bit too scared. But today I just.
बढ़िया खेलते हैं. Thailand का team है.
If they feel great and more relaxed, you will see on the first game or second game, they can come back on the morale first. So yeah, I think the confidence come back.
Confidence is coming.
Thailand से Thailand का top 3 teams कौन से हैं? Vampire एक. Bacon भी रहेगा, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. मैं तो बिल्कुल follow नहीं करता मैं. Thailand region का. Thailand के top 3 teams कौन से हैं? देख ले क्या?
All the great teams. So yeah, it's all the team.
Everyone's dangerous. Saitani, thank you so much for joining me on the stage as always. But for now, we're going to carry on day 2 of the main tournament. Back to you guys.
Championship 2024 GM. What does chat say? Phase number 1 team. Seriously, phase है number 1. देख लेते रुक. कहाँ दिखता है ये? थाईलैंड में क्या होता है? हमारे यहाँ BGIS, BMPS होता है. उधर क्या होता है? नहीं आ रहा है. My searching skills are so weak. What can I do? PUBG M सर्च करूंगा तो PUBG आ रहा है भाई.
Okay, Max. Yeah, go ahead, host.
I can talk. Hello, we are back. Law break.
Nope.
You can't throw it. I don't have time.
Phase Vampire Bacon. Bacon तो रहेगा मुझे पता है. बाकी Phase understandable. Vampire of course.
Well, Miramar, but we have to wait a little bit more because the Miramar goodness is happening very soon. But Jason, now we have a little bit more time. Do some analysis for our last Wrangle game. What do you think?
I think it was pretty cool.
Great analysis. Just what I expected.
PMSL tie. Okay.
That's my spot. Yeah.
ये सर्च करेंगे. PMSL tie.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. That's the host spot now.
2024.
Obviously, got to hear the guys talk about Alpha.
Perfect.
I feel like they're kind of playing smart.
इसमें दिख जाएंगे.
Right? They're thinking about when we have the proper situation, how can we maximize.
Geek fam, ये भी अच्छा टीम है.
Where they currently are on the stands, they're keeping out of their own heads. 7 doesn't agree.
रुको.
I agree with that.
They're kind of
Phase Infinity Vampire Xerxia.
They're waiting for the right moment to
Team
make the play
NKT.
happen because they realize they're in the running to win finally their first title.
It's like a completely different outfit.
तुम लोग को बताते हो. तुम लोग सर्च करो. It's PMNC. It's PMNC. PUBG Mobile National Championship Thailand 2023. ये हुआ है 2023 में. 2024 में नहीं हुआ शायद ये. जिसका winners है Hale Esports. Hale जीत गया.
I feel like they're dodging the choke. The fact you said calm.
What?
I think that is the big change.
इसमें तो वो है ही नहीं.
We're seeing them be calm. There's so many.
इसमें Vampire तो है ही नहीं. The overall standing से तो देख लिया हमने.
We see Creo going off and getting eliminated.
इसमें तो है ही नहीं बे.
Seems like they're way more composed of them, and they're being a little bit more passive when they should be, or respecting, I guess, the other teams instead of just going crazy for something.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that is the right strat because they don't want history to repeat itself, right?
नहीं.
I mean, you pulled
This is
out
not the one.
That was a bad play from you, though.
No.
I guess.
Don't be talking about me, Kurt.
तो Thailand national tournaments खेलता नहीं है क्या ये सारे बड़े teams?
Because I've been noticing that too.
What?
You can see it on the stats. The eliminations are not as high as we're used to, but they are starting to make the right.
The Infinity का भी stats अच्छा है.
The right fights. We saw especially
छोड़ो
the
यार.
last match.
मैं इतना घुसूंगा नहीं. मैं national, regional में इतना नहीं घुसूंगा मैं.
You know what? We have this compound. Yeah, let's forget about this. Let's just send at least 3 of our players out there and keep one.
Phase. I'll go with Phase, Vampire and Bacon.
We were both surprised by that.
Yeah, they're all taking it very.
The Infinity. Pigmy team तो वो Thailand का नहीं है.
Something we are. Come here. What they're doing is something that we are not.
Pigmy team is Pandem.
I think they've
Team Pandem is Pigmy.
Okay, we're in a little huddle here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've aged.
Okay, I think that's enough.
Wow, you both are really short to me. And
Vampire is PUBG partner.
No.
Yeah.
Your face.
No, they've matured.
भी
I
पढ़ा
think it's like
मैंने.
the proper. Get your head off. It's the proper way to explain it, right? They are playing
Vampire
like a more
is PUBG
sophisticated
partner,
team, a more
Geek
complete
Fam,
team.
Sem9,
And I think this is
Judo,
Yes, Jason.
Oh, look at that ball spot.
Morph, Talon, Boom,
A team who's ready
Alter
to win,
Ego.
a team who
भाई ये पार्टनर्स को डायरेक्ट इनवाइट मिलता है शायद. RRQ Ryu अभी भी है क्या?
We know exactly what went wrong in the past events. Wait, why no. Tell me why.
एक टाइम पे RRQ was an emotion.
It does feel like a different team.
Yeah, that's what.
Even though
D2E. D2E का भाई का नाम मैं भूल गया बे.
Yes.
D2E का भाई का नाम क्या है?
No, but it does feel like that. It does feel like they're willing to
D2E, Ryzen.
go away from their usual playing style.
Good times, bro. Good
and try
times.
something that would actually kind of secure them the win, right? Secure them in regards to
TJP and Tainba need one winner chicken dinner to be title contenders.
Yeah. Now the fact
That's the thing, bro. It's all about that one winner chicken dinners.
I am happy to see that. As I was telling
That applies for all the teams.
I do want to see how this
जो
team's going to react when they are challenges.
Third से लेके
Challenges that they had
6
today,
या 7 तक है. एक चिकन है सीधा जंप मारेंगे ऊपर वो.
They need to find a way to even
G9, yes,
They are
G9, G9.
lucky today, in a way, that some of the other teams that were above them, whenever they were getting
Good times, bro. Good
eliminated
time.
very early on, whenever they weren't getting
G9,
wins,
D2E, Ryzen.
they're lucky that those teams weren't getting points. They wouldn't be in first.
और
place
fourth
right now.
बंदा
They
कौन था?
wouldn't be close to
BR11
first
ना?
place right now.
BR11.
When you're looking at their gameplay style here, it was like being very calm, like relaxed, trying to make sure. This is like a play style that can win you tournaments when you have a lead. Right now, you have so many teams caught up.
Haley Sports हाँ देखा मैंने देखा.
A massive chicken dinner with 10, 15.
Spike remember Flower C best players. Flower C bro.
I feel like this is a play
How can I
style that
forget?
maybe see
Crazy player है वो.
end of day 3. If you have a significant
OG
lead. I feel like
player
this
है वो.
might be a little bit early, and it allows team to have a great
Bull Shark.
to overtake them.
Bull Shark is a phase.
In a
Phase का
further
player है ना
second
Bull
place
Shark.
scenario.
I feel like that's a good thing for Alpha 7 too, because of having that in their arsenal, right? Being able to have
Microboy. No.
Hey, we can
Like
get a
Microboy
lot of
छोड़ के
moves
चले गया ना उसके
if
बाद.
we decide to. We are
OG टाइम पे Microboy obviously आएगा.
A lot of eliminations.
Ernie,
Maybe
yes.
20 years ago playing PUBG Mobile when he
और
was
पुराना
on
player है.
top.
Ernie के बाद आया Microboy.
best sniper in name.
अरे Microboy तो BTR का player है ना. RRQ अंदर Ryzen का नाम क्यों बोल रहा हूँ मैं?
That's what I'm talking about. That's how we do it.
Ryzen was a BTR player. What was I thinking? It was D2E, G9, BR11 और चौथा बंदा कौन है? I think Ernie.
That's it. There's 2 matches left in
I
this
think Ernie,
day.
right? Yeah, Ernie. Ernie बहुत पुराना player है. बहुत मतलब बहुत पुराना player है.
World Cup champion.
और कौन है?
Bam. That's pretty cool. Just like that. So cool.
सीनियर सीनियर सबसे पहले वो बंदा रिटायर हुआ. सबसे पहले रिटायर जो हुआ वो है सीनियर. सबसे पहले सीनियर रिटायर हुआ, उसके बाद अर्नी, उसके बाद दैट टीम फेल अपार्ट and everyone retired.
This metaphor has gone on far too long, so I'm going to talk about the phones. With dual gaming chipsets and 144Hz AMOLED screen, the GT20 Pro will equip teams with up to 100.
Cloud9 एक टाइम पे Cloud9 भी अच्छा टीम था भाई. ये वही टीम का तो है. वो एक यूट्यूबर था ना बे इन्हीं का. उसका नाम मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है. वो सबका कंट्रोल्स में खेल के कंटेंट बनाता था. ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है. कंट्रोवर्शियल ई स्पोर्ट्स प्लेयर है वो इन्हीं का. PUBG मोबाइल का. इंडिया का फैंस भी बहुत है उसका. उसका नाम मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है. Sixless.
They're not going to have all that loot here at the start, and we could see a risk of teams running into each other off the drop.
How many of you remember Sixless?
Alpha 7 dropped, but it looks like they're going to go a little bit further, grab some vehicles, got that West Coast road. That's a fast rotate. It's a highway.
Rolex लिखला है. Rolex नहीं भाई. It was Sixless.
On that western edge, they just need to grab those vehicles. Teams out a little bit in the middle. I'm looking at Talon with 2 of their players down towards Los Higos.
Cloud9 के players और बताओ. Sixless था और भी बंदे थे भी उसके अंदर. अच्छे प्लेयर थे. ओए होए होए होए.
And it cuts in a lot of the area around Chumacero.
ये second time बन रहा है ऐसा सर्कल.
Montenuevo just on that northern side looks like that's where Alula XI.
ये सर्कल जब last time बनी, उस सर्कल में Alpha 7 ने चिकन निकाला guys. Do you guys remember yesterday's chicken dinner? Same सर्कल था. थोड़ा ऊपर था सर्कल. थोड़ा नहीं, हाँ थोड़ा ऊपर था सर्कल. And Alpha 7 ने निकाला वो वाला मैच.
And of course, you got
game sound please. Okay, एक second बढ़ा रहा हूँ.
Going to be looting up power grid, so they're all going to be able to take their time in their drop locations and get ready.
Do you miss
for the match.
NGX Lord?
Any hot
I do, bro.
drops
I miss
just
a lot
yet.
of good players who are not in this lobby, but it's okay.
Oh,
Change is always refreshing.
On the northeastern side,
We
seems
have
like
to
our reserving team caught that
adapt
as
to
well.
change.
Over
It
on
is
this northeastern
constant.
side, they're not too close
Kuch
to
nahi
one
kar
another,
sakte.
which means that this fight isn't necessarily going to pop off. But I think this is the closest.
This Flower C and current Flower H same players. No.
Maybe a little
Flower
bit
C
of
अभी
trouble over in the middle
TT में
there.
खेल रहा है.
Mikado as DRX and TJB
Flower H
are
is
around the
हुआ.
area, but TJB are very unlikely to go into that fight. In Picado, if you start a fight, it's only going to finish with one of you going down.
That's
a
for sure.
huge risk.
Yeah, we shouldn't see an engagement in El Hazar because, from my memory is correct, you know, Tiamba and I think IWNRX.
Ayala and Old Boy भी 6 legs के teammates
So they should
Old Boy 6 legs का
split the
teammate
area
था.
is big enough for both of them.
They should.
Yeah,
Old
they should.
Boy कहाँ से आ गया
So,
उसके team
as long as none of
में?
them get a little bit
Old Boy तो
cheeky,
Navi में था
you know,
ना?
and just try to maybe take a building that isn't there.
उस time पे.
They should be fine. But then again,
Team
you gotta be careful
Secret
because
Mad Toy.
if you
Oh,
get
Mad
spotted
Toy भाई.
walking wide in the open across the road, you are gonna get taken out instantly.
Yeah, it
मस्त player है वो,
is
मस्त player है.
pretty dangerous, and you need to keep your wits about you.
Mad
But
Toy,
you've got teams next
before
door
getting
ready
into
to
Team Secret,
whip around at a moment's notice.
उसका उससे पहले team
TJB,
क्या था?
They're leaving two of their players on the south side of Picado.
Before
to
getting
potentially
into
spot DRX's egress from it.
Team
But two
Secret,
players
Mad
a
Toy
little
जो
bit
team में
further
था, उस team का
west
नाम क्या है?
now, going to the northern sides of
वो
Chumacera.
team भी बहुत बढ़िया team था
Guards
उस
out
time
those
पे.
hills to the
बहुत
south.
मतलब
Now,
बहुत
those
बढ़िया
hills to
team
the
था.
south, incredibly treacherous, a lot of high ground undulations that sit there, but the ground around Chumacera as well.
No, I'm talking about Mad Toy.
Away to that north side
Team
towards
Secret join
Picado,
करने से पहले
and
कौन सा team में था?
basically this southwest side. And I think, do you know what? The whole of Miramar's
Illuminati.
kind of really just
Illuminati
dangerous for playing these terrain areas. But it is going to be on maintaining those vehicles, using them for cover when the time is right.
बंदों को पता है यार इस
And trying
ये
to hold
details
off
जो
on
मैं
those
कुछ
high
नहीं
ground
पूछा.
compounds. If you can get a
Mad
vantage point
Toy
on Miramar, you're going to have a good
कि
time.
DMR was best.
And
वो
right
बहुत
now
बढ़िया DMR
everybody
चलाता है
is
वो
in
बंदा.
their designated drop
Like
location.
बढ़िया मतलब
so
very
nothing,
accurate
no
चलाता
funny
है वो.
business just yet. You can see Alpha 7.
Bro, इस
looting
question
up
का
up
समा-
also getting looted to the teeth. Those
Illuminati
Illuminati
ही
are locked
शायद.
and loaded for Carrillo.
Illuminati में players का नाम बताओ. उस team का
I
IGL.
saw him pass up a level 3 back, but he's already got one on his back. He is
Waldo's
ready
वही है
to
क्या
go
IGL?
here. Gonna go ahead and hop in that buggy and get
Bro, I have
running
no
a
idea
little
why
bit
that
more.
team
They wanna
broke,
hurry it
bro.
up just a
बढ़िया
little
team
bit
है वो.
because they do want to find that kind of more central position. It has been paying off for them, right? I've definitely noticed a big
S2G को
difference
miss
when
कर
it comes
रहा
to
हूँ.
how quick they're looking
S2G
to
जरा
set her up.
form
They're definitely
form में
straying
नहीं
away
दिख
from
रहे
that
आजकल.
edge play.
We spotted only S.
One
but
player left S2G, right?
but
After
not
the
quite with the
championship.
angle for it. His teammates up and into the fight.
One of the
And two
key
players
player left
rolling up
S2G.
TJB. This is dangerous for DRX.
TJB के
Very
aggressive.
easy to lose a player fast
यानी
here.
अकेला
So you
बंदा
need
है,
to be
obviously
careful.
क्या aggressive
Hyunbin
है.
goes down, but QXC is holding his nerve, but not for too much longer either. Two players
Nice
now
one.
for DRX taking the fight with TJB. These guys are
DRX
neck and neck
versus
on the
TJB.
tables, and they're taking punches. They are swinging at each other right
भाई
now.
Illuminati
And there's the
Illuminati
flush.
team का
A
players
point
का नाम
goes to
बताओ.
TJB and just ekes them out into the
Illuminati
lead.
Eagle.
As long as he's on the move right now, he's going to find
Martin
an
IGL.
offense.
Yes,
he's in a
Martin.
great
Bro,
spot.
I
Gotta be
forgot
careful
that
though
name
with
for
his
so
head.
long.
And he should be going
उस
for the
time में मेरे को
res
बहुत
on the
पसंद है वो
GK burst.
player.
That really
Martin.
scared me for a second.
Yeah.
I thought that health bar was about to get dropped. I was like, ooh, what a big mistake.
वो sniper
But no,
चलाता था भाई.
that was
Sniper
just
बहुत प्यारा
the
चलाता था
observing
वो
team
sniper.
just, you know, giving me a little bit of a heart
Running
attack.
vehicle से sniper मारता था वो.
V try and third party this. They are just to the south. I think they're a little bit further towards Chumacera, and I don't think they're going to really look for this. The disengagers come
Waldos
through
में
as
था
well.
Martin
So for
IGL.
DRX, they
अरे
are
उससे
now
पहले
looking
की
a
बात
little
कर
bit
रहा
more
था. It was
secure. But they're
Illuminati,
only
I
playing
think,
as
that team.
3 after the
जिसमें
point
Martin
goes to
वगैरह थे.
TJB.
That would be
Martin,
a
Mad
very
Toy और
bold
बाकी
play
दो
for
कौन थे?
4MV, but I wouldn't be against it, only considering
short
that
player
they're
था
in
उस team के
13th
अंदर.
place. They need a
बहुत वजह से
ton of
मारता है वो.
eliminations if they want a shot at that World Cup championship, right? So let's see what they decide to do here, because 39 points is where they're at.
Silas
Reject
is
are in the
of
lead
course
with
an OG,
90.
bro.
That's a massive gap to cross, especially considering with how well these top teams have been performing. So I think if you're 4MV, you're at the second half of the tournament. You're past that midway
Digital
point. It's time to
athletics
start
याद
taking some
है.
risks. You know, I really do
भाई
think
नाम
so.
तो बड़ा सुना हुआ लग रहा है, but
At the
मेरे को
same
याद
time,
नहीं आ रहा है.
a fight this early, you almost guarantee yourself getting third party.
Lufa,
So I
ये
think
भी नाम सुना हुआ लग
4MV,
रहा है.
you know, they should look to get a little active,
Bro,
maybe try to
कितने
steal a couple
अच्छे
points
अच्छे
away,
players
but not
quit कर दिए
fully
इस गेम
commit
को
just
भाई.
yet.
उनके बारे में
Team
हम
Liquid
धीरे-धीरे
currently
भूल जा
moving
रहे हैं.
past
हम नहीं, मैं भूल जा
Picado.
रहा, तुम लोग को याद है.
They would love to be able to third party something on the road, but I don't think it's going to
भाई
present
भाई
itself
4M को
till
क्या हो
a
गया
little bit
पुराना वाला
further
OG वाला जो
towards
इंडिया में आके
Supercenter.
फाड़ के गया वो वाला
On the
वो टूट
north
गया
side of
भाई
Ricardo, probably the team
team
closest
टूट
by
गया
on their
completely.
rotational path at this stage.
इसमें
Reject's
Swan,
a little bit further west
Hasaki,
than that. They're currently moving their way, making their way through
Zinhe,
Montenuevo with Reiji actually bringing
और
up the
कौन था
rear on
फोर्थ
this
प्लेयर में भी याद
rotation.
नहीं आ रहा है
Nobody really coming into too much contact just yet.
crazy time
out on the east side. They are the closest. Again, Boom Esports and IWNRX. Just on the north edge of Los Leones, south of La Bendita. Potential for things to get a little bit messy here.
For sure. This is where we're going to see a lot of teams go out and a lot of players go out,
PLM
especially
mood.
if Mars on rotation, right? Because the map is so big, you need those vehicles to get moving. And one wrong rotate, if they find an opportunity, they're going to take you out. And you can just see Swain, yep, he just said, nah, I got to take some shots here. Frozen was trying to set up a trap as well.
बहुत मारता था, individually बहुत मारता था वो बंदा.
Stragglers from Boom Esports. Yummy popped some shots just to
अरे 4A में सुकता ना, मैं कैसे बोल गया 4th player सुखे बोल के.
Vampire close by as well, potentially.
सुकता भाई, सुक.
Stop that.
On the northwest side.
Suk was the like.
I think they've got the message
कि
there. They seem to
OG Suk वाला moment उधर तो चालू हुआ. 4AM Suk Swan.
They're going to be heading on the road, but no, they're going to continue their embroilment for a little while longer.
That was the lineup.
You can hear them pinging off the bodywork there.
Swain on the move.
Yes, अब मेरे को याद आ गया.
Frustrating because you're just like, guys, come on, let us get to the zone first, and then we can fight it out. But you know, teams want these elimination points.
I even remember Zinhe.
You know,
but not
critically damage some of these squads on the way in, especially a team like Boom, because they're in 6th place right now, not far away from first.
उस टाइम पे China का और एक टीम हुआ करता था, danger team.
Onto
ELG. How many of you remember
so
ELG?
Good solid shift here. Alpha 7 are now going to be forced on the edge and going to have to push their way through quite a few squads.
This ground in between
the
top 3
में
exists between Chumacera, Picado, Los Leones.
I think ELG पूरा बंद हो गया,
to see
ना?
how many teams
China में
this
तो
can
बंद हो
hold.
गया
This
ELG.
density of play is going
Val,
to go up
Val
really
Mactoy,
quickly.
yes bro, that
and
team.
on those rotations, like
Val
you're
वाला
saying,
team मेरे
that's
को
where that
पसंद है.
vulnerability starts
Full
to
form क्या है
expose
Val का?
itself. You cannot
Val Martin,
move
Val Mactoy.
unplanned. You need to make sure that your
That
steps
lineup
are careful.
was-
Paragent finds
it
out
was good.
exactly why. Reject ready to take that shot and will be able to find the knock. Not going to go
One
for the flush
question
just
for you,
yet,
does
but it looks
PUBG
pretty isolated from the rest of the
vehicles
team at this
burst
stage.
instantly after
Actually, you know,
firing,
it's
or
right
it
next to
takes
Shadows, so
time
lose a
like
little
in
bit further
BGMI?
away and see
It
Shadows
takes
go
time
right
bro,
on
it
top
takes
of it.
time. Same like in
But they are going to
BGMI.
be able to
मतलब
pull
PUBG
that one
Mobile
back
का
up,
ही
pop a smoke or
इधर
two,
आया.
keep themselves a little bit
Instantly
safer.
नहीं होता
But
बस.
Alpha 7 from that northwestern side could push it behind this,
Takes
and
time.
Tianba even further out in the wings of this fight could potentially
Val
also
does the
have an
murderer. Exactly, that was the name
Right
bro.
now at our
Thank you.
leaders, Team
मैं
Reject,
काफी दिन से मैं याद करना चाहता हूँ.
pretty
इस team को
central
finally उस team का
position,
नाम
but they do
तुम
not
लोगों ने
have
बता
a great
दिया.
spot. So you can just see them just kind of holding this
मेरे को बहुत
hillside.
पसंद है वो team.
But that's not
एक time पे.
necessarily the best position because a team could easily push up on them. Couple nades and they're going to be
ELG
toast.
Ming
So
Scare,
you can see
leader.
them a little bit
Yes bro,
hesitant
that was
right
the
now.
lineup
They're just
sneaky.
trying to poke some
Exactly.
shots out and just using this as a
Scary,
kind of
scary
a
lineup था वो
temporary
time पे वो.
location.
Reggie playing the terrain here on the roadside. On the
First
way out from
winner of
Montenuevo.
internationalist TEC
A couple of
Esports.
buildings, a couple of shacks
TEC
that
कहाँ
they
गई?
can play around. You can see he's the south point right now. The rest of the team a little bit further up north. In a
RG 49 points. सही
position, I
में.
think it's safe to say.
This is
बाप रे
They've
बाप.
made their way onto the north side from what was, I think, a
I
far
told you
west
guys.
position.
Yeah,
Day
they
one
were
पे ही
all the
बोला
way on the
मैंने.
west
ये
side,
जो
and
बसिस्टा
they just said, you know what, we're
esports
just
ने
gonna
निकाला
rotate up
43
to the
points. ये break
north and
होगा ही
just kinda
होगा.
peek in through
Tournament खत्म होने
the
से पहले.
mountains of Pegado here. So a really good
Bro, so far
decision
एक ही
for
पेटी
them,
बनी भाई. Third
especially if
circle
the
अभी
zone
बनने
does
वाली है.
decide to go north. If it goes south, they're gonna have to
Spike,
fight the
do you know Star-Lord?
I think that's
Star-Lord?
about the last time you're gonna get away with a free kind of hard shift
याद नहीं आ रहा
rotation.
South side scrap right now.
Old
Twisted
RR
Minds
की
and
वजह ना.
Talon going at
Was an
it
emotion bro.
on that south edge. Twisted Minds and Talon both on 4 players alive. And that is in the hills to the southeast of Chumacera. This is a really, really tricky fight for them to disengage from, but it looks like they've managed to do so.
Smart.
Both teams taking
Hunters,
shots either way,
solo
but
9 finishes.
no one willing to go and fully commit
Nice.
for this one.
Because
And
of
it's
impact
still
player.
16
Hunters
remaining.
impact
I think
player
we've
था
only
क्या?
seen one elimination
Don't
so far.
tell me.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. I mean, just
तो
avoid
हो गया
fights
होगा.
at all costs right now because you can still have teams pretty close by. Just try and sweep you up. So if you can avoid a
Spike,
fight,
do you remember Dong
do
Jin?
so.
Yes!
But right now,
ये
the
बहुत
fighting,
पुराना नाम है.
let it begin, folks, because this zone is gonna be a tough one. You can see teams grouped up like crazy.
Team Queso.
This is not.
Team
yeah,
Queso,
you know,
this is also
it's
one
all
of
gonna
a-
be pretty open terrain.
one
You're
of
gonna
the
have some of those mountainsides there.
good memory that I
to help
had.
you out.
जो
But this
team मेरे
is
को
a
पसंद है.
great shift for a squad like Alpha 7. Tiamba's getting mightily close, but they do hear that.
Tianba versus Alpha 7. Let's
Been
go.
on this northwest side for a while
अब
now.
अटक
This
गया.
way towards Mafioso.
नहीं हुआ
In these
निकल
hills
गया.
around Pecado, which is entirely encircled by the circle.
How many of you
Granted, it's
remember
right on
Team
the edge,
Queso?
but it could give you some respite in a dire situation, any port in a storm. Tiamba going to push Alpha 7 a little bit further south.
I like
They're up
this.
into the warehouses, though.
I like this. I don't think they pushed Alpha 7. I think Alpha 7 decided to just move there themselves. I think the Alpha 7 of old would have taken that fight 9 out of 10 times. But the
Why
new one
Johnny
realizes,
Sinus? Why
you know
क्या हो
what?
गया?
Position
TJP के दो
over
बंदे
fights. Avoid early engagements. Avoid getting third-partied. And you can see
ये अयाला जो
TJP
लूप्स में
getting
खेल टीम
punished
लिक्विड में
by
खेल रहा है ये
Olo
सब तो
IHC.
उधर ही से तो आया है
Just Seoul,
टीम
in fact. I
क्वेसी
think
से
there
आया
was
है
some team fire coming through from Demo, potentially a little bit further to his
भाई
south
उनका
flank,
स्टोरी
but
भाई टीम क्वेसी का
TJP
स्टोरी
going to be dismantled
लाइक
into,
जिस तरीके
into
से वो लोग
halves now.
अपने आप को एक साथ रख के
Dispatch,
उधर
that
तक आए
smoke train.
द
I
स्टोरी
don't think you get through that.
No.
the storyline is crazy
just
for
trying
Team
to keep
Quizzo.
this one suppressed.
Risky.
तुम्हें
Spots
शायद
is crossing
नहीं
over.
पता है पूरा
He's got the
स्टोरी
K9. He's making a
come
break
on.
for it.
Let me see that snipe.
हो जाएगा रे, हो
He's
जाएगा।
going for it. Tags on the res.
I got you, bro.
Can he survive?
इस लॉबी
एंट्री
में
अच्छी है
टाइटन
लेकिन बैटरी का तरीका अभी बड़ा कैजुअल है।
Dirt.
Titan
The eyes of
FTW.
Longs, but he's still on the friendly position. There's the res. In goes the send. Demo wants to try and capitalize on this, as does the rest of the
भाई
team.
इस लॉबी में
Put
मैं बहुत
himself
आराम
in
से
now,
खेल लूंगा
straight
बता
up
रहा
into
हूँ
the fight. Goes
I'm
for
not
the
trolling
spray,
anyone,
and
बता
that's a
रहा हूँ
re-knock
बस खिला दो
immediately.
मेरे को एक बार
Nate
इस लॉबी
on
में
into the play as Longs looks for the cook around the edge.
मैं मेरा
Still
3
just a
सब्सक्राइबर
little
लेके
bit on the
जाऊंगा
ankle.
चिकन मार
These
के
two
आऊंगा
players in. It's a 2 versus 2 in the compound.
मौका
The
दिया।
rest of the team moving in. That is a big cook, but it's onto the outside. But there's the knock. Demo cannot get away from it.
Instant
There's the
BT.
spray and the flush.
Quick flush, get that point, get that confirmation. Jump shots coming out from Zeol. Now he's going to press on in. He knows that he has a big advantage here. Yeah, TJP are just going to fall apart.
Why do I feel like TJP का time आ चुका है? Nice
TJP
knock.
away with one. It's these two knocks. Oh, that
ओए
was
कहाँ से मारा उसने?
for comfort.
So
भाई टैलेंट का
really,
यूरू ने कहाँ से तो
really
मारा
bad
है
shape
with
there.
that TJP
For
बाहर
IHC losing a
at
player in
hashtag
general,
16 2 पॉइंट मिला
not
उनको
ideal, but they will be able to keep themselves up as 3. Potential for Reject to get involved here. If they strike now, whilst the iron's hot, they could potentially fully third party this, but it's not going to happen. Hello, IHC.
Do you remember BTR 1v3? OR. Of course, bro. I remember that clutch so
See where the zone's
crystal
gonna go.
clearly.
Will it go north? Will it center up? We're about to find out here. As
Tianba
Team
के दो बंदे
Reject,
knock.
man, when these guys
Tianba
get into a
versus
fair fight,
Reject
they're
Tokyo.
so tough to beat. Now they're starting to put the cranks onto
Oy,
Tianba.
oy,
Nice
oy, oy,
jump
instant
shot,
rating.
though. That was right at the last second. One more bullet, and it would have gone the other way. But unfortunately for Team Reject, they are going to lose a player.
Oh, if that nade had been a little bit earlier,
Oi,
that would be the
oi,
knock.
oi,
But there's the spray down.
Shan is the
Of course
last
they're
one
gonna confirm
standing
this
for
one. It's just
Tianba.
shot for TJB.
और वो
Alpha
बहुत
7
दूर
could
है।
move over this north side. It looks like they're
मिल
poking
गया
their noses
Reject को
in. They
3
are
finishes.
starting to peek out this way.
Well, they
Shots
should.
start to ring in.
Shan भी मरने वाला है, मर गया।
That takes them out the mix, and it is Tianba to fall.
Wow.
Reject pick up
ये
3.
क्या हो रहा है भाई
Alpha 7
Tianba के
sneak
साथ?
one away on the back foot.
Well, let's see what Alpha 7 decides, because they were looking at the elimination feed. They should know that it's Team Reject nearby. So that's the team now they definitely know it is after that knock, because you know there's only one team that can be hitting shots like that.
Dog
it's
knock.
Team Reject. Carrillo going to go on over to try to pick up McGrellin. Mafioso up front. I think Team
Bro,
Reject
strange बोलते
understands
याद है
what they're
क्या?
at risk of, so they
भाई
should be trying to
मत
hunt
याद
down
दिलाओ
vehicles
यार,
and trying to
मत
get
याद
out of here.
दिलाओ उसका.
Taking shots over towards Alpha 7. Can tail that backfill potential.
Or not.
Slow them down. They're allowing this res, but the blue zone is upon them now for Alpha 7. This fight, as we hop on over to Twisted Minds, versus Power on the eastern side now. Near to Boom, who could potentially have a third party, and it looks like it's going poorly for Power. Kante the last to stand,
Wow.
and that is going to be the final nail in
Bro,
the
ये
coffin.
left side का fight कितना perfectly लेते हैं बे थोड़े
Not
लोग
over
तो.
just yet. Boom have shots over to it. IWNRX further
ये
down
बहुत
the hill
प्यारा मारा
don't
उसने.
quite have sightlines over to the high ground. As Alpha 7 gonna make their move. We're hopping on over there.
Points
Past Reject.
difference
Are they gonna
between
go for the
Alpha
big
7
They
and
have to.
Reject
They
Tokyo.
know they need to
कोई
take
Alpha
Reject
fight लेने
out
वाला है
here
क्या
and
Reject
now.
से?
Might as well.
Because they know they are
Especially
3
if
man.
you want to go ahead and hold on to that first place. This is a kind of weird angle, though. The zone's going to start closing in on you, Alpha 7. So,
Interesting.
I'm not sure if this is the exact angle you want to take. You should try to rotate around them. Instead, they said, nope, we are going to push right on through.
Let's go, babe. Let's go. Reject versus Alpha 7.
On in. The Longhouse challenge as Divine holds the window.
Revo knock.
One Revo falls. McGrellin now up for the task. Divine still has that DBS on the inside. Teammate Carrillo moving in for Alpha 7. Nades not going to go through just yet. As Divine gets a hit
अरे
off.
बाप रे Divine क्या कर दिया
Carrillo now in the
तूने?
dirt. Mafioso
Marben
moving
also
up in the
knock.
left-hand side there. Looking for Sara on the off angle. He's got his own challenge, but it's all on Divine. Carrillo not getting this res just yet. Kneels up, looks for it.
Mafioso also knock.
And Reject.
Reject is owning Alpha 7 right now.
Holding that first place away. Reiji
Reject
with the nade,
owned Alpha
with the
7 in
arm,
this fight,
looks
bro.
for the cannons, long range and not gonna find it. Goes too far. Divine with another challenge. Carrillo now looking for the heal, and Revo is low. Gets the heal off on the high ground, nades to the backline, but they're not finding it.
It is now a 2v3. Oh,
Revo
never
knock.
mind. A 3v1 as Carrillo needs to do a miracle here.
Reject.
The IGL for Alpha 7.
Madly
desperately
impressed
trying
with
to make
Reject.
it happen for Brazil. Works right on the
Oh,
open
dear.
and gets defeated. That is
Kya
a
khela bhai,
huge
Reject.
win for Team
Kya
Reject.
khela.
Devastation from Divine. The
They are-
DPS. Too powerful.
They're unstoppable,
of the
guys.
longhouse.
They're unstoppable
3
right now.
players walk up, and none of them
97
walk away.
points है उनके पास.
Reject happy to put their opponents for the first
Wow.
place spot in the dirt, pick up the points, 7 eliminations now.
Pure, एकदम
It is
pure
huge.
fights था भाई,
Alouettes
pure
actually
1v1
did
था.
not go for that third party.
Divine
With
तो
3
कमाल
players
कर दिया भाई,
alive,
उससे तो
this
3 बंदे पेला
is
उसने.
a big statement from Reject. They are pushing towards
Alpha
that
7
10-point
really
average barrier.
thought कि भाई चलो ये 3 मैंने मार देंगे इनको. घुस के.
Karujak's face right now. That is the coach for Alpha 7. I know he did not like what he saw right
One
there.
side
That
दे दी भाई,
push,
one side,
they
3v4, one
separated
side.
all of their resources. Basically,
No
essentially
competition,
gave
bhai.
Team Reject
No
1v1
competition.
after
Reject on
1v1. You know that Team Alpha 7's gonna be doing their homework on that fight right there, because that is a mistake they cannot afford to make once again.
Own that fight.
Divine spreading his wings for Reject. Reiji, I mean, he was there, and normally he has massive impact onto these fights, but he just let his teammates handle that one. This
मजा आ गया.
is what we want to see
That
from
fight,
this
bro,
team.
beautiful fight. W fight करो यार,
Circle
W fight.
shifts going the way of
Reject
the Xavier.
one side दिया फिर भी यार,
This
बढ़िया fight
circle
था,
for
मजा
just
आया.
a moment here. I mean, okay,
देखो ये
no,
क्या
let's
खेला
look at
इसने.
these replays from Divine, because look at that 1, 2, the hopping through the window. I think was the biggest mistake that happened there.
सारा ने
It was
1v1 निकाला.
ill-timed. The rest of
Divine ने
his team
1v2
weren't ready to
निकाला.
go in and be
मतलब
that
2 बार
off-ramble.
1v1
That's
निकाला.
what allowed Divine to
फिर
make that
रेजी
position.
कभी
But
भरोसा छोड़ा ही नहीं
the
उनके टीममेट्स के ऊपर.
Xavier with a
उसका
nice
एंगल
compound
उसका
on
एंगल
this
पे ही फिक्स होके
junction.
बैठा
There's
हुआ.
a hill to their south, which 4MV currently
Strong way,
hold.
that's very
These are
strong.
2 really powerful positions into the circle. Team Liquid can stay alive for a little bit longer.
Judo का Jimmy, NV Jimmy है क्या? No bro, no. That Jimmy, this Jimmy is
from any
different.
of these directions.
This Jimmy is from
Well, let's see what
Malaysia.
happens. I think the reason why we're seeing Team Reject have so much success here is because they're not afraid to take early engagements, and they know that they have the gun skill to win them. So even if they go out early, they still put up so many elimination points. Look at them right now, 7 already with only 3 players. Now we're gonna watch Team Liquid get into it with IWNRX. Actually, quite a few squads are now putting some pressure onto them.
IWNRX make a mad dash across some open ground, and no one's going to let them get away with it.
I still can't believe Alpha 7 ऐसा wipe हो गया.
Short.
I'm in shock.
Are they almost out? No, they're not quite all down.
Spy by RG 40 points in 1 match. Yes bro, मैंने थोड़ी देर पहले ही पढ़ा मैंने chat में. Insane bro, insane.
It's not going to be too healthy for them. In the circle, however, so, you know, silver line.
49 यार. Like क्या मजाक हो गया भाई game.
Now starting to get into
All
it
thanks
with
to
Team
BGMS
Reject.
new rules.
That's not a team you want to feed right now because
And मैं बता रहा हूँ 49
some
points का भी
monsters in
record
the
break
lobby.
होने वाला है.
Reiji OCO on the move
I'm telling
with
you
his
guys.
buggy, trying to get some information. Takes a couple shots to the buggy.
Sad that मैं videos नहीं बना पाऊंगा
Now
अभी
he's gonna start making
BGMS
the
का.
bad dash across
क्योंकि
the
I am
open field.
completely
See him.
loaded with
defensive
PMWC's
smokes on themselves.
content.
That completely eliminates their sight lines, and that is a huge break for Team Reject.
They might just be able to traverse that ground now on the north side, take a challenge with DRX. We'll have to wait and see, though. For the time being, Alliance trying to hold off, trying to
Reject
play
ना
up
मार
against
रहा
it.
भाई.
Divine is in for the
Vampire को भी
challenge. He
पेलना है
wants
इनको.
more. He wants to take a chunk out of Vampire. With the DBS, he moves forward, but it's not going to work out.
What?
They just
इनके
were
दो
given
बंदे
a
already
break by
knocked
those
थे.
smokes,
आखिरी
but they
बंदा था
got a
ये.
little bit too bold. They didn't
चलो
really
Reject
have
के
too
बाहर
many
हो गया.
options, however. This is still a
But
good
still
match
यार,
for Reject.
बढ़िया
Having
खेला
taken
Reject,
down Alpha
बढ़िया.
7 earlier, only Talon really
We have 97
were in a
points,
position to
Alpha 7
chase,
has
and even then,
88.
they're not in the best of positions.
9 points
They're gonna
difference.
be
That's
happy
not
with it.
much.
Yeah, Talon
not
needs
much
to
of a
realize the
difference.
door's open here, and they cannot play passive. They need to find a way to start soaking up some elimination points, especially if they get this
Zone.
next circle. You can see them on the south side of the map in that compound there. Next zone just going up, and it's
Xavier
centers up. So
Esports
Talon
एक
now
भी
needs to
chicken
start
निकाल पाया
moving.
भाई अभी
They could
तक.
start. They could either
क्या उनका
hug
भी एक
the
हो जाए?
circle, go all the way up to IHC, to Alliance, or head straight on
Team
into
Liquid is pushing on
4MV.
NRX.
Let's see what they decide. As Team Liquid said, okay, that's it. We've had it up with IWNRX. Let's take these
Yeah, three
eliminations.
बंदा NRX
Still
का.
Something.
pushing into a long
Something.
house. I don't know, man. Is this going to go well? We'll have to wait and see. Because Alpha 7 couldn't quite make it work, unfortunately. Shots up the top, and there's Frozen. Okay. They've
And with
learned
that,
a
NRX
lesson.
is out
They've
at
taken a
hashtag
leaf out of Divine's book this time
Bro,
around.
top 5 में
Not from their
Talon
country,
अकेला team बचा है.
But it's going to work out here.
And DRX.
Liquid can fight another day. 4 players alive. They're going to push in from the
Boom,
eastern
DRX
side.
Talon. Stocks going
Have
up.
to make their way on in fact, as the circle's
After
going
this
to push
match.
them away. DRX in a very sheltered position right now. They're playing in a ditch, but they're center on the circle. Boom can't really crest that ridge line. Neither can Alliance. So for now,
Last match
DRX
है क्या?
only
No
have
bro,
to
this
worry
is
about
last
Team
but
Liquid.
one match. इसके बाद और एक
I
match
say
है.
only.
That's
still
right.
Team Liquid.
Yeah, for now. And let's see right now, Team Liquid is definitely a problem. They're currently sitting in 10th place, but they just haven't been able to find those good positions, unfortunately. We don't see them in center zone too often here. So now they're still, again, having to play the edge, and against a lobby like this, it is so difficult. Timing is going to be everything for them right here. They can't just push out in the open when everything's quiet. If they do, they are going to get destroyed in just like 2 seconds. So they're going to have to wait for a fight to pop off in the center of the zone and then start to push in from
एक ही
there.
बंदा बचा है Boom का.
Actually, it looks like they throw a couple smokes and decide to hug this edge and possibly take on Alliance.
भाई यूडो अलायंस को 16th पे तो भाई मैं इमेजिन भी नहीं किया भाई.
Choose a fight now.
किस तरीके से वो लोग खेल रहे थे starting.
Actually taking shots from Team Liquid. I said that was the thing they had to worry about, and rightly so. Along that roadside, they can just light this one up. They have a small elevation advantage over towards the ditch, and Chief, they're sending forwards. Team Liquid want to put nades now in amongst DRX. There is an answer, but those nades are going to bombard onto these downed DRX players. Just one player looking to try and get everything back together, but the pieces are starting to crumble. 2 heals are going through. There's another nade, there's a Molotov, and there's no way that you can withstand this from Team Liquid. Chief leading the charge now with the DBS. Can Hyunbin do anything here with the UMP? His ammo's running low, and there's too much of a challenge in the wings. Goes for one, goes for the spray.
What?
Will find the first, but not
Nice
the
try,
second.
and with
Yeah,
that,
just like that. Team Liquid
DRX is out
They
at
set
hashtag
Ayala up on
9.
top of the hillside just to kind of pop some shots at DRX. Got a
Imagine
couple critical
Talon
knocks,
getting a
sent
winner
them all the
chicken
way
in this match.
And they said, nah, we're not
अगर
just gonna
Talon
push
जीत
silly
गया ये match,
on in
तो
the
सीधा
middle.
hashtag 1
We're gonna
Talon.
make it happen ourselves. So beautiful push from Team Liquid.
अगर
And
जीत
now
गया
they're in
तो.
a very solid position. There's nobody to their backs here.
What do you guys think?
Vampire is their major
कौन
threat
निकालेगा
right now.
match
Where
में
do
winner
they
chicken dinner?
cross, right? Where is their opportunity to move? Moving in towards DX Xavier, I don't know about that one, but moving towards
In
Team
match
Liquid, now
where
there's
all
an opportunity.
16 teams
You
are
can play
too
on that
good,
far
we can't say
roadside,
who will
you can
win.
move along, open
Jojo.
up the door with some nades, and then
Yeah.
just crash across.
You're right.
Vampire currently the only team on the north side, but you can see just how dominating the sightlines are for DX Xavier over towards this position. So if I'm Team Liquid, I'm worried from the north.
Well, let's see where this next zone goes. Oh, 4MV getting knocked. 4MV being very quiet here. Where was the 4MV of the group stage? The aggression just pushing onto the edge. Now we just see them hiding in buildings.
लग गई.
And it is not working out for them. This
देखो
next zone
splash
does
damage बहुत
pop.
कम है.
Put in the chat who you think's going to win this match right now. If you get it right, you get a Chris high five. Godless with the shots.
Nice
Right-hand
one, Godless.
priority. Too strong.
Strafing out. Nice spray.
4MV का
UMP
पिटाई
close
चल रहा है
range.
bro.
Takes
2 man है
another
4MV.
out of 4MV.
2 man नहीं,
One
solo
player
man
left for
है.
them.
Baron
On
is the
south
last
side,
man standing for 4MV.
Might have a P90, but Talon gonna
Talon
have to move
versus
towards
Yudu.
the circle. You can't beat it. It will just come for you. Alliance trying to move their way in as well. Leon takes a lick of damage, but stays alive. Another nade goes short, doesn't connect with Cluck. And they're trying to push past now. More damage pouring on in. Talon 4v4 with Alliance.
4v4 right now. Let's see what Alliance can do. Alliance trying to make it happen against Talon. Currently in last place. A stark difference from their group stage performance. Cluck up close and personal. That's the worst place to be near that box. You gotta know there's some utility coming right towards you.
Leon
and he gets
DZ
punished
knock.
immediately.
Misery down, but there is an answer, and it's twofold. Painful for Alliance, but they still have to get away from this blue zone. It is now pushing fast. Vampire, they did choose to go out towards DXAV. They put
बढ़िया खेल रहा है guys.
They cut off
Talon
sightlines,
बहुत बढ़िया
but
खेल
this
रहा है.
could be just a death sentence. Lamborghini with the sideswipe in the back of the pickup there. Needs to pick up more than this, though. Schwepp down. Tony K has the angle. Nade overarm over the top of the list.
Excellent nade. दो बंदे गए.
Huge nade for Lamborghini. That's his third knock towards Vampire. They try and cross the road, but they are into the open arms of DX Xavier. Is there a third party from Team Liquid? There's shots coming through potentially, but DX Xavier have all of them alive, and there's no reses yet.
Lamborghini.
Nice knock.
Oh, showing a little mercy to Vampire there.
Instant
He gets
wait.
knocked
भाई
and
खराब लगा भाई
thirsty.
Lamborghini के लिए बहुत
The rest
खराब
of
लगा.
Xavier.
Long nade.
Let's see if they can hit it. They have to roll a perfect nade down. That looks pretty good. Oh, just a little overcooked. And that is
instant rev. Nice.
Now you're gonna see DXavier say, you know what, we're gonna get it done with our weapon. Jump shot gets one. Ooh, not able to get the second.
Last one.
Follow up. There it is.
Last नहीं था और एक भी बंदा आया वो देख के समझ में आ गया लग गई वैम्पायर की
made a mistake there going for the DXavier position. You smoke them off, you take down
Team
Liquid. Now Team Liquid can third party. Ayala's been knocked for a while. That was a name from DXavier that took that one.
Mistakes online.
No, he's taking a tumble. That's a lot of damage. That's got to slow him down. Something
क्या damage था ये?
Will be able to get that first aid
Liquid.
off. They can shimmy along this hill side now. However, it gives DXavier time, and that is exactly what they need to get back on their feet.
I'm rooting for Talon in this match.
Mythic's ankles be hurting right now.
Let's go, Talon.
Linux on the other side. Gonna have to make a play here against Team Liquid. They are out of zone, so they have to push, but unfortunately, Allah IHC is right above them. And that's going to make things so much more difficult for Talon. I got to give the edge to Team Liquid here. That nade, just a little bit short. Talon cannot push Team Liquid at all due to Allah IHC's position. Seol's got that nade, but this is a little bit too far. Chief and Ayala have to hold them down.
They are holding this ridge line well. That's a knock towards the back lines of Talon. Mythic still down. Close range. Cardozen with it all to do.
Nice one.
Dark can't quite find the second, but there's the sideswipe. Chief now needs to stand up for the team.
Talon
with one player standing will fall down. A little assist there from Zeol on the off angle. And Team Liquid will be able to get these reses, but will they be able to get both? That's the big question.
Talon
down to the cliffside, and DXavier trying to flex out.
Talon bahar at #5.
Ayala, Team Liquid's being too quiet here. They need to start throwing something. They need to make some noise because DXavier, he sees
Apex अभी भी survive कर रहा है solo बंदा.
To get the confirmation on those points, and that was perfectly executed. Now he has all the sightlines in the world.
Instant pay डाल
There's
दिया.
another knock coming on your way. Ayala goes down. Chief, you gotta make it happen all by yourself, buddy. Those were some nice shots there.
Chief needs to bring the biceps like Jackie, curling up against the side
Chad
of this
चुप
cliff
हो
face.
जाओ यार माँ कसम किस्मत ही टटती है भाई मेरा आज
This is
मैंने
in the middle.
मैंने बस ये बोला कि I was rooting for them यार. I did not say कि भाई वो लोग निकालने वाला है.
They definitely need it. Yeah, I mean they're down in 14th place, so they need to steal as many points as they can. Chief's got that DBS locked and loaded. He is waiting, saying, "Come to me, come to me." Because
1v2 situation.
It's stage 9, folks. The zone is closing into nothing.
Let's go Apex.
Apex is dead center of this, so he definitely has a huge chance to make something happen. It's anybody's game. Except Chief. Chief is in a tough
It's a 2v1v1, right? At the moment, DXavier with 2, but they're so focused downhill.
Circle is closing.
They can just ignore that, right? They just need to take a back step, watch for the peek out. I think that's
Chief,
what Shadows
एक को knock
is doing.
करके जाओ भाई.
They know
एक को
that
knock
Chief
करके
is gonna
जाओ.
get displaced
Apex
by the
निकाल
blue
लेगा.
zone. But Apex is a major threat here, unless they know exactly where he is. He doesn't have any nades. He doesn't have any smokes. I don't think Paragin's got too much either. Their scraps earlier.
Chief को एक entry निकालना पड़ेगा.
Likely out as well.
Let's see what happens. Can Apex pull off a magical 1v2? Paragin has that nade.
अगर निश्चित भी कर देना fight.
Climb the mountain. He gets mighty close.
एक अरे नहीं निकाल पाया, नहीं निकाल पाया.
Shadows
अब मुश्किल है, अब मुश्किल है.
Finish, and it's looking like a DXavier
एक को knock करना था bro
1v2. Apex gonna have to find a beautiful angle. He needs to try to open up a 1v1 situation. If he could time it perfectly, he could definitely make something happen. He's gonna get a 1v1 against him and Paragin. Paragin realizes it, runs right back towards his teammate, and Apex
दोनों ले ली भाई.
goes down.
And with that, it's the first winner chicken dinner for Xavier Esports.
For none other
यही बोल रहा था
than
पहले भी.
Xavier.
Able to control,
finally
stopping
Xavier
Vampire from moving
Esports का भी एक chicken हो जाए.
Team Liquid from that east side.
Bro, अगर Chief एक को knock करता ना तब Apex का chance बन सकता था, but still #2 आया 4MV.
Brilliant win to pick up for DXavier.
Points are points, guys.
Like there were a couple of times where it could have gone wrong for them.
Good job, Xavier,
and
good job 4MV.
And they were able to capitalize on the mistakes of their opponent.
मैं Talon को इसलिए root कर रहा था कि अगर Talon निकालता ना bro, top 3 के अंदर इतना competition बढ़ जाएगा, मजा आएगा as viewers देखने के लिए.
A little bit too quiet down that hill.
But हो नहीं पाया, unfortunately. भाई नीचे के team से ये करे comeback कर रहे bro. अब सिर्फ एक मैच बचा है. One last match.
Double-digit eliminations, and this is going to be huge for them because they're
अगर इसमें भी comeback नहीं कर पाएंगे तो आखिरी दिन बहुत दिक्कत होगा.
So
Tianba, TJB,
for them for sure.
Yeah, DXavier starting
जो भी team struggle कर रहे हैं, they have to prove it in this match.
They were in 11th place
if not
at the start of the match.
समझो कि
pretty happy to add those
मुश्किल है,
points
बहुत
to the
मुश्किल
tally.
है.
Team Liquid as well getting pretty late in. They were in 10th place before. I'm looking at 4MV as well, with Apex getting 2nd place. That's going to be a much needed approach for 4MV, but is it going to be enough? I'm not too sure. The big story on this match, I think, has to be Reject, though.
Absolutely.
There was a time when Vampire ruled and other teams were afraid to push them.
Take them
Now
away
it's
from
huge
not only
downfall.
the rest of the
Let's
lobby,
root
from
next
Alpha
for.
7. They were able to get the
Bro, उस time
eliminations
पे
against
Vampire
Alpha 7. Take Alpha 7
synergy
down,
वगैरह
only
on
got one
top था.
elimination.
अब
This is a
बाकी
really
teams
good match
catch up
for
कर
this
लिए.
I mean, that's the goal, right? All you got to do
समझ
right
रहे हो?
now is just take out Alpha 7 and just put some points on the board. If you do that, you're going to be the champions because
Same thing
nobody
happened
right
in India
now
also
is looking
with
to catch them.
TSM
Who
entity.
knows? D-Xavier, a couple good matches.
पूरे
Could get
gap
it done,
था.
folks. We
Catch
still
up
got
कर लिए
one more
teams.
left to go. Don't go
अब
anywhere.
नहीं कर
We'll be
सकते वो
right back.
domination because बाकी teams are also equally good. Last match, yes bro. एक last match है वो है मिरामार. Forum is coming to India. What is your view on this? It's good, bro. It's fantastic. Can the org give some advantage to the players, as org is already having top players in the world? If 4MP is really serious in India, then yeah, they will definitely provide the same coaches and at least insights तो मिलेंगे ना. But I'm not sure क्या actually उनका vision है वगैरह. बात करके पता चलेगा. आने तो दो, official होने दो, तब बात करते हैं. It's good, yaar. Any foreign org entering India is always good for the country, good for the community. और क्या? बस जो आ रहे वो फिर वापस ना चले जाए. समझ रहे हो? Whoever is coming, I hope they stay here for a long time. Vitality is also trying to get into BGMI esports for a long time, but अभी तक हुआ नहीं. समझ रहे हो? There are many organizations, international organizations, who are interested, but time लगेगा आने में. Why? But TSM entity was emotion, bro. Emotion is emotion. I'm talking about stats. I'm talking about the gap that we were discussing about. Do you remember On Top, sir? Shifu, sir? Yes, bro, I remember those players. Can't forget even if I want to. बहुत unique नाम है उनका. Sir. Your prediction of top 3 spikes, sir. अब अरे मैंने already predict कर लिया before tournament began. I'm going to stick with it. कुछ भी हो जाए. अब तो मैं चेंज करने का मौका मिल गया तो मैं चेंज कर दूंगा ऑब्वियसली, बट इट्स फाइन. मेरा जो टॉप 4 टीम प्रेडिक्शंस था उसमें 2 टीम्स टॉप 3 में चल रहे हैं. अल्फा 7 और रिजेक्ट टोक्यो. मैंने बोला था कि अल्फा 7, 4MB और क्या था, टियनवा एंड रिजेक्ट टोक्यो. मैंने बोला था 2 टीम्स टॉप 3 में है, 2 टीम्स बाहर है. Final match of the day.
Hello there. I know you're busy watching the games, but I'm going to have to interrupt you here and ask you, when it comes to the predictions of how today is going to end, give it to me.
Oh, and today, I mean, you can't ignore Reject. They're just absolutely popping off all day. The weird thing is, Alpha 7 are having like a pretty bad day, and they're still in second.
BGMI में gun,
like, you know, back and forth.
and car skin नहीं use करना चाहिए tournaments में.
Seriousness, they've had a pretty
as long as Crafton is allowing that,
I'm pretty impressed. And you know what?
We are no one to complain, bro.
Wild card for the day is Istanbul Wildcats next Roya, right?
I see what you did there.
Do you remember RRQ, bro? Bro, who doesn't?
God for the days.
doesn't.
Simple
Well, I
one,
mean, yeah,
yeah.
technically. But you know what? The problem is they just can't find placement points. They keep getting ridiculous amounts of eliminations in like 3,
Team
4
Liquid
different maps
Mythic
today.
Alpha
They
7
just
वाला है
can't get
क्या?
placement points.
Yes,
So if they start
उसने
getting
छोड़ के
placement points,
उधर
we
गया.
could see another, survival stage situation
Alpha
where
7 में
they
था.
absolutely stomped the whole roster.
All right, thanks so much for the insight. I'm looking
No
forward to whether
problem.
or not it's going to be true.
Indeed.
You know, Banks, if you keep
Do you guys like this fruit?
analyzing like
It's
that,
called
we might have to
guava.
actually improve the
It's not guava.
quality of the show here and trade you out for max ban.
भाई
Better
ये
hairline,
dry होने के
taller.
बाद खा नहीं सकते भाई, बहुत hard हो जाते हैं.
Yikes.
I don't know. I'm being mean to you, actually. I don't know. I just saw
What
it.
have I
and
done to you?
Close
God
it
down.
down. The cameraman said, you know what, let me double down.
Can we talk about the game for once?
Let's talk about the game because it was ill.
Captain,
Yeah,
add
the
करता है
Xavier
UC.
get themselves a victory, but Maxman, as far as pointed
खरीदेगा,
out while we were talking and watching the
दिखेगा.
game, that he agreed that you thought that
समझा
Talon
है.
should win the game.
So I want to say I came up with this point on my own like a big boy.
You didn't listen to how I finished that, did you? No. I gave you the
You
credit
did.
back.
You did.
I was already in the zone, like,
Don't try and play games with me.
forget
No.
Kalaris.
Like this was a
Caster,
massive opportunity.
actress
for Talon,
लग
like,
रही है.
because out of the top 8 teams, they were the only team to still be live at that very point in the match, and I feel like they went a little bit too
इससे
far.
पहले
They were
वाली
trying to fight Team Liquid
caster
down
मेरे को
in the
better
pit,
लगी.
down on the cliffside, and unfortunately,
वो कौन सा
they
था?
just
It
played
was
the
PM.
southern side of the map. If they did so, they would have had the high
क्या
ground
था?
control. They would have easily obliterated all of the other teams
That
that were
red
still
hair
alive
वाली.
at that point, and that could have pushed them up in maybe first place.
कौन सा
Like,
tournament
Talon,
था?
I feel
भूल
like
गया
had a
वो.
great opportunity and just got a little bit too greedy.
And this kind of goes with what we've been talking about Alpha 7. You
I think it
kinda
was
mentioned-
PMWI.
Barney just mentioned it too, how they've been having an awful day.
I think it was PMWI.
I mean, they're just
जिसमें
getting
reject
lucky,
होके
man.
जीता
They're
था.
getting lucky that all the top teams are not able to stay alive a
इसमें
lot
caster-
longer and get those
Like
placement
Reject.
points. Yeah, like Reject too. Reject though, they were able to
उसके
get
बारे में
some
बहुत
good
comments आए थे मेरे
elimination
videos
points,
में.
but as you can see, 0 placement points. Alpha 7 needs to start improving because this is not just going to cut it. I want to see a little bit more
When
out of them,
Guava
especially in
turns
the last
red, it
match.
tastes so
And I
much
feel like
sweet.
at some point here, we're going to start talking about
नहीं
some of the
ये
teams
ये
at the
वाला
bottom because
red
they're
red
just
वाला
not
नहीं
gonna
है,
have
ये
any
white
chance.
वाला है.
There's too many teams that are too
Gonna be
far
too-
away.
I don't know, because I'm going the other way with that. The fact that we had every team in our top 8 except Talon going out relatively early means that a lot of these teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboards still legitimately have a chance, like Xavier, who should have easily pushed up in the leaderboards in our overalls. And I'm really enjoying it. Actually, I wish I could go back and see the numbers, that I feel like this might have been the closest international event we've had so far in terms of like in terms of point differences in our overalls. That really right now, there's maybe 10, 12 teams.
अभी एक
that are
random
really
thought I
far.
guess.
I think a
बोलो.
lot of the time when we get like PMGC, PMWC, even PMG, right, you get towards the end of the tournament.
Does
on
practice
days
make
like,
man
okay, we've got,
perfect?
like maybe 3, 4, 5 contenders.
Exactly.
Yep.
It is
Yes
very
or
hard
no?
to be like, we have these teams that are going to be potentially competing for that first position. So it is very tough to tell who's going to be potentially in that first place at the end of tomorrow. And I'm loving it. Like, it's really, the suspense is up there. And we'll see who's going to be able to make it happen.
Reject
at
ले
the end
जाएगी
of
trophy.
tomorrow's 6
देखते भाई,
Good
it's
to
not
know.
over,
We've been
bro.
saying the whole time that just
अभी भी
the
और एक दिन
uncertainty,
बचा है
you
और
don't
एक
know
match
who's
बचा है.
going to end up winning, and I feel like we're starting to see it here now. I mean, at the end of yesterday, we had 5 teams from 5 different countries being in the top 5. You just don't know who's going to end up taking it. And what I was talking about is like towards the lower teams, like the teams that are really, really struggling. At what point do we end up cutting them off? Because
we're getting there.
Yeah, I feel like we are starting to get there, and I feel like they need
मैंने
to,
एक सवाल
they need
पूछा
to
तुम लोग से.
show
Does
up this last
practice
I mean, if we're
makes
talking about lower
you
teams,
perfect?
the team that really is going to stand out is going to be Alliance. And,
Your
Max,
answer
you
is
were
no,
watching
okay.
that game. You talked so heavily about the splits they pulled off in group stage, how they came out first. We're seeing them try to do splits here, but there was a moment where Olio, you were just like, what are you doing,
The
Olio?
point I was getting at.
Ohio, what are you
Olio was
doing?
so split, he was in Ohio. Okay, he was so far away from the rest of his team. No,
No
it is very
perfect
weird, right? Because they're
practice
playing
does
Church, which
make
in a circle
man
like this, next
perfect.
to Chumacera,
And
is such a
in-game
good
means you
position. It
should
is such a
have
strong
luck too.
position. It gives you
नहीं
good
नहीं नहीं
information and
वो
also a
नहीं
really good
था.
transition point because you can hide
मैं
behind
खाना
the
खा रहा हूँ ना, एक
building,
thought
keep
आया
going
मेरे को
strong. Then they
कि
start fighting a team over to the western side, and they just
if
start
practice makes you
sending players
perfect,
one by one
then
through
we chew
smoke
every day.
without
Sometimes
any
you
information on
accidentally
other
bite your own
teammates.
tongue.
I am very,
कि भाई,
very
समझ रहे हो?
weirded out by the whole interaction we had from them this match.
When
So,
you bite
yeah,
your tongue,
Alliance
do
are
you
just
question
having a real
the
tough time in
process?
these finals.
No, right? You just wipe it off and you just
Yeah,
move on.
decent stats, at least in that last
But
game.
game
right?
के अंदर
50%
ऐसा नहीं
there,
होता भाई.
about only 4 eliminations, I believe. Unfortunate for them, but
Game के अंदर नहीं, हर बार perfection चाहिए.
Team Liquid. Day
You
one,
can't
we saw
accidentally
Mythic's
bite your
dad
own
in the
tongue.
audience watching.
You
They
can't make
have,
mistakes.
Had a little bit of a struggle.
मैं
I'd
बता
say
रहा हूँ
so
इंडिया
far,
में,
day two. We don't
इंडिया
even
में.
see them on the first page, but we can see Reject
कि
almost
गलती
almost
से कोई
10
टीम
points,
हग दिया तो
9
खत्म.
points between them and Alpha
खत्म
7.
भाई.
One thing we have to keep in mind,
खत्म पीछे पड़ जाते
Alpha
हैं.
7 are winning on the tiebreaker right now, and actually are extremely
PMGC
close
winner
to
4
breaking
MV.
one of our milestones here for most
GRE bro,
winners in
let's
November
just
to
focus
lead
on
4
PMWC bro
from
for now.
Vampire. but Talon's still sticking there at 3rd place. I mean, honestly,
5 special invite
I
for
think even the
PMGC.
Indo Talon, I know you would have talked about Talon day 1. I think they're a bit surprised to
Hope
see
to wo
Talon
bhi
be
deti
the
thi.
most successful SEA team so far.
They have been. I mean, I feel like,
But
and I've been
I
stuck
don't
with
know,
this
bro.
player too. Mystery
If
has
you
been
ask me,
performing so well for that team.
my opinion
I'm
is
actually
no.
gonna have to go back and look at
Bro,
his stats
देखो यार,
because
TN
every
को
single time
देखो.
I see Talon,
11
I do
placement
end up seeing
points,
Mystery with
50
some good amount of
eliminations.
You were talking about
50
teams that can take it. Anybody, especially tomorrow with the way that the leaderboard's currently working, any of those teams, those first 8 teams can definitely take it. And even when we go to the second page, I feel like there's teams that can definitely make that jump up afterwards.
You need to see something coming out similar from Deep Xavier, right? Deep Xavier, what they were able to do here, get themselves that big chicken dinner with eliminations.
By
they still remember
addict
about
by
it, Jason, even teams at the bottom. If
dark
you
हो
see
गया
games similar
थोड़ा.
to this, where a lot of the teams at the bottom are still alive until the very late game scenario, there's still
थोड़ा
an
नहीं,
opportunity.
ज़्यादा ही
You're
dark
starting to
हो
get to
गया.
the point where you need a win, and even more than just
Bruce
a win,
Lee
if you
say
want to be
this
back
line.
in the race. So
क्या
it
line?
is the
What
right time
line
for Deep
Bruce Lee
Xavier,
used to say?
but it's starting to be a bit late.
35 points for DX
Be
Xavier, which is
be water,
easily
my
doable
friend.
today,
वो वाला
especially
था
when
क्या?
these top teams get knocked out early. But as we take a look at the second
If you
page
pour
here,
water into the
7.
cup, it
When
becomes
do
the
it like
cup.
this is
ऐसा
what
कुछ
I'm
था
trying
ना?
to figure out, right? You mentioned like it's one of the closest global events, which I completely
Be
agree with
water,
you
my friend.
in regards
वही
to
था
how
क्या?
many teams are capable of doing it. But at one point here in the leaderboard, do we say, okay, these teams need to have a great last match? If not, they're not gonna have a chance.
Yeah.
And I feel like it starts on 13th place. That's
usually
truly
like
मैं
going
भी
to
आया.
the final day, right? As we said before, there's like a 3-4 teams that could potentially win it. But I think that makes it more difficult for all these teams knowing that you have like one bad match, especially if you're in that lower part of the ranking,
Out of
you
the
know
race.
your day's done. Instead of the day before being the determining factor, it's like those first couple of matches which might make you play a little bit more aggressive. And of course, when it comes to our final matches, make sure you guys are subscribed in the Esports Center in PUBG Mobile to PMWC so you're notified when we do go live, because you're not going to want to miss it. But we're going to head over to our casters to not miss our final game of the day.
Final match of the day. What a phenomenal handshake right there. And I'm going to tell you right now, any handshakes among these teams are now expired, because this is the last game of day 2. 6 more matches to go after this one. And we are crowning a PUBG Mobile World Cup champion here at the Esports World Cup, live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Last match. Let's see who's going to get it.
I can guarantee you one thing.
Chalo, by the
that
final
the
match
world
of the day is
champions
here.
in Riyadh
Hopefully,
will be using
something
the
fun happens in this
GT20
match.
Pro.
Reject
With dual
century
gaming
मारने वाले
chipsets
आज.
and 144 Hz
Alpha
AMOLED
7
screens,
क्या
the
comeback
GT20
कर पाएगा?
Pro will equip teams with up to
Can
120
Talon
FPS, which is also the first match of supported
finish at
devices,
hashtag
offering
1?
esports level performance and the
Reggie भाई, Reggie MVP बनने वाला है वो. 24 frags.
2024
The man is a
PMWC
maniac.
Once again,
He's a
after the
fragger.
lead, it's the
He's a
plane
stud.
check.
और
Real
क्या चाहिए इस बंदे को बताओ?
experiences, authentic experiences right here, because man, this is a big game
Yummy
for these
me.
squads. We got to see who
सबसे
some of the
headshot
top
easy guy.
players are right now. Yummy on top with 8 headshots. We like to see that. And Flower with the most knockdowns. I mean, he has really been putting in work for his
सबसे ज़्यादा
squad. You
knocks
constantly see him on
हुआ-
screen, making it happen. Of
27
course,
knocks.
Reggie
Wow.
OCO, somebody you always got to keep your eye on. But also, it's good to see the most eliminations. Apex on top of 5.
Yeah, able to do a little bit for 4MV, but you know what? Kind of doesn't matter. 4MV aren't going to do too well. You can get all the nade eliminations you want. Oh, okay. A little bit of a special circle, a treat at the end of the
83,
day.
88,
So make sure you're paying
97.
attention still. Come on. Chop, chop. We're getting into the game. Los Higos going to be on the
Obe!
far west
Circle
of this
देख रहे हो तुम लोग?
circle, down towards the south side. These hills
Bro.
start to get a little bit nasty with the slopes that go down towards the water.
Danger circle है भाई.
Open sort of field areas, and then they're broken up by these long ridge lines, right? These spits
चलो,
of
मुझे लगा
hills
Miramar
that
ये
roll
थोड़ा
down.
slow start
There's a
होगा,
hot
but
drop.
नहीं.
Okay, IWNRX and
मजा आएगा ये
Tiamba,
वाला
two of
match.
our middling teams right now.
NRX
They're within
Wolf
2
knock.
points of one another. But Tiamba puts a third in the
Knock
middle.
नहीं, finish हो गया वो.
One of the members of Tiamba is pretty lit up right here. They're very early on in their drop, so not a lot of loot. Maybe he was able to find a first aid kit, something. Frozen finds an M249 though, and he's looking to get some revenge for his buddies. Wolf.
Tiamba with 4 and the advantage.
Look at that. Look at the sneak.
Oh, he's
No
crawling.
helmet, no vest, baby. Just an M249
My first streamer to watch
and,
and
a
looking at your gameplay, I
Best,
wanted to become an
defense is a
esports
good
player,
offense,
and I
right?
am
What I'm
in
saying.
that
So you
way, and
need-
also in process of studies.
Sean
Gen X Viper, bro,
senses
all the
something,
best
some
for your
disturbance in the
studies.
waters, though.
More than your gameplay, bro.
He's got his ear to the ground.
Not.
क्योंकि gameplay में तो भाई
Look at him.
तुम्हारा skills matter करता
Ever
है.
so careful.
वो तो
Keep
skills
an
अच्छा ही
eye
होगा तेरा.
Keeping an eye out though.
But study के लिए तो भाई दोनों कर रहे हैं तो भाई game में obviously अच्छा करेगा. But I'm wishing you all the best for your studies.
Shark moving through
तो game पे focus रख के वो खराब हो सकता है.
Trying to find his prey, stalking. Wide on the outside.
Bruce Lee says, I don't fear a man who knows 10,000 punches, but I fear
now
him who knows one punch that he practiced 10,000 times. Oh, बढ़िया.
Predator now becoming the prey.
True.
Oh, no time to use the restroom. You got to get going, Frozen, because Tiamba is on their way. Frozen feeling a little bit of a sting in the back of them. That was not a mosquito. That was an Uzi.
The most aggressive team of this
Where's
lobby.
the rest of the team?
It's easy to mix those two up.
Sorry, second most aggressive team of this lobby. The first most is
I've gotten a spot
reject
on
Tokyo,
for that,
bro.
you would not believe. Tiamba, though, they know exactly the difference between a flying insect and a weapon capable of taking on IWNRX. Frozen hopping in. Shan has the elevation to do it. But IWNRX starting to marshal the reinforcements into the position to take a 1-2 trade.
टीएनबा का स्ट्रेटजी ये है कि भाई एक ही मैच में एक 20 पॉइंटर निकालेंगे, सीधा क्लाइम करेंगे ऊपर.
QZ taking some shots off.
But निकालना जरूर है, निकाल नहीं पा रहे. फ्रैग्स निकाल रहे but निकाल नहीं पा रहे. चिकन डिनर. Frozen का टाइम आ चुका है guys.
Auto shop. Don't you hate when that happens? Sean.
Oh!
Shot with the M249. Oh,
good trade, Robert. That could have been a really good 1v2.
Instantly thirsted.
The mosquito takes him down. Oh, sorry, no, the
Game sense देख रहे हो? HP low है, बंदा आएगा.
Kine.
Team मेरे cover में खेलूंगा. आखिरी बंदा है Kine.
Iron sights as well. QZ at the back with XC as well. As Kine is in there, he's got the pump action. Okay, he's swapping out for the shotgun.
He's got to go. He knows. You just push. Just push. You have no choice. Even though you don't have the angles, if you let him get this res, you are deaf. Oh, wow.
4 kill मिल गया टीएन लोगों को. Good job यार. Good job.
And the box
NRX बाहर at hashtag 16.
Don't you dare do that again. Don't land near us. As Tiamba will take those 4 points all day long. They are sitting in 7th place. They have a big jump, a big hurdle they need to jump over here.
But एक-एक करके लड़े वे. NRX एक-एक करके लड़े.
And that's the way to do it. Start off with 4 eliminations.
That's not a proper
your entire
44. I'm
team
sorry.
up. Couldn't ask for a better
that
start.
That was not a proper 44.
Chop, spit, Tiamba, chew through IWNRX. And Hokalugi full of the EMEA back out. Not a player went down on their side either, so 4 eliminations.
Very good.
Real nice addition there.
Bro, I am new to your channel. As I started to watch BGMI at pro level.
They're going to be able to get some healing. They haven't looted, so they're going to need to do that pretty quickly.
About yourself,
right
please.
now. That is going to be
I am just a bloke who enjoys watching esports, bro. I am nobody, bro. I'm just like you. But I stream, you don't. That's it.
Yeah, right now
there is nothing special about me, bro.
Trying to find down some
I'm just a normal dude who enjoys esports.
You always want to have as many vehicles as you possibly can towards the end, especially with a southern shift like this. You never know when you're going to need those car walls. And plus, you get somebody, one of their vehicles does get shot up, you got to have those backups. So definitely want to get all vehicles. It is the meta. You can see Team Reject on the move. Now, if Team Reject finish this game strong, they're going to be our first
all eyes on Reject. All eyes on Reject.
Mark. And possibly the only team in the 3-digit mark here. At a certain
Can this
point,
sponsored mobile perform same like iPhone 15 Pro, 15 Plus?
Do you think tomorrow we're going to see
the results may vary, bro?
The
results may vary.
No, I don't think so. I feel like towards the top of the tables,
Crystal Myth Santa Claus
play to counter a specific
says Mr. Spike can easily 1v4 Alpha 7. Bhai थोड़ा ज़्यादा नहीं हो गया ये?
Your own play and you try and play
Santa?
at your own pace, right? I don't think that we really have ever seen targeted play at that sort of stage in a tournament, and I think that's for a reason.
Compliment दो यार, मतलब इतना भी जी मत फाड़ो मेरी.
Because obviously there is the risk that when you're so close, you know, you're targeting this team, they win a fight, they close the gap by 4 points instantly.
Bro, bring more video of international players.
Then again, you don't target.
Time नहीं मिल रहा guys आजकल.
You get points and they get the same amount of points and you do nothing, right? So it's definitely like a big 50-50. The risk is high, but sometimes the reward could be huge. We're gonna watch Divine pop some shots.
भाई Divine उतारना चाहिए था भाई उसको.
QX Triple Z said, "I am out of here, baby." Uh-oh.
Tianba can beat any team in proper 4v4. 1v4 लिखा आपने.
XC with the pistol.
ये fight बढ़िया था.
getting it done against IWNRX.
But एक को पकड़े लड़े बे.
Tianba able to win out that duel cleanly.
I would love to see Tianba versus Reject Tokyo 4v4.
A little bit of
Alpha 7 को जो own किए ना भाई Reject वाले उस fight में.
They're going to be able to go home now. That's the
वो देख के तो मेरे को लग रहा है Reject versus Tianba एक हो जाए 4v4 fight.
They want to take towards the top spots. Circle fairly close to closing once more as we've got about 6 seconds left.
You joined Nova Esports as a CC. No, I'm not a CC of Nova.
Through the blue right now.
I'm the ambassador of Nova.
Closest to it.
Bro, what is this circle? Look at Alpha 7. Where is Alpha 7? भाई पानी वाला circle बनने वाला है लगता है.
Towards that south
buckle up, boys. Buckle up.
In play now. Teams like
पानी में जाएगा ये circle.
Potential for them to get across. Try and play on that island.
नीचे वाले island चले जाओ भाई. नीचे वाले island पे चले जाओ.
Alpha 7
what
looking
is this
at the
circle,
sky
yaar?
and saying muchos gracias.
Wow.
Thank you very much here. They are dead
Unbelievable.
center of this circle, and this might as well be circle number 4.
McCrellan's in one of the Twisted Minds vehicles.
Oh boy, and now look at this, watch that real quick. 4MV getting some shots and
nice
punishing Team Liquid. It's absolute pandemonium. Everybody is scrambling for a position in this next zone.
I've no idea, but I think McCrellan either was being chased by Twisted Minds or was in one of their vehicles. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we can get a replay on that.
Bro,
but Twisted Minds making the break over the
मजा
bridge to the west. Playing for the center of that south island. Alpha 7 still over towards the east bridge, but it's a 2-2 split. They can't really control too much ground here, and it might be a little bit of a weakness in the armor.
ओए Alpha 7 का भी एक बंदा पानी में फंस गया. एक नहीं दो.
Alpha 7 going for a dip. Guizhou jumping on down onto the rocks. He's going to have priority on McGrellan here.
का तो भाई.
Let's see if he sees him swimming. He saw something move in the water. Guizhou about to go fishing. He has one name to his name. Oh, he's getting shot at though. Carrillo, yes, just doing a great job of just playing keep away, trying to buy his teammates some time.
Meanwhile, on the west side of these islands, Reject have just made the cross. They are now on the south, past Los Higos, Alula XIHC, further out west still, near Valle de Mar. And they will be pushing it behind Reject from that west edge.
Guizhou applying a little pressure. McGrellan is able to get a little bit of time here to get boosted up.
और एक टीम आ रहा है सामने से Liquid.
Cardosen and Chief also in the water. This is tough, folks. On the other side of the bridge, we got Team Reject going to be holding off Alula.
Bro, imagine complete water circle.
Interesting. We'll see if that fight breaks out in the next
PMWC.
But we still have quite a few squads that are not in this circle. Right now, all eyes are on Alpha 7. They are in a very precarious position. 2-2 split across the bridge. I don't know about this one. How do you feel about this strat, John?
I think for Reject, if they can catch one of the players from Alola IHC, this is a good news. But they're going to need to push up. They're going to need to crunch back. Alola IHC have been in the blue zone for quite a while as well, remember. So their health is going to be a little bit depleted. Reject is going to look a lot healthier. So those sprays going to connect a lot more frequently when they go for them on the side of Reject. But now it looks like they're starting to take these scraps. Reiji on the high ground has Sarah on that backstop position. There's potential for a long boat rotation on this south island as well. Remember, you can see on the mini-map on your right-hand side of your screen, but the spray from Reiji starts to connect. Two players from Alola XIHC on the back, and Reiji hops in the vehicle. Oh, he's so low, but he's going to be able to get away with it for now.
Barely. I mean, he's got to be careful of getting knocked that low.
Nah, इस बार नीचे नहीं गया.
Start chunking.
But ठीक है, फिर भी बन सकता है बे. दोनों आइलैंड्स के बीच में जो पानी है ना, उधर बन सकता है.
This is only stage 2.
I know.
ये देख के मेरे को अपना BGS का मैच याद आ रहा है मेरे को, जिसमें आइकुस अच्छा खेलता है ना. You guys remember that match?
Bridge finish. We haven't seen this one in a while.
जिसमें Soul इस point पे they had like 10 या 11 finishes.
Absolutely insane. This
आठ के
dash
ऊपर
to the
थे
south
उनके
side.
finishes.
I am
वो match
so
याद आ रहा है
surprised
मुझे
that we
देख
haven't
के.
seen more people go down here. That northern coast, I think on the east, this has got to be a bloodbath right now.
Yes, it is. You can see Talon on the way down south. They're going to have to find a position into this next one. Most likely going to be going up against DXavier. I like the fact that they didn't just fully send it on in. They just went very
BGI's
carefully.
Grand Finals Day 3 Circle of Miramar. Yes, bro. Yes.
They're going to take a chunk of blue damage, trying to find a safe position into this next circle.
अगर वो match Soul निकाला होता,
Talon skirting the edge. DXavier
क्या
close
crazy
by.
बनता bro tournament.
This is so difficult. Tiamba did make that boat rotation. They're going to try and land on the
The
south
projection
side
was 20
of
finishes
the
winner
Los
chicken
Higos
dinner
on
for
the
Soul
east
in that
edge of
match.
Twisted Minds
It would have happened. Sida hashtag
one
one चले जाता.
potentially be
Soul.
spotted, and it does go through. There we go. Bond spotted, and that is going to mean Shan has to divert. The rest of Tiamba playing split over to the east side.
This is just so difficult. I'm looking at DRX, Boom, Vampire. Who else have we got there? We've got
Everybody.
Alliance, we've got TJB, we've got Power. All of these teams are fighting for what is probably going to be like an 8th place.
Let's see what happens here, folks. I mean, this is still pretty early, so teams can afford to eat a little bit of blue zone here. Power are stuck in between a rock and a hard place on the other side of the circle. Right now, we're watching TJB find themselves a different position. The good thing is that even though the zone is so small, this sloping mountainside here has so many different nooks and crannies, little hillsides that you could find. You could put a decent
RG चिकन दिया था यस उस मैच में रेकनिंग निकाला था वो असिस्ट निकाल सकता था उस मैच में पता नहीं सोए पड़े थे उस मैच में लास्ट में
man. They are getting sunburned right now under the blinding gaze of TJB. GK first.
इनसेन का आफो एक बचा है और वशिष्ठा के 3 लौंडे और
there's a nade from Al-Haji.
रेकनिंग के 4
Heavy hand himself. Nade over the top. Looking to put a second one in there close together. They do split up. Wow.
क्या बचाइए Flower Edge.
Just takes it away. The first nade was already popping. He instantly heals it back up, but there's another nade waiting in the wings. Al-Haji wants more. TJB have the high ground. Look at Longs up on the right-hand side there. He's ready to peek this ridgeline.
This is stage 3. The zone's going to start putting some damage, especially as it closes here.
पानी की तरफ जाओ, please zone.
Happen. Al-Haji especially with the angle. Oh, but he's going to be eating a chunk of blue zone. And it's going to start hurting even more in the next few seconds. Nades start to ring out. Circle close. And it centers on up.
Still high probability.
A lot of time to this power fight. Uh-oh, and now Vampire is on the other side, punishing TJB. This is a lose-lose situation for these two teams.
Nobody's
TJB का आखिरी बंदा है.
who can get the eliminations
Yeah,
out of it.
TJB out at hashtag
able
15.
to pick up some points there. 2 eliminations found
Things
now.
not going good
up that second.
with TJB.
No, wait, they're up to 4 with those. They're added to the tally,
Nice one,
but they
Tony.
are suffering behind
Tony,
the
3 frag
Vampires
निकाल
here.
दिया,
This
nice.
east side has not gone so well for the Vampires. They've got 3, but they're going to need more because they are pretty much definitely not getting into this circle. This is crazy. The northern side, teams still yet to cross. You got, I think, 6 teams yet to cross from this northern edge. The island on the south starting to get more populous. Let's talk about the island on the south for a second. There is a central ridgeline, 2 hilltops that sit on it that are so important. Right now, Twisted Minds hold the eastern one. Reject and XIC going to control the access to that second one on the west side. That ridgeline in general, very powerful.
Last man standing here.
Guaranteed that we're going to end up on the South Island, but you could see Alola XIHC trying to stretch out towards that ridge as Reject sequestered themselves to the northern compound. That could be dangerous.
Let's see what the plan is going to be here. Team Reject.
There won't be water circle in global, bro.
Island here.
You never know, brother. You never know.
And it's been a while since we've seen a finish on this island. And
when I say water circle, not complete water circle.
Likely, because right
where
now
the land is so little.
Other side here.
And water
right on the edge. Boom, Esports on the edge as well. Yummy, gonna be looking all the way down.
Too little area to play.
Through the
rest is completely water.
Doesn't.
Like bridge.
Tony came from downtown
bridge
with that mini 6X, trying to find anything in his sightlines. But I mean, there's just hardly any real estate on this side of the island.
Alpha 7 and Reject both have outposts on the island. Carrillo on that north side still does have that off angle, right? But he can regroup a lot easier than anyone else.
What do you guys think?
He has his team
on that
far side. The question is what's
RC Alpha 7 Talent be like, we are not interested in taking fight. हम तो wait करेंगे हमारा opponent
they are going to be able to peek
team मरने के बाद हम लेंगे fight.
Pretty powerful to control the ground around them, but you're going to have to most likely move south from them.
Yeah, let's see if they decide to move south. Oh
dear.
Alliance flipping, tossing, and 4 and B are looking to try and take advantage of it. Oh, the spray is just a little bit off. That's Vampire exploding on the rotation.
Vampire बाहर क्या?
Esports taking full advantage of that one. Looks like we're seeing Alliance get picked apart. And now
Talon Esports slammed on Xavier Esports. Guru knock, Parajin knock, Linux knock,
that Molly locked and loaded, throws it
Lamborghini knock, Axel knock, आखिरी बंदा है.
The wrong play.
Talon का आखिरी बंदा है.
With their weapons.
Oh, but it's only one player. I think it's a 1 versus 1. Talon and DXavier now going down low. Last player for either of these two rosters. Flush is needing to come on through, but this is still on the northern shore.
Talon का आखिरी बंदा का है.
In the meantime, on the eastern side, they tried to. I'm not entirely sure how they actually
Boom
went down
Esports
there.
बाहर in the meantime.
4MV might have had sightlines, but in the meantime, Nade is still pushing around for DXavier. Talon with their last player, Misery, on the outside.
Talon का आखिरी बंदा बताने का है.
Team Reject all the way from across the map, popping some
Alpha 7
shots
तीन frags निकाला
and
so far.
taking advantage of this one. They get 2 of those eliminations there.
Zone
Divine
नीचे,
looking to
नीचे,
get into the
नीचे,
even
नीचे.
more shots here. Next zone does
अब
center
तो
on
bridge
up.
पे भाई
Alpha 7 underneath the bridge.
4MV कैसे
Just
cross
trying
करेगा?
to hang on.
पानी.
Carrillo's on the other side here. Eventually, he's going to have to make
Alpha
that swim
7
across.
is
He
in
has
a
no
very
choice.
solid position.
Think anyone was on top of the bridge right now?
The
Team
main
Liquid were
competition is
underneath it. They're
between
swimming around, just trying to survive at this
RC
stage.
and
So,
Alpha 7.
With that access to the bridge controlled, Alliance are really up against it here. They're going to have a real tough time of things. Carrillo as well is just going to have those off angles.
Yeah, Carrillo there, you see him trying to smoke his way to the water. He wants to find water like a dolphin in the sea. Unfortunately,
RC निकालेगा.
those smokes, I think, have already run out.
We'll see.
So he's going to have to make that mad dash in the next few seconds here, though, because the zone is starting to close.
Decider match
If
है
he takes too much time, he is going to get chunked
Both
down
are
by
doing
the
good,
blue
Alpha
zone. You
7
can
and
see
RC.
one smoke start to bloom. And hopefully with the chaos that's about to ensue with the shift, he will be able to find some time to jump into the water and start swimming.
The teams on the island are just going to bide their time, wait for the forces
waiting.
across from them just to wane, as they are very likely to do. Al-Haji still surviving for power, the last player alive, but he's down towards the coastline. He's spotted, spray down, not quite finishing him off, but this might be it.
Wow,
And it is.
nice one.
Final bullet found. Al-Haji falls, 4 eliminations for power, and 10 teams are still alive.
10 teams still alive. They're scattered all over the place for the most part, though. I mean, 4MV and Alliance are going to have to
I don't know
figure this
what-
one out. They're gonna
I
have to
don't
figure
know
it out
what
quick.
Carrillo
4MV
is doing.
is on top of the bridge. Alliance is on the
shack के
bottom.
अंदर बैठ के पूरा info ले रहा है बे.
Something's got to give here. As you can see,
वो निकल ही
Alliance
नहीं रहा वो
putting some
shack के अंदर
shots
से.
down range. And I believe now we're going to see Alpha 7 try to help out their teammate.
अब कर
Because
रहा है
Carrillo's
smoke.
going to do a
4MV is
smoke wall
waiting.
here. Let's see. Can Carrillo cross the road?
That is the big question. Team Liquid losing players, their swimmers finally going down. No eliminations.
Oi.
That's a good big one. Nice shot from Mafioso. For Carrillo,
Clark
if he can get
got
across, he can swim through.
mini
This is a safe
14
crossing
by
for him if
Mafioso.
he can make that first dash. He's making it. He's running. He's into the water.
अरे
Is he
भाई
going down?
साहब,
Not just
एक
yet.
HP बचा.
4MV not quite able to connect. There's the
He
spray.
got knocked
His
by
Twisted
twist-
Mind from a
Twisted
distance,
Minds.
able to find those shots, but he still can swim. He can still go across, but that drown damage is going to start to come through.
The blue zone damage is going to come on through here too, because he is in big trouble here. You can see Papa Blue is starting to close. Looks like the rest of Alpha 7 are going to have to do it without their IGL. Now let's see what happens here. The next zone is about to click. Now the blue zone is going to really start punishing teams. Reggie
Yeah.
OCO
Xavier Esports बाहर.
with the mini is just
भाई
too
reject
good.
क्या निकाल रही
6
frags. 6 finishes
eliminations.
for
Team
reject.
Reject. They are finishing the day
They're playing
off
too good, guys. They're playing
incredibly
too good.
strong.
This is a huge opportunity for them, not only to break the 3-digit barrier, which they've done.
No
pretty
DBS, just
handily by
M4
3
and
points
mini.
now. But also for position in this match. The thing that I will criticize them for is the fact that Alulex IHC have now got control to their
Alpha
south
7
side.
3-man.
That ridgeline that I talked about before, so powerful when it comes to closing out
And the
games
zone.
on this South Island. We've seen it time and time before. It's that western high ground and that eastern high ground played
Alpha
off
7
against
का
one
circle
another.
है.
But the circle keeps the northern side in, keeps that little settlement around the bridge.
Alpha
now
7 को बहुत
still
frags मिलेंगे
in
इस match में.
action, and Alpha 7 have control of that. Twisted Minds, they're trying to push into the north. If Alulex IHC can just spread along this ridgeline, they're going to have a great game.
4MV going to
Clark
lose a
got
player
drowned.
there on rotation. Twisted Minds soaking up some of these elimination points. That's 7 for them. This is one that they really desperately need. They're all the way down in 13th place, but it's going to be hard to catch
मिल गया,
Team
Marlon को
Reject
kill
since
मिल गया.
they are keeping up the
4
pace
finishes
here.
for Alpha 7.
Mafioso getting a couple nice little hit markers there onto Team Reject. But they honestly, I'm going to give them the edge here. They are doing so well in this game. And they are going to be the first team to pass up that legendary 3-digit mark.
Oh yeah, they are up on 1-0-3 right now, not including the placement points they've
Oh, nice talk, Mafioso.
So, spot for AG. That should be resable. There's not too much to worry about there. Alliance, they are just
Bro,
gonna
Alpha
fall
7 तभी claim कर पाएगा
ducks in a
जब
barrel to
RC
Alpha
choke
7.
करेगा. वो तो नहीं करेंगे लगता
That's a
है.
Kalaris quote.
That's not what you want to be.
right there.
You do not want to be a duck in a barrel. That
No.
is for sure.
It's a bad time.
You want to be free. And you can see 4MV
4MV के सारे पानी के अंदर
flying
कूद गए.
down to freedom in the water.
That's right.
That's where ducks like to be. And you can just see them trying to make it onto dry land here. Let's see if they're able to
I
do
think 4MB is in trouble.
'cause they are starting to get chunked down little by little.
They're evading the
Uh-oh,
blue for now.
Mafioso's gonna see him. Does he spot them though?
He didn't have a nade. A nade it would be absolutely
Dekh
huge
liya,
here.
dekh
You
liya,
put it
dekh
right in the
liya,
middle of
dekh
them.
liya.
As soon as they try and step on the land, they're done for, right? Because you can't heal whilst you're swimming. Now they're going to try and make landfall. The
Yes, they
spray,
saw.
the UMP. But the ammo's not looking super strong right now for Revo as the nades do start to come through. That's what I was looking for. A Molotov to slow them in their approach to the beachhead there as
Baron
Mafioso
knock.
spots
That's
the player
huge.
at the back line. Another nade goes down low, and there's the knock from
Alliance!
Mafioso.
Aero knock.
Leon
Gaya
trying to make
4MB.
something happen, and Alpha 7 get a couple more points. Revo jumps down. Revo, does he see Leon though? No.
The legend Leon is surviving
Twisted
though.
Minds now getting into the action.
4MB बाहर
Looking
है
to take this
#7.
game to their hands. They move out of the same.
अब Alpha 7 को मारने आ गया है Twisted Minds.
Bridge out. Igor on the move, and Alpha 7 finally
क्या
takes
मारा
down
लोगों ने,
Alliance.
बहुत सही.
Meanwhile, Team Reject
9 finishes for
has
Alpha
been
7.
chilling for the most part.
Judo
but
बाहर है
Divine is
#6.
on the move and looking to get active.
Yeah, stretching out along that coastline, that's going to give him cover from that ridgeline that Alolex IHC have now managed to establish control over. Reject on that north coast. Twisted Minds have Alpha 7 surrounded.
Alula IHC, where do you be? You're on the south
4v,
side. You
4v,
haven't made any
3v,
moves at all. Only
3v,
one
one situation.
elimination
They're in
here.
the best place, though, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they are in the best place, but they got to have to make some
Divine
moves
Revo
here
knock, yeah.
quickly. They're 14th on the leaderboards. Placement points aren't
Alpha
going to be
7 ले
enough.
लेगी.
And
Bro,
you have the
जो भी
opportunity
Alpha
to
7
get
ले लेगी
some of
बोल
the
रहा हूँ.
eliminations.
You guys have
gotta
no
be able to
idea
take some
how
risks to
Reject
get 'em.
plays.
What a way to close
Reject
out the
बहुत
final
शांत,
day, though. Our two big
बहुत
hitters in
शांत
the
दिखेगा
tournament.
bro.
Reject
वो लोग हल्ला नहीं
and Alpha
मचाते,
7
but frags वो
going
निकालते रहते हैं.
toe-to-toe
आखिरी मैच
on
के छीन
a
लेती
brutal
chicken.
South Island finish. 5
Alpha 7
teams
boom
remain.
bomb करती है bro.
Alolex IHC,
Mistakes
kind of
बहुत
the
करते हैं वो.
arbiters of this position.
जिनका
The ones
फायदा
actually
उठाता
jumped
है.
into the water.
Reject,
Just getting a
तो
little bit of
देखते हैं.
information there, and it is going to push away from this ridgeline. This is where Reject's position might be a little bit stronger, but they need to open up towards Alpha 7 further.
Team Reject's position is extremely compromised because of this next circle, and it's going to be up to Alula IHC
So far, very good match
to
for
really
both the
punish
teams,
them here,
Reject
especially if
and
they want
Alpha
to win
7.
this game. You want to be able to take out Team
We have
Reject
IHC.
on
कोई भी IHC
rotation. You don't want to
बोले
deal with
comment
them in
नहीं
a
कर
fair
रहे.
fight. And when it comes to fair fights, Team
They are a
Reject's
very
going to
strong
win
team.
those 9 out of 10 times.
And they're
They've
4-man
proved
right
that
now.
so far. Had at least a 50-point average in these 2 days, an insane accomplishment.
सबसे पहले IHC
Eventually, you
भिड़ेगा
gotta try to take
Reject
them
से.
out here. Oh, a big
Twisted
long
versus
nade.
Alpha 7
Does a
होगा.
little bit of damage to Guizhou as the circle starts to close. This is going to be a big fight between Twisted Minds and Alpha 7.
It's going to get messy. I mean, it's been messy for a while. No cleanup in sight either. Reject have now managed to move a little bit further along this coast. Reiji still breaking out further
Divine
into
के
the
पास
water.
fresh level 3
Gonna want
level
to make landfall
पूरा
a little
level
bit
3 है बे
later
इसके
on.
पास fresh.
Alpha
अभी
7
drop
under
लूटा क्या
pressure from
इसने?
the off angle from Alolex IHC. You can see they managed to find a little ridge line there, but Alpha 7 taking shots out towards Reiji. As he's going to try and push further on in from the water.
I'm going to give this
वहाँ
game to
कहाँ
Twisted Minds
पकड़ा
already.
भेज रेजी को इन लोग ने.
Might be right.
Yeah, I think Twisted
पानी
Minds
के
are going
अंदर.
to have those buildings. Alula IHC is playing this extremely passive here.
गया
Unless
रेजी
you
का
see
पेटी.
Alula IHC just take a crazy risk and go dead center, then we might see something happen. But right now, Twisted Minds have the big positional advantage.
बच
And
जाएगा.
I think all these other teams realize
I
it, so
hope
they
he
got to
does.
try to hunt down a couple of eliminations. And right now, the shortest path to that is going to be Team Reject. Long
The arc is
nade.
good.
अरे बाप
Gets
रे
the
क्या नेड
confirmation
किया
on
मार्गलिन
Reject. It's a
ने.
huge one.
Able
Excellent
to get
nade.
that flush. It's absolutely massive. Taking a player out of the mix there that
Wow.
could have been rezzed. They're now diminished, and they know
Reject
there's more.
2 man
And the
strong.
big thing is they know it's Team Reject on that side.
Does
For a
finishes with
fact.
Alpha 7.
They got to take them out here and now, especially if you want to pass them up on the leaderboards. You can't let them get any more room.
That's a
to
big
bring
arm.
it-
Oi.
Ooh, that did touch Divine. He didn't like that one. That
Alpha
was
7
an
is
eviction
pushing,
notice
guys.
right there.
Alpha 7
And
is
Team
pushing.
Reject know that they do not have a safe place to stay. That little dip right there is so dangerous.
No, they are not.
If a nade happens to make
बस
it
एक knock निकालने की
right in
कोशिश
that
कर
little
रहे हैं.
crevasse, they are done for.
Nades in response, finally actually pulling the pin on their own, but not going to find anything there. Mafioso
अगला जोन तो नहीं
with a
है.
difficult
Reject
approach.
पे. थोड़ा
And I
आगे
think
जाना
you're right,
पड़ेगा
Twisted
इनको.
Mind still with the best spot. But if this fight on the north side concludes, it gets a little bit more difficult.
Twisted Mind should win this game. There's no way they lose this. They're in such a great position. The
Set it
only thing
now.
they have to do is defend against Alula IHC, and
Technically,
it should be
सोचा जाएगा तो भाई अल्फा 7 को फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा चिकन से.
What Alpha 7 can do. If Alpha
उनको
7 can
बस
find a fight
Reject को
with
points नहीं
their
दिलाना
one
है.
onto Team Reject, they're going to have a little bit of coverage with that slight little hill, but they got to make that push. They got to clear this side of the map out if they want any chance at winning this game. Or even who cares if you win this game? Just take out Team Reject. That's what your goal should be, right? Just stop them from getting any points.
I mean, that would be fair enough. To be able to get that done would be a big old relief for them. But Alolex IHC have removed Shan. They're going to move forwards, play the ridge lines. Divine's doing the same.
What will Reject
He's
do?
trying to meet them at the pass, and he's gotten up a level. He's gotten closer to that roadside, but he's under pressure
Oy.
now. What a lovely shot that comes through from Twisted Mind. Over in those buildings, able to find those off angles. Alolex IHC now playing 2-2. One on the back is knocked, so they're going to need to spend time to res that up.
Let's see what Team Reject can do. They're going to have to pull off some magic here. They are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Alula IHC, and now Alpha 7 is going to find some angles on them. And Twisted Minds, this is their game to win.
Ridge से nades करेंगे तो खत्म हो जाएंगे
Just
वो.
how many eliminations are they going to get for this victory?
That's what Alpha 7 is going to do.
question.
Yes,
They're
that
down
is
in
what I
13th
thought.
place. They got to close
That is
it out
exactly
here.
what I
Duolo,
thought.
The last player up for Team Reject, and he's
Diolo
down
is
to
barely
1
surviving.
HP.
And Alpha 7 is pushing.
Here comes the Rebel.
मार दिया भाई.
And that is
12
Team
finishes for
Reject
Alpha 7.
12
Reject बाहर.
eliminations for Alpha 7.
अगर Alpha 7 chicken निकाल दी ये match,
तो
तो Alpha 7 will be back to #1.
That could be the challenge they're looking for to close out.
अगर Alpha 7 निकाल दी तो ये
in
match.
first place. This could be
The
what
final
they have
circle has begun.
on the menu.
It's a 3v4v4 fight.
This
Twisted
is
Minds
stage 9,
versus
folks. The
IHC
zone's
versus
about to
Alpha
go
7.
into nothing. Now I think Twisted Minds' position is completely compromised. It's anyone's game here. Alpha 7 are going to be wide on the open. Alpha 7 need to get every elimination they can, but Obscure gets a knock on a McGrellin. That's going to hurt. Alula IHC have to push out into the wide open. You can see them just doing so ever so slowly. They need some critical knocks here to help buy some time.
Smoke's so important.
Excellent rep,
here.
excellent rep.
The res comes through onto McGrellin there, which means that they are playing as 3. Need some healing, and he need it now, because now you need to jump over the top. Mafioso takes down Tiol. No, hang on a minute, that's Obscure from Twisted Minds, but they look for the point anyway.
Point
Steal.
चोरी कर दिया.
13 now.
7 solo
They
finishes
got
for
wrap up.
Mafioso.
1 and 2, looking for third as well. 3 players still alive.
What a match, babe, what a match.
Pours on into the Twisted Minds compound. Alula IHC going low as well. Alpha 7
14 finishes for
from the north.
Alpha 7.
Sure will try and push further in. The Molotov there, they're packed. Oh,
Bro, Alpha 7 का match है ये.
the escape here, but Ratto Boy goes down. The nade is in, and Twisted Minds fall.
इनको भी cover छोड़ना पड़ेगा. Cover छोड़ना ही पड़ेगा.
For the opportunity to make a
Whoa!
against Reject.
18, 19.
Where they believe
19 finishes. आखिर नहीं दे रहा, नहीं दे रहा. 19 finishes. Winner chicken dinner for Alpha 7.
19 eliminations. Are you kidding me? They took out
अरे वो
Team
पूरा
Reject.
pump,
They
पूरा
clutched
pump
it
दे
up
भाई, पूरा
at
pump
the
दे.
last second, and you know
मजा आ
they're
गया.
going into the final day here.
इस बार नहीं होने वाला भाई. इस बार choke नहीं होने वाला इस टीम से.
And a potential
इस बार नहीं होने
for
वाला.
them as well. They are now up to
नहीं होने वाला है भाई. See you guys tomorrow.
On this tournament.
इस बार रेवो पूरा, not just Revo, they know exactly what happened with them in the last few tournaments.
They could break the back of Reject's morale as well. And what a
Bhai,
way to
Marvin,
close
every
it
time,
down.
every
so
time.
brutal. And they played all of the end
Every
with 3
time.
players.
What a crazy
What a
finish
match,
right
guys.
there.
What
I
a
thought
match.
that Twisted Minds
Fantastic
had the
match.
position, but guess what? They did have the position.
इतना weird circle
Alula
बनी.
IHC and
The odds were
Alpha
not
7
in
realized, guys,
Alpha 7's
we're not
favor,
gonna
but still
win
क्या
this if
match
these guys
निकाले.
stay
वो
up.
भी frags.
Offensive smokes
19
on the Twisted
frags.
Minds. 8,
Wow.
pretty much almost 8 players focused onto them.
Beautiful
and Twisted
gameplay.
Minds couldn't make it out alive. What a
Wow.
finish.
It was like
a perfect
Jaisha वाला
situation
script वाला
to
match
end
था
the
भाई.
day for Alpha 7.
समझ रहे हो?
Second day in a row, but they will end the matches in first place. And now,
What's the
is
points
their
difference?
true test.
बस ये देखना है मुझे.
They need to keep this one rolling.
अच्छा खासा
You
gap रहेगा.
saw
I
at
think
the end
10
there.
point का gap रहेगा.
This is a massive elimination.
90 में
dinner as well,
29
by
points
the way.
निकाले ना वो.
I didn't quite
इधर दिख
count how
जाएगा.
many they were able to pick.
Minds position.
If Alolex IHC can just spread a lot.
If you have the opportunity.
29 points निकाला. 117 points है Alpha 7 का. 117 ना 27 मतलब यस 117. आरसी का कितने होंगे? आरसी के 6 फ्रैग्स थे ना, 6 फ्रैग्स #4. Yeah, Alpha 7 #1
Brazil. Alpha 7
with at least 10 points difference, minimum 10 points
to put their final day in the lead for them. First place. See what they can do.
Oh,
Damn,
let's
bro.
see it. Let's see it.
Wow,
I don't need to say anything.
what a match.
7.
Do Brazil!
क्या कर रहा है?
Yeah,
7 Worlds
buddy.
Gaming.
My jersey.
Tying
My
it.
jersey. That's my jersey.
Tying it. Tying the record.
This is the
for
highest
most
match
wins
game in the
at
finals
4.
so far.
I feel like they are going to end up breaking it tomorrow.
19 finishes.
And they finally were able to answer my biggest question for them today. We're
कल
gonna talk
17
about
थे
these
ना?
games.
कल 17
We're
highest
watching
था. That was by
match.
reject.
Is that what
And
this
आज
team going to be able to do when the circle wasn't given to them? We already saw
19.
what happened at the
क्या कल कोई
beginning of
20
the day
मारेगा?
when the circles weren't in their
Boom
favor.
Esports
They
मार
were
सकता है
rotating
कल
too
20.
slow. They were taking fights this time around. They saw how far away the circle.
Wait मत
and they
करो यार,
rotated all
दिखा
the
दे
way
overall
from home
standings.
coast, so
We know,
down south,
we know,
and absolutely
but still
set themselves up
एक
to
बार
win
देख
that
के
they could actually
satisfaction
get those eliminations in a
चाहिए.
big way, and on top of that, secure the chicken dinner.
There's a lot of fascinating things about that island, and obviously
Mortal
we'll go
10
into it later on,
finishes.
but the most important thing for Alpha 7
Aditya bro,
is
क्या comment
taking
है?
the
मेरे को
spot
समझ नहीं आ
across
रहा
the
है.
bridge. You don't really need to go deeper into the island
Ronnie
when
is
you're
still
the
in
first there
Milta.
to be able to hold
मतलब?
that position and try and get
अरे
as
मैं
many
नहीं देख रहा हूँ यार
eliminations
BGMS, मुझे पता नहीं क्या चल रहा है.
has the bridge on the other side. You don't have a compound anymore. It's just flat terrain. So you have to
Paraboy
go on
कौन
the
सी
bridge,
टीम में
otherwise
है?
you're just gonna
Paraboy
be
is in
completely
JDE.
obliterated by
29
all
points for
the
Alpha
Wait,
7.
under the bridge,
Reject
it's
got
just a
10
full
points.
elimination. Come your way.
Yep.
So Alpha 7, that was a great position.
I think
to
11
eliminate all the
points
competition
difference
from your
होंगे.
way and picking up
Yeah,
points
exactly
at the
11
same
points are
time.
Doing it
difference.
without Korea too, because Korea got stuck on the other side, on the main island,
With
and
me.
he could not go across.
I'm surprised none of you have mentioned yet. Maybe I'm jumping the gun a bit. That this
Hmm.
might have been the game
क्या
to
खेली
win
वे?
Alpha 7 finally an international trophy.
Oh my God! Wow!
It might have been the game.
Hold
29
on.
points.
Jonathan,
I agree,
slide
Jackson.
on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Slide
It might
on
have
खेल
been
रहा
the
है
game.
इरांगल
They're gonna
में.
win.
Slide on इरांगल में.
I don't want to.
I don't get it.
Right? I'm happy that they finally answered the question that I had in regards to the circle
पता
not
नहीं
being
यार.
in their favor and how they were
पता
going to be
नहीं.
able to adjust to that. I'm glad that we're finally able to see that. I'm glad that we're
117.
117. That they're able to
Aggressive
showcase
defeat.
the fragging power that we know they're capable of. But yeah, I
They
don't
were
want to call it yet. We'll have to win and see.
4 MB
Alpha
यार,
7 has
4
been
MB.
in this position before,
कोई बात
and
नहीं,
they
कल
have choked.
कल है अभी भी.
And I just don't want to
It's
jinx
not
it.
over.
Let's
It's not over.
talk about this zone, right? Because when we saw this go down,
Action which
we were
team?
like,
Action
that's
is
a
in
very hard
Falcons.
shift south. And Claris, it kept going south for
Tomorrow
a while.
RC win.
And as
Tomorrow
we
the
know,
clash
that's a
between
very
RC and
interesting
Alpha
place to
7
play out this
is
final
going to
round.
be
Yeah,
very
definitely
interesting
so.
to
So
watch.
let's break this down, right?
It's
Because
going to
the
be back and
map
forth,
in-game
okay?
actually
It's
doesn't
not going to be
reflect
Alpha
how
7
much
all the
this
time.
island has changed. We saw
Reject
fights on a
is a
southeast
built
compound, which
different
is
team as well.
newly updated. Even
वो
the
लोग हार नहीं
compound
मानेंगे,
south
comeback
of the
करेंगे,
bridge
देखो.
as well is actually beyond a road that, yeah, say,
बस मेरे को
on
ये
the
देखना है कल
minimap
कल इन
you
दोनों को
can't
छोड़ के
currently
कोई
see.
और
And then, of
कमबैक
course,
करते
there's
हुए देखना चाहता हूँ मैं,
Partona,
to be honest.
which actually sheltered quite a few teams there.
सबका
which
focus इन
didn't
दोनों पे.
previously exist with, you know, how
और
they
कोई
were
और
trying
टीम
to
आके
change and
जीत
things
जाए.
like that.
तब
So
और
there's
मजा आएगा.
opportunities for teams to survive longer
भाई
on
डेमो
the
को किल
island
देना था अभी.
compared to when they
डेमो
were
भी लाइक
used
मैंने
to
दूंगा किल.
before the update
Yeah, I mean,
happened.
just like Twisted Minds, right? Twisted Minds, when they're very
Yes.
early, just stuck in Partona, where it was just
Bro, the aura of
all of the
Alpha 7
And
after
even
the
though
winner
big
chicken dinner.
rotation of Jumper, they just stayed in that position.
Over
then I think
50,000,
solo
bro.
and just, okay,
Over
I really wanna
50,000.
take the
Usually
fight
we
and
only-
remain as a solo and get easy
we only do
access to
10,000
that
plus,
late
but
game. Partona
after that
in
winner
situations
chicken
like
dinner,
this is so impactful.
Alpha 7 aura is over
Like Twisted
50,000.
Minds play it out.
Like, it's not just the fact that Partona are there as well, is the structure of the island itself has changed. The east side of it has changed to allow you a little bit more entry point onto it. The south side
Script
of the
लिख
island
क्या है?
structure
I
has
know,
changed
right?
as well
It was
to allow
beautiful.
people
जो
to
भी
be
लिखा
able to
भाई
get on
बढ़िया
it.
लिखा.
So, as
पर
much
और
as
बढ़िया
these
लिखो.
circles are very, very
I mean,
rare,
कल और
there
बढ़िया
is
लिखो.
multiple opportunities for boatations, for swims, as well as extra entry points, like the added bridge that Regis
Yes,
took
the reject.
far to the west.
Like they swim across. No, there's a bridge there now. You can actually just make that.
Alpha
cross
7
over
will
the side.
choke
I did like that
tomorrow.
rotation
भाई
from
बस
IG. Also, they went over
बस
Nasty
history
Sword
repeat
and
ना
into
हो
that
जाए
way
बस.
too, So they got a few extra compounds that you can play from that location. So very interesting circle. I feel like we had
हम
some good
बस जब
adaptations from
tournament
some
थे
teams,
तब
but
हम बात करते हैं इसके बारे में. This thing runs in Alpha 7 players' heads every single day.
Truck stop as well, of
So,
course, yes. A big
this
update.
is the moment.
So much.
कल वो लोग नहीं करने वाले हैं.
That's where we saw
Choke.
IWNRX and Tiamba initially fight.
Curse break करेंगे कल.
Before the rotation happened at Tiamba.
Break करने वाले हैं. I believe in them. Let's
how
see.
today went down for all of these teams here today and see who won which matches. And well, first off, you're going to notice Alpha 7. Another day
पहला मैच boom, Vampire reject Alpha 7. कल भी Alpha 7 2 chicken निकाला, आज भी 2 निकाला.
And they'll win an extra $25,000. So they could be going home with at least $425,000, not to mention what they won in the group stage. This could be a big event. This could be, I would say, outside of PEL, the biggest prize pool that a team's won.
Yes.
If
Reject
Alpha
team
7
is
pull it
like
off,
refuse
you
to
take into,
die.
consideration all they've been
Meta
able to win
and
this
Alpha
event.
7 is
I
like
believe so too.
hell
Listen, I don't
when they
want to
are
curse them
on.
yet. I'm trying to hide
Hopefully
my assignment
Alpha
for Alpha
7
7.
continue
Be
their
mature.
form.
Like Alpha 7.
Otherwise, it's RC
Hashtag maturity.
who's gonna shine.
That's all
Exactly,
I'm
bro.
gonna
Exactly.
say.
It's going to be neck to neck tomorrow.
Yeah. Matt, come on, Matt. No, but
I don't care what the result is going to be,
the
but
main
I'm going to
thing-
enjoy the
main
journey.
thing, right, was that, okay, what's going to happen tomorrow? We mentioned it throughout at the beginning of the day too, because they got lucky. Let's be
Alpha
honest,
7
they got
is here to break
absolutely
the
lucky that
history.
some of the
Let's
teams at
go,
the top
B. Let's
weren't
go.
having the best performances whenever they did, whenever Alpha 7
Who is
did end up
assaulted
getting
in
eliminated
Alpha
there
7?
early.
Who is
If
not
that
an
ends up
assaulter in
happening
Alpha 7,
tomorrow,
bro?
I just don't see
Who
them
is
being
not?
able to catch up. Even
Charu
if
ki
they do
charu
end up getting
assaulter.
2 chicken dinners, I feel like Alpha 7 has
It's
to
here,
be
boys.
a lot more
We have
consistent
10 points
tomorrow.
difference.
And the
Exactly 10 points
overall
difference.
scheme of things, it's good to see though,
Reject
that they are going to be coming in with a
107,
10-point
Alpha
lead.
7
looking at this,
117,
so
Talent
Reject and Alpha 7 have
84.
been fighting constantly
Bro, अब
throughout these
hashtag
matches, especially
3-4
on the
teams
Mirror
को
Bar, right?
comeback
There's real
करना
rivalry happening here
उतना
between
easy
Brazil
नहीं
and
है.
Japan, and I'm loving that story.
The gap
With
is
the moving goalposts
the
tomorrow,
gap is high.
I anticipate there's only 2 potential spots
कल
that Alpha 7 could
कल
be
Alpha
in
7
by
को
the end
कुछ नहीं
of
करना है,
the
बस choke नहीं करना है. थोड़ा बहुत points इधर उधर लेते
But
हुए
again, as you say,
Reject के
with
ऊपर
hashtag
रहना है
maturity,
बस.
if they
काम
are
खत्म,
able
दुकान
to
बंद.
keep their composure, keep their cool, bring the same level of gravitas to the tomorrow that they did.
And with that, PMWC day 2 has come to an end. Hope you guys enjoyed my stream. अगर तुम लोग को थोड़ा भी मजा आया ना भाई, सब्सक्राइब करना कंसीडर करना, ठीक है. मिलते हैं कल अल्फा 7 को ट्रॉफी उठाते हुए विटनेस करने के लिए. अल्फा 7 और आरसी दोनों में कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, बट मजा आएगा कल. मिलते हैं कल, सबके सब आ जाना. अंटिल देन, पीस. टेक केयर गाइस. एंड अभी तक स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो तो भाई एक ग्लास पानी पी लेना. स्टे हाइड्रेटेड.